In the capital city, at a bar in the imperial metropolis, the clock struck midnight. The air was thick with the mingled scents of smoke and alcohol, and the music blared at full volume, nearly shattering eardrums as men and women writhed in the dance floors. "Embrace," Lu Jie inquired. "Where's Brother Duan? Has anyone seen him?" Lin Feng replied. "He's probably drunk and has gone to the restroom to throw up. He'll go check on him," Lu Jie said. Lin Feng seized Lu Jie's arm. "Enough. It's not easy to get him out. Let him vent and cry a bit. Don't disturb him." The thought of Duan Ye's troubles made Lu Jie's head throb. Lin Feng was right. Duan Ye had been bottling up his emotions for far too long and truly needed to release them. So, Lu Jie resolved to continue drinking. "Come on, let's keep drinking." Meanwhile, in room 504, the air was filled with heavy breathing. The passing waitstaff blushed at the sounds but were aware of the orders. Room 504 belonged to Miss Luo, and no one was permitted to interrupt. Thus, Duan Ye's 22 years of innocence vanished. The room was dim, and Duan Ye was heavily intoxicated, able only to perceive the pale, swaying figure of a woman before him, drowning in desire. 2 hours later, Duan Ye regained consciousness. He was fully awake, his mind a blank canvas, and he was almost afraid to breathe. In a moment of boldness, he made a daring decision. To flee. "It was your initiative. I merely complied. Don't blame me." Duan Ye felt utterly cowardly, having just ended a relationship. This seemed rather inappropriate. Yet, what had transpired? Last night, he had been forcefully kissed at the restroom door and was subsequently led to the bed he had refused. Was this not a failure to reject? His first time taken. And it was the woman who had claimed him. The embarrassment was unbearable. Duan Ye looked down to see the marks on his neck. This woman was fierce. He dashed to the lobby, only to find his two friends drunkenly slumped, snoring away, oblivious to his predicament. With a resigned sigh, Duan Ye closed his eyes and accepted his fate, dragging his two inebriated companions to the car before departing. As dawn broke, room 504 revealed a strikingly serene face emerging from the covers. Cascading chestnut curls fell freely over her shoulders, her complexion immaculate, though her eyes, initially hazy, soon glinted with aggression. Luo Qingyuan immediately recalled the events of the previous night, feeling her ears flush slightly from the recollection of her reckless abandon. Several gems from her manicure had been dislodged, necessitating a redo. Despite her inner frustrations, her expression remained composed. Although the prey had been of her choosing, its escape left her discontent. With a soft sigh, her gaze fell upon the white sheets, where a vivid stain of crimson stood out, prompting a slight smile. This was her first time. No one who dared to touch a woman from the Luo family ever walked away unscathed. Luo Qingyuan picked up her phone and called the bar's general manager. "I require the complete profile of the man who entered my room last night within 2 hours." This establishment was under her ownership. The manager, trembling, responded, "Yes, miss." After ending the call, Luo Qingyuan rose to bathe but frowned as she stood. Indeed, one must not indulge too recklessly. After a prolonged moment on the bed, she finally steadied herself against the wall and entered the bathroom. An hour later, after a refreshing soak, she emerged clad in a white bathrobe. As she stepped out, her phone rang. "Miss, the information has been sent to your email. Please check." Luo Qingyuan merely acknowledged with a soft hanging up and promptly accessing her inbox. Name: Duan Ye. Age: 22. Luo Qingyuan felt a rare wave of embarrassment. He was 5 years her junior. Occupation: technical engineer at Jina Company, recently confirmed in his position. His father, Duan Sheng, was also a technical engineer at Jinhe, boasting 2 decades of experience, while his mother, Ding Yifan, was a university lecturer. He had an older brother, Duan Ye, age 25, currently employed at her subsidiary, Hunlin, albeit in a minor department, earning roughly 20,000 monthly. Ex-girlfriend, Yin Wan, a student at a teacher's college, currently a junior. Childhood friend, Nan Xing, a minor star under Xinguang Entertainment, rumored to have always held Duan Ye's affections. How intriguing, Luo Qingyuan mused, smiling. Wasn't Xinguang Entertainment also under her purview? The entertainment industry was merely a lucrative venture. She could elevate anyone she chose with sufficient funds. She lacked for nothing, possessing wealth that could last several lifetimes. After a cursory glance at the details, she cast the papers aside and began to dry her hair before the mirror. a glint of coldness in her eyes. She still had matters to resolve, though she had been cautious last night. She had still been drugged. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bitten Duan Ye's lip before they even entered the room. She needed a day to settle her affairs. Duan Ye, I shall see if you can escape Kyoto within a day. In the mirror, Luo Qingyuan wore a captivating smile. If Duan Ye had known that Luo Qingyuan had granted him a chance to escape, he would have hastened to the airport, but alas, she had failed to inform him of such. Today was the weekend, and Duan Ye had no work obligations, while Nanxing had engagements to fulfill. As Duan Ye remained in a state of drowsiness, he received a call from Nanxing. Upon answering, she incredulously asked, Duan Ye, have you broken up with Wan? With that single question, clarity returned to Duan Ye's mind, and all memories flooded back. Yes, he had broken up with Yin Wan. It had been her decision. With a sigh, Duan Ye replied, yes, Nanxing. He and Nanxing had been childhood friends. He had once harbored feelings for her, but she did not reciprocate. His relationship with Yin Wan had simply been a misunderstanding. 2 years prior, at a KTV gathering, he had first met Yin Wan, introduced by Nanxing as a beautiful freshman from the neighboring teacher's college, available and worth considering. Duan Ye had been rash while he could tolerate Nanxing's indifference. He could not bear her nudging him toward another woman, leading him to impulsively enter a relationship with Yin Wan. Yin Wan was sweet and charming, but her family circumstances were less than ideal, leading to her own insecurities. After leaving KTV, Duan Ye had apologized, stating his actions were not to be taken seriously, but Yin Wan responded, blushing, I know you like sister, Nanxing, it's all right, we'll wait until you forget her. Thus, they remained together for 2 years. Yesterday at noon, with tears in her eyes, Yin Wan had said, Duan Ye, you lack sincerity, let's break up? Duan Ye was bewildered, unsure of where he had erred. He had merely dined with his parents and Nanxing's parents, who were not present at the time, having encountered them on the way. The two families had long-standing ties. Duan Ye's mother and Nanxing's mother were close friends, leading to a naturally shared meal without mention of the younger generation. After the meal, Yin Wan saw them and confronted him, despite his explanations. Yet, Yin Wan did not believe him, and thus, they parted ways. 2 years had been a span neither short nor long. Duan Ye felt lost and troubled, seeking solace in the bar with friends, only for a woman to disrupt his plans. Nanxing remained silent for a moment before asserting, Duan Ye, Wan is a wonderful girl, you should cherish her. Duan Ye, we can only remain good friends. My ambition to venture into the entertainment industry precludes any possibility of romance. Duan Ye, consider your relationship with Wan carefully. It has been 2 years, this is not a trivial matter. With that, Nanxing abruptly ended the call. Duan Ye found the situation utterly absurd. Just as he was about to rise from bed, a wave of pain surged through his mouth. Upon gazing into the mirror, he realized the woman had indeed been quite ruthless. Chapter 2 Reunion with Duan Ye. His lower lip had been bitten until it bled. Duan Ye simply lay back down on the bed, initially intending to take a stroll today, but now it seemed unnecessary. He dozed off until the afternoon, then took a shower and ordered takeout. Just as he was halfway through his meal, he received a call from Nanxing. You need to come to our group and pick up Yin Wan. Duan Ye, puzzled, replied, isn't she supposed to be in the school dormitory? Nanxing, she drank too much. Hurry up, I have work to do. With that, Nanxing hung up. Duan Ye sighed in resignation, quickly finishing the grilled meat rice on the table, before hurrying to drive his Volkswagen to fetch her. The car was a graduation gift from his father, which he had cherished ever since. At the film set, Nanxing's assistant Chi Yu looked helplessly at Yin Wan, who was slumped over the table, feeling a headache. Nanxing, when can we take her away? With her here, you can't concentrate on filming. Nanxing felt equally helpless. She wanted someone to take Yin Wan back, but currently, she only had Chi Yu as her female assistant. The others were all men, and she didn't feel comfortable with that. Thus, she decided to call Duan Ye. However, she was uncertain whether he would come, considering Yin Wan had already broken up with him. After pondering for a moment, Nanxing approached Yin Wan, rummaged through her bag, and called Yin Wan's roommate. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of Hung Luin Group, in the chairman's office, Assistant Lu knocked on the door with a pile of contracts in his arms. A cold female voice came from within. Enter. Lu Yin stepped inside immediately. President Luo, here are the projects that require your signature. Luo Qingyan glanced at the contracts on the desk, then began signing without hesitation. They were inconsequential contracts, and whether they resulted in profit or loss was of no concern to her. What truly mattered was the people who created these projects for her signature. In Hongluan, the rule was clear. If a project lost money, the person responsible would be dismissed. Lu Yin observed this strikingly beautiful woman and couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. However, Xinguang Entertainment needed to be evaluated. The old chairman had insisted that President Luo should gain more experience. This opportunity was excellent, yet Luo Qingyuan's personality was unequivocal. Despite her youth, her methods were swift and decisive. When she said someone would be fired, they were gone without a trace of compassion. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? Even the stubborn old-timers at the company had to behave around Luo Qingyuan. After all, there were numerous individuals capable of generating profit for Hongluan, but Luo Qingyuan's profitable ventures extended beyond just Hongluan. He was truly experiencing the peril of serving a powerful master. Before Lu Yin could say anything, Luo Qingyuan had already finished signing. "All right, you may leave." Lu Yin remained rooted in place, looking as if he had something difficult to express. Luo Qingyuan frowned. "If you have something to say, just say it." Lu Yin, steeling himself, finally spoke. "President Luo, one of the projects you just signed is from Xinguang Entertainment. President Chen mentioned that the newly signed artists would like to arrange a time for you to evaluate them and see if any catch your eye." Luo Qingyuan, usually disinterested in such trivial matters, replied, "Not going, cancel it." As if she had all the time in the world. Did signing new artists require her personal evaluation? Lu Yin realized this and resignedly clutched the contracts, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Luo Qingyuan recalled something. Wait. Lu Yin immediately turned back. "President Luo, is there anything else?" Luo Qingyuan, "You just mentioned Xinguang Entertainment? Isn't that the place where Duan Ye's childhood sweetheart works? I must see it for myself." Lu Yin nodded. "Indeed." Luo Qingyuan promptly picked up her bag. "All right, let's go. Have Cheng Sui accompany us." Lu Yin was bewildered. "Go. Where?" Luo Qingyuan had already exited, to Xinguang Entertainment. Lu Yin regained his composure and hurried to follow, his palms sweating anxiously. How could this young lady act without considering the appropriate timing for the visit? "Luo Qingyuan, I'll go to the restroom. We'll depart in 10 minutes. You decide who else will accompany us." With that, Luo Qingyuan turned into the restroom. Lu Yin quickly snapped back to reality, called Cheng Sui, and promptly notified several mid-level executives and general managers in the group chat to gather in the underground parking lot in 10 minutes for the training session. Once all arrangements were made, Lu Yin remembered to call President Chen from Xinguang Entertainment. Upon hearing that President Luo would personally conduct the inspection, Chen was so startled that he jumped up. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? I don't have time right now." Lu Yan's expression darkened. "President Chen, the matter is settled. You need to prepare immediately. If President Luo is satisfied, Xinguang Entertainment will receive a significant influx of funds. If not, she is not someone to be trifled with." Chun Feng wore a distressed expression. "How long do we have?" Lu Yin glanced at the time. "Half an hour. At most." Having said that, Lu Yin hung up, and Chun Feng leaped up from his seat, the surrounding staff exchanging bewildered glances. "What happened, President Chun?" Chun Feng, flustered, exclaimed, "President Luo is coming to inspect. She'll arrive in half an hour. Move, everyone move." Upon hearing this, the staff froze in place. Could it be that very President Luo, who had cut half the upper management upon taking over Hongluan last year and claimed they were living off free meals? Chun Feng, who else could it be? "Hurry up, clean the place. Gather all the artists who are about to sign. We need to conduct auditions today. Move quickly." With Chun Feng's command, everyone sprang into action. President Luo's true name remained a mystery, yet her title was known across various industries. It was rumored that she had an older brother who was making waves abroad, also a person of ruthless tactics. The domestic resources were controlled by the Luo family, with President Luo being the one to wield the authority. The Luo family, regardless of gender, were all business prodigies, and no one dared to underestimate them. At this moment, Luo Qingyuan was en route with a convoy of over 10 vehicles, all heading straight for Xinguang Entertainment. Although few were eager to go, Who wouldn't he want to make an impression in front of President Luo? Hence, many prominent figures chose to accompany her. As Duan Ye arrived at the film set, he was bombarded with calls from Nanxing. Where are you? We need to clear the area. I have auditions to attend. And this scene is crucial for me. Wan is still dazed. Hurry over. Duan Ye, I'm at the set now. Come in right away. With that, Duan Ye hung up and quickly parked his car, hastening to find them. Coincidentally, Luo Qingyuan spotted Duan Ye rushing inside from her vehicle, momentarily taken aback. A slight smile gracing her lips as she realized there was indeed an unexpected gain. Chapter 3. I shall take responsibility for you, as Duan Ye stepped inside. He was intercepted by Nanxing's assistant, Qiyu. Nanxing is currently meeting with important individuals. Please follow me, she instructed. Duan Ye glanced around, observing a procession of luxury cars arriving, the end of which was obscured from view. What is happening? Are there significant figures visiting today? He inquired. Qiyu hurriedly led him into a tent. Indeed, it is rumored that the owner of Hung Luan Group has arrived. Our production team is under their umbrella, and the news has everyone on edge. She gestured towards Yinwan, who was sprawled on the table, fast asleep. Quickly, let us take her back. All right, I shall escort her, Duan Ye replied, feeling apologetic. Qiyu waved her hand dismissively. It's no trouble, really. It's just unfortunate timing. Otherwise, we would have welcomed Yinwan's visit to Nanxing without issue. As she prepared to leave, Qiyu added, Duan Ye, Yinwan is a good girl. Nanxing asked me to tell you to think carefully. Don't regret your decision later. With that, she lifted the curtain and departed. Duan Ye sighed in resignation and turned to Yinwan, who was intoxicated and appeared restless in her sleep, her cheeks flushed and brows furrowed. He approached her gently, calling, Wan, wake up. She stirred, her gaze momentarily confused upon seeing him. He wrapped an arm around her waist. I'll take you back to school. We can discuss everything once you're sober. However, Yinwan abruptly pushed him away, her eyes reddened. I don't want your pity. Duan Ye felt a throbbing headache, but maintained his composure. Wan, let me take you back to school first, shall we? Fuming, she pouted defiantly. No. Just then, her 3 roommates arrived. Lu Linlin, Lu Li, and Yang Lele. Wan, we come to get you, Lu Linlin announced. Yinwan pushed Duan Ye aside, and her friends supported her on either side. Yang Lele glutted at Duan Ye, Skowundrel. Duan Ye, feeling helpless, chose not to argue with them. Instead, he focused on the dazed Yinwan, saying, Wan, I hope you have carefully considered our relationship, rather than acting on impulse. Upon hearing this, Yinwan seemed more alert and fixed her gaze on him. Did you truly treat me well during the 2 years we were together? From the moment I decided to be with you, I had no intentions towards Nanxing. You have always been my only girlfriend, Duan Ye replied earnestly. His words were genuine. Although he had once harbored feelings for Nanxing, she had never reciprocated. After becoming involved with Yinwan, he had distanced himself from Nanxing, even allowing Yinwan to peruse his phone freely. It was merely a fleeting regret of youth. He could distinguish between the present and the past. Yet, Yinwan remained suspicious throughout their 2 years together, never fully trusting him. Her friends appeared equally skeptical. Young Lele scoffed. Just because you say it doesn't make it true. Who believes you? Duan Ye's expression darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze on Yang Lele, causing her to flinch. Yinwan interjected. Why are you intimidating her? Duan Ye sikit in ekaspiritan. So what do you think? About us? Yinwan cut him off. Duan Ye, I don't want to continue this. He paused for a moment. If you've made your decision, I respect it. But once you leave this door today, we shall have no future. No. He corrected himself after a moment of reflection, recalling the absurdity of the previous night. We cannot turn back. With tears brimming in her eyes, Yinwan stubbornly asserted, you are the one who lost sight of priorities. Clearly, Nanxing holds more importance to you than I do. Over the past 2 years, to avoid misunderstandings, Duan Ye had refrained from direct communication with Nanxing, relying on Yinwan to relay messages. His continual forbearance had only led to further mistrust. Duan Ye smirked ironically, if you doubted me. Why did you choose to be with me in the first place? Can you not temper your suspicions? Lu Linlin interjected, Senior, if you liked Nanxing, you should never have pursued our Wan. Now you dare to turn against her. Are you even a man? Duan Ye was genuinely furious, his gaze icy as he advanced a step, contemplating a rebuke. But Yinwan stood defiantly in front of him. Duan Ye, are you really going to strike my friend in front of me? Lu Li urged. Wan, let us go. What is there to discuss with this scoundrel? Yang Lele added. Exactly, unstable men are the most dangerous. Who knows what he might do? The three girls surrounded Yinwan, preparing to leave. Duan Ye remained silent, unable to say anything further. No matter how much he spoke, Yinwan wouldn't believe him. At the moment they were about to step outside, Yinwan halted, instinctively glancing back at Duan Ye. He remained as handsome as ever. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen for him initially. Yet, she was a person fraught with insecurity. Duan Ye watched her, wishing she would utter even a single word, hoping for a genuine conversation. But Yinwan merely cast him a fleeting glance, pressed her lips together, and departed. As the curtain fell, Duan Ye felt an emptiness within. He understood her insecurities and had endeavored to provide her with reassurance. Yet it seemed they were ultimately incompatible. With a sigh, he lingered for a moment before exiting the tent with his phone in hand. Today, Duan Ye's mood was dismal. As he walked with his head down, someone suddenly grabbed him. Turning, he was met with an assertive face, beautiful fox-like eyes slightly upturned, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Yet her gaze remained frigid. Duan Ye felt his body tense instantly. How could he have forgotten this woman? Her visage was unforgettable. Luo Qingyuan spoke, her tone even more rational and indifferent than the night before. Where are you headed? Planning to shirk your responsibilities after a night of revelry? Duan Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. Though she was attractive and possessed a commendable figure, she resembled a rose with thorns. He felt woefully ill-prepared for any encounter with her. His face flushed with embarrassment. You approached me first, and you were so forceful. I haven't even sought you out for accountability. Luo Qingyuan chuckled lightly. So you just broke up, I see. Duan Ye retorted irritably. We broke up yesterday. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken advantage of me. Luo Qingyuan reached out, gripping his collar firmly. Very well. I shall take responsibility for you. Chapter 4. Infidelity. Duan Ye was being tugged along by Luo Qingyuan, stumbling forward, still perplexed as to why Luo Qingyuan appeared here. Was it mere coincidence? Duan Ye, can we speak civilly? This is a public place. Your actions are rather inappropriate. Luo Qing, unwavering in her grip on his collar, continued to wear her high heels as she pulled him into a small storage room, promptly shutting the door behind them. Upon entering, Duan Ye instinctively surveyed the surroundings. It was less of a storage room and more akin to a prop room for a film crew, cluttered with various equipment, leaving little space to maneuver. It was manageable for him alone, but with Luo Qing, it became rather cramped, especially as she pressed him against the shelves behind him. Though Luo Qingyuan was not taller than him, her presence was undeniably commanding. A smile graced her lips, yet her eyes held an unmistakable chill. Duan Ye. As Luo Qingyuan leaned closer, their bodies collided firmly. Duan Ye acutely sensed her alluring figure, his face flushing crimson. Luo Qingyuan, my surname is Luo, and I am called Luo Qingyuan. Stop addressing me so casually. Use my name. Duan Ye was on the verge of madness. After all, he was a normal man. Luo Qingyuan, last night was consensual. There is no need for you to cling to me. I can offer you a sum of money to part amicably. Luo Qingyuan did not respond, merely gazing at him with a half-smile, her demeanor unperturbed. Duan Ye had never encountered such an absurd woman, particularly one who seemed utterly unfazed by their current position. Although Luo Qingyuan had initiated the encounter last night, Duan Ye felt he had not suffered a loss either. Thus, he patiently suggested, how about you propose a price, Miss Luo? Duan Ye felt a pang of frustration as he realized he could not afford much. At most, he could manage a 5-digit sum. He had recently transitioned to a stable job, with only a few months' salary remaining and a few thousand from his parents, totaling about 20,000 yuan. Suddenly, Luo Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Are you in need of money? Duan Ye, defiantly raising his chin, retorted. Who isn't in need of money in this world? I certainly am. Luo Qingyuan unexpectedly proposed. I will give you a 7-figure sum if you marry me. What do you say? Duan Ye, momentarily taken aback, reacted incredulously. Do not presume that money can buy my body. The next moment, his voice escalated. How much? Luo Qingyuan, beaming, replied, 7 figures, what do you think? Duan Ye was momentarily dazed, even counting on his fingers, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Duan Ye, filled with skepticism and disbelief, questioned, is this a joke? How can a girl like you have such wealth? You aren't attempting to deceive me into marriage, are you? He reluctantly added, do not think that a 7-figure sum can compel the dashing me to bow to any nefarious forces. I am a respectable man and will not sell myself. Duan Ye's eyes widened in shock as Luo Qingyuan, growing impatient, stood on her toes, grasped his neck, and silenced him with a kiss. Duan Ye? This is too bold. Instinctively, he tried to push her away, but Luo Qingyuan remained steadfast, causing the shelves behind them to creak under the strain. At that moment, voices emerged from outside the door. Hey, I think I heard something from the storage room. Is that so? Let's go check. We can't let anyone damage our equipment. Finally breaking free from Luo Qingyuan's grasp, Duan Ye felt a fresh wave of pain in his already injured mouth. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Luo Qingyuan closed the distance again, kissing him without hesitation. The footsteps grew closer. Duan Ye, now in a state of panic, felt sweat trickle down his back as Luo Qingyuan whispered in his ear, the crew members should recognize you, right? Do you wish for everyone to know what we are doing here? Or perhaps you want Nanxing and Yin want to find out? Her words froze Duan Ye in place, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan, holding him with one arm, managed to lock the door securely, preventing the 2 individuals outside from opening it. Hey, when did the storage room get locked? Let me try. Despite their efforts, the door remained stubbornly shut. Duan Ye looked at Luo Qingyuan, bewilderment etched across his features, eager to understand how she knew so much about him. Luo Qingyuan, with a restless energy, was unlike any other girl her age who had never been with a man. Once she crossed that threshold, things changed drastically. Her attraction to Duan Ye intensified as she recalled the previous night, and she leaned in once more, kissing him fervently. Duan Ye instinctively grasped her shoulders, but hesitated to apply pressure, fearing detection from the outside. This only emboldened Luo Qingyuan, who continued to kiss him unabashedly. Outside the door, voices persisted. Why won't it open? You stay here while I fetch the keys. Perhaps the lock is broken. Duan Ye grew increasingly anxious. He couldn't fathom why Luo Qingyuan, in her madness, found infidelity to be a matter of pride. Luo Qingyuan's breath against his ear sent shivers down his spine. Duan Ye, losing his composure, wrapped his arms around her waist and lowered his voice. Luo Qingyuan, please stop this. Their gazes locked. Luo Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of desire, exuding an allure that was hard to resist. In moments of passion, rationality often falters. Seizing the moment, Luo Qingyuan pressed on. Duan Ye, marry me. You may set any terms you desire. If 7 figures are insufficient, how about 8? In that instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through Duan Ye's mind. The offer was tantalizing. He was almost tempted to sell himself for glory. Outside, the voices continued. There's no time to wait. The director is expecting us. The important figures are waiting. We should address the storage room issue later. Very well. Let us proceed for now and check back later. As the footsteps receded, Duan Ye's tense body finally relaxed. Luo Qingyuan withdrew from his embrace, delicately tracing the cut on his lip with her slender fingers. Duan Ye, it is true that I initiated this encounter, but now that I have, I shall not allow you to escape. Duan Ye, realizing that Luo Qingyuan was serious, widened his eyes in disbelief. Marriage? How long have we known each other? And you? Luo Qingyuan took his hand, guiding it to her abdomen, causing Duan Ye to blush once more. Luo Qingyuan remarked, last night was anything but tranquil. Perhaps there's already a little one of yours here. Does the duration of our acquaintance truly matter? Duan Ye felt as though he was holding a hot potato, instinctively wanting to pull away. Yet, Luo Qingyuan held his hand tightly. Duan Ye, feeling a surge of irritation, urged, let go. Luo Qingyuan replied, letting go would only allow you to escape, wouldn't it? I didn't think that the bold body of brother you would be so timid. Chapter 5. Who on earth? Duan Ye was on the verge of madness. Perhaps provoked by some daring remarks, or perhaps feeling reckless, he boldly embraced Luo Qingye's waist, a grin plastered across his face. Luo Qingyuan, this is your choice. Don't blame me later. Before Luo Qingyuan could comprehend the meaning behind his words, she suddenly froze, for Duan Ye's hand was far too audacious. She dared not look down, her cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment. You. Without hesitation, Duan Ye leaned down and captured her lips with his own. This time, it was Luo Qingyuan who wished to evade the kiss, yet having played with fire, escaping was no longer an option. After all, the space around them was limited. Dazed by the kiss, Luo Qingyuan only came to her senses when the straps of her dress slipped down her shoulders. The atmosphere thickened with desire. If they continued down this path, control would be utterly lost. But neither Luo Qingyuan nor Duan Ye seemed inclined to halt their actions. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the air. Is anyone in there? The lock turned repeatedly, followed by a puzzled voice. I don't remember locking the door. Hurry up. You lot, just break it down. With that person upstairs absent, we need to replace the new equipment quickly, or it will affect the filming. Both individuals opened their dazed eyes simultaneously. Finally, Duan Ye reached out to adjust the fabric on Luo Qingyuan's shoulder. With a rosy tin on her cheeks, she appeared even more enchanting under the dim light. But in an instant, she regained her composure. The door was forcefully knocked again. Duan Ye grasped Luo Qingyuan's hand, pulling her behind him just as she pushed him toward the door. With a swift motion, Luo Qingyuan tidied her disheveled hair into a neat bun, exposing her fair neck, and instructed, "Wait, and don't make a sound." Just as the person outside was about to continue banging on the door, it swung open. Luo Qingyuan's indifferent face appeared before the onlookers. Director Chan Feng was momentarily taken aback. This wasn't tea. Is there something you need? Luo Qingyuan's expression remained impassive. The assistant behind Chan Feng opened his mouth to speak, but was swiftly silenced by Chen Feng, who looked at Luo Qingyuan with a hint of apology. Just as he was about to say something, Luo Qingyuan shot him a look that conveyed everything. Those mingling in the entertainment industry were all astute individuals. Luo Qingyuan had barely opened the door, clearly concealing something. Thus, Chen Feng quickly responded, "Nothing important, let us go." Everyone returned. The assistant, still puzzled, protested, "Director Chun, weren't we here to retrieve the equipment?" Before the assistant could finish, he was unceremoniously dragged away. The outside fell silent once more. Luo Qingyuan composedly closed the door, turning to face Duan Ye, who had also regained his senses. However, his ears were flushed crimson, and his gaze wandered, unable to meet hers. Noticing his reaction, Luo Qingyuan chuckled softly, leaving behind a cryptic remark, "Duan Ye, take care of your affairs, and wait for me to find you." With that, she departed, leaving Duan Ye alone in the cramped storage room. Duan Ye was left in a state of dismay, utterly captivated by this woman. He had momentarily lost himself in their encounter within that small space. Straightening his clothes, he retrieved a mask from his pocket and hurriedly exited. At that moment, Chen Feng was also making his way back to the office. The assistant whispered, "Director Chun, who is that?" After all, apart from Chen Feng, no one had seen Luo Qingyuan before. Chen Feng pondered, curious about the mysterious individual accompanying Luo Qingyuan. He had invited her countless times, only to be met with rejection each time. Today, however, she had suddenly appeared. Could it be that someone in their crew had a secret connection with her? Chen Feng found it implausible, for Luo Qingyuan was notoriously indifferent to men, and rumors even suggested her preference for women. In an attempt to curry favor, some audacious individuals had even sent women to her, only to be unceremoniously rejected. The tales surrounding Luo Qingyuan were shrouded in mystery, leading Chan Feng to believe that such a distinguished individual was meant to remain solitary. Yet, he was not oblivious to the chaos within the wealthy elite circles. Perhaps Luo Qingyuan wasn't tea-averse to men, but rather, they were unworthy of her attention. After all, such rumors were mere hearsay. However, if Luo Qingyuan's affections were directed towards one of their male actors or a male model, it would present a golden opportunity. Thus, Chen Feng resolved not to let this chance slip through his fingers. The more he contemplated, the more he realized the significance of the situation. He could not afford to be silent about it. Investigate who was absent during the audition and where they went. I want every detail. The assistant hesitated to inquire further. But Chun Feng insisted, keep your lips sealed about what you witnessed today. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. His words silenced the curious assistants, who nodded in compliance. Chun Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. If they uncovered the truth and managed to flatter the right person, a fortune could be within reach. Just as Chun Feng arrived at the audition site, assistant by rushed over. Director Chun, Luo Qingyuan has left with her people. Chun Feng was taken aback, quickly rushing outside, only to see luxury cars departing one after another. Assistant by caught up, exclaiming, they're leaving so hastily. Did anyone see Luo Qingyuan herself? He awkwardly adjusted his tie. No. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng glanced at the others, who all shook their heads in unison. This confirmed his suspicions. Luo Qingyuan had come to Xingchen solely for that individual, and not for an inspection. Who could this person be? He was determined to uncover their identity. Meanwhile, Duan Ye had long since fled. Their encounter had merely been a fleeting affair. Surely, they would not cross paths again. Yet for several days, Duan Ye was plagued by restlessness. Even when his friends invited him out, he hesitated, fearing another encounter with Luo Qingyuan might lead to further complications. During this time, Yinwan had not reached out to him. One late night, Duan Ye contemplated sending her a WeChat message, feeling the need to clarify things. However, as he typed "Are you there?" he was met with a red exclamation mark. In that instant, frustration washed over him, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Eventually, he tossed his phone aside, refocusing on his work. It was Wednesday, and a light drizzle fell outside, accompanied by a chilly breeze. After finishing work, he received a message from his mother. Son, come home for dinner. He quickly replied, okay. At last, his spirits lifted, and he hurried home. Upon entering the house, he changed his shoes and called out, Mom, what delicious food do we have today? As he walked into the living room, he was surprised to see his brother, Duan Ye. Brother, what brings you back? Duan Ye, who usually rented a place closer to his workplace at Hongluan Group, shot him a cold glance, but said nothing. Duan Ye was perplexed, reflecting on whether he had done anything recently to warrant such treatment. Just then, their uncle Ding Mao descended the stairs, wielding a feather duster with an imposing demeanor. Duan Ye, you little rascal. Stop right there. Chapter 6, Greetings. My fiancé Duan Ye was bewildered by the turn of events, yet the sting of the feather duster upon his back was undeniably painful. Without hesitation, he leaped behind the sofa, exclaiming, Uncle, what is going on? Why are you hitting me? What have I done? Ding Mao's face flushed with anger as he pursued him, wielding the duster. How dare you question me? Are you oblivious to your own misdeeds? You are utterly deranged. Duan Ye, utterly confused, found no reason to halt his frantic escape from his uncle's wrath. Uncle, I must protest. I have neither committed murder nor arson. What makes you think I've lost my sanity? Just as he intended to dash upstairs, he was greeted by a face both familiar and foreign. The beauty of it was undeniable, yet the moment he laid eyes on it, every hair on his body stood on end, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Ding Yifan rushed over, delivering a sharp smack to Duan Ye's backside with the duster. You little rascal, do you dare talk back? Duan Ye winced in pain, his face contorted with grievance, pointing shakily at Luo Qingyuan, struggling to utter a word. Soon, his eyes widened in astonishment as Ding Yifan emerged from behind Luo Qingyuan, smiling as she linked arms with her. Qingyuan, Xiao Yi has returned. Let us head downstairs. Of course, Auntie, Luo Qingyuan replied sweetly. Duan Ye's expression darkened, but he was powerless against his mother, who had already brought Luo Qingyuan along. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a sharp slap landed on the back of his head, followed by his father Duan Sheng's stern command, Kneel. Without hesitation, Duan Ye dropped to his knees, his face flushed with humiliation. As he looked up, he found himself staring into Luo Qingyuan's eyes, which held a mixture of amusement and mockery. His mind raced back to that day in the warehouse on the set when Luo Qingyuan had uttered those words. So that was what she meant by giving him a few days' time? Duan Ye, pointing at Luo Qingyuan, attempted to rise. Luo Qingyuan, what exactly have you been telling my family? Yet before he could straighten his legs, his father barked again. Kneel. Once more he complied, his face a mask of humiliation as he gazed at Luo Qingyuan with resentment. Luo Qingyuan merely lifted her lips in a subtle smile, her hand instinctively brushing against her abdomen. Ding Yifan, ever observant, immediately noticed Luo Qingyuan's gesture and pulled her closer. Come, little Yuan, let us sit and talk. Duan Ye was incredulous, his mind swirling with confusion. What could Luo Qingyuan possibly mean? He refused to believe she was truly pregnant. In the midst of Duan Ye's shock, Ding Yifan cheerfully led him away, dragging him upstairs into the study. Mom, let me explain. That night was truly an accident. Stop right there. I know the situation. Now, you answer my questions, understood? Duan Ye stunned nodded. Oh, okay. Have you broken up with Luan? At the mention of this, Duan Ye's expression soured, but he still managed to nod. Yes. And with Miss Luo, was it after the breakup or before? This was just a reaction to the breakup. I went to the bar because I was feeling down. All right, so it was after the breakup. Now, let me ask you one last question. Did you and Miss Luo, Duan Ye, feeling increasingly agitated, rubbed his head. That did happen, but Ding Yifan sighed. No more buts. You have crossed that line. You must take responsibility. Do you understand? Duan Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. No, I thought she was just a girl from the bar. Ding Yifan shot him a glare that could cut ice. But she is a respectable young lady. Can't you maintain some decorum? Even if she were from a bar, you shouldn't be so reckless. Duan Ye found himself at a loss for words, attempting to defend himself, but she didn't say anything. Ding Yifan had already begun rummaging through the drawers. It doesn't matter what she said or didn't say. She might very well be carrying your child. And besides, Miss Luo mentioned that night was consensual. Since both of you were single at the time, you should marry her. Marry? Duan Ye was taken aback, Mom. We're all adults here. It was mutual. There's no need to escalate it to marriage. Ding Yifan paid no heed to his protests, clutching the household registration book as she headed for the door. Duan Ye hurriedly blocked her path, flustered. Mom, even if we are to marry, shouldn't we at least meet each other as parents first? This is all so hasty. Ding Yifan regarded him calmly. I've made inquiries. Miss Luo just returned from studying abroad. Her family background is impeccable. She is a perfect match for you. Her voice trailed off, and with a look of mixed emotions, she added, Son, you are the one who should feel fortunate. Duan Ye was flabbergasted. What? Ding Yifan, however, ignored him, striding downstairs. Mom. Duan Ye called after her, but his cries elicited no hint of maternal affection. Duan Ye was on the verge of a breakdown. Was this really happening? Were they truly selling him off? As he reached the ground floor, the family was already prepared to depart. Luo Qingyuan smiled brightly at him. Hello, my fiancé. Fury surged within Duan Ye. Who is your fiancé? As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp slap struck the back of his head. Duan Sheng's voice rang out. You little brat. Who taught you such rudeness? Duan Ye interjected. Let us go. We're heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Duan Ye gaped in disbelief. Brother, how could you? Duan Ye shot him a cool glance. What? Do you think you were the one wronged? Duan Ye was rendered speechless. He genuinely could not fathom how Luo Qingyuan had managed to persuade his entire family. Ding Mao rushed up, seizing Duan Ye by the collar. Let me tell you, when one makes a mistake, one must take responsibility. Miss Luo is beautiful and graceful, with a higher education and better job than you. What is there for you to be dissatisfied with? Duan Ye attempted to protest, but the family continued their chatter, not granting him a moment to speak. Ding Yifan declared, Today is a momentous occasion. You, the father of the child, must quickly secure a home for Xiao Yi. Duan Sheng replied, I've already found 2 properties for the boys. You need not worry. Duan Ye remarked, I'm in no hurry. Ding Mao urged, Xiao Ze, you should indeed feel the pressure. Xiao Yi is getting married, and you remain a solitary bachelor approaching 30. It's not fitting. Duan Ye calmly countered, Right now, Xiao Yi's situation is what matters. Luo Qingyuan proposed, Mom and Dad, how about we enjoy a reunion dinner tonight? It would also allow the daughter-in-law to express her filial piety. Ding Yifan beamed, her smile wide. Yes. Qingyuan, you are so thoughtful. Duan Ye protested from the back. At this hour, the Civil Affairs Bureau must be closed. His words caused everyone a halt. Indeed, it was nearly 7 in the evening. How could they possibly get married now? As Duan Ye observed the expressions on their faces, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as they did not drag him along tonight, he would surely escape. However, to his surprise, Luo Qingyin turned around, her lips curving into a beautiful smile that felt perilous in Duan Ye's eyes. She said, "Fiancé, the Civil Affairs Bureau staff today is my friend. She will wait for us. We can use the VIP channel." Chapter 7. Protest is futile. Duan Ye found himself engulfed in despair. They had arrived at the garage, and, inexplicably, he was compelled to enter Luo Qingyuan's BMW. He could not fathom why this affluent young lady would take an interest in someone like him, who drove a humble Volkswagen. The car began to glide forward, followed by another vehicle carrying his parents, uncle, and brother. Duan Ye felt a wave of frustration. "Why me?" Luo Qingyuan chuckled at his words, replying, "Because you are exceptional, and I am fond of you." Duan Ye stared at her in shock. "Are you still a woman? Is this how you speak?" Luo Qingyuan fixed her gaze ahead, her smile captivating. "Just look at what lies before you." It was then that Duan Ye noticed several papers on the cushion in front of him. Hesitant, he picked them up and realized it was a prenuptial agreement. As he scrutinized the document, he discovered that Luo Qingyuan was willingly offering him a house and an 8-figure bank deposit, contingent upon obtaining a marriage certificate. Duan Ye's mouth fell agape. "You claim to offer such generous terms, yet you are clinging to me for what reason?" Upon seeing the monetary figures outlined in the agreement, Duan Ye's initial resistance began to wane. This could save him a decade of hard work. Luo Qingyuan provided no further explanation, stating simply, "I want 2 sons, one of whom must carry my surname." After all, the Luo family had substantial assets that required an heir. She needed to marry swiftly, otherwise, she would be subjected to a family-arranged marriage, which she could not bear, nor did she wish to wed the man she despised. The heir in her womb could not emerge from a wealthy family. Although Duan Ye's existence was a mere accident, she had thoroughly investigated him, finding his lineage untainted, and his appearance aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Moreover, the experience from that evening had been quite pleasant. Thus, Luo Qingyuan had made her decision. Duan Ye had lost count of how many times he had been stunned that day. "You want me to father your children?" Luo Qingyuan responded with a teasing smile. "Why not? 1 son for 10 million. What does that sound?" Her words were astonishing. Duan Ye thought, "This feels utterly wrong. Can a son truly be bought with money?" However, the car soon pulled into the Civil Affairs Bureau. In a daze, Duan Ye exited the vehicle, surrounded by his family as they made their way inside, where he somewhat numbly posed for photographs. "Come closer, gentlemen, to the lady," called the staff. A click of the camera froze the moment in time. Even after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Duan Ye remained bewildered, surrounded by laughter. He stared at the 2 marriage certificates in his hands, his mind in a whirl. Had he truly just entered a whirlwind marriage in a matter of days? Luo Qingyin nonchalantly snatched the marriage certificate from his grasp, then, without a glance at him, smiled as she linked arms with Ding Yifan. "Mom, shall we go for a meal? We can leave the food at home for later." Ding Yifan was elated. Luo Qingyin was stunning, and having such a daughter-in-law was a source of pride, so she readily agreed, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. It's all on you, Xiao Yuan." Luo Qingyuan smiled brightly. "It's my pleasure, Mom." "Dad, since Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yi have registered their marriage, shouldn't we hasten to arrange a wedding?" Ding Sheng suggested. Luo Qingyuan replied, "I will defer to Ye's wishes." Everyone's gaze fell back on Duan Ye, who was still grappling with the reality of his newfound marriage, mumbling, "There's no rush." Seeing Duan Ye's dazed demeanor, Ding Sheng raised his hand, ready to reprimand him, but Luo Qingyuan intervened. "Let us heed Ye's advice. We can cultivate our feelings first before considering the wedding." Ding Sheng relented, shooting Duan Ye a disapproving glance before lowering his hand. "Xiao Yuan is quite sensible." The 3 of them continued to chatter jovially ahead. Duanzi walked beside Duan Ye, offering, "Luo Qingyuan has an excellent background. Our parents wouldn't have chosen a poor match for you. You should focus." Ding Mao added, "Indeed, Xiao Yi, you cannot afford to lose such a beautiful wife." Duan Ye lamented silently, "Brother, why don't you find someone first? You're still unmarried, and I'm the one who is hastily wed." His uncle, Ding Mao, suddenly recalled, slapping his forehead, I need to rush back and inform your aunt about this. See you. With that, he hurried off. Duan Ye checked the time, patting Duan Ye on the shoulder. I have work to attend to, so I want to join you for dinner. I'll treat you and your wife another time. After saying goodbye to their parents, he departed. Thus, the remaining four traveled together in Luo Qingyuan's car to the New Moon restaurant. As soon as they arrived, someone approached. Miss Luo, your reserved private room is ready. Luo Qingyuan smiled and thanked them before leading her family inside. Upon entering the room, she confidently moved to the chair, picking up gifts, and presented them to Ding Yifan and Ding Sheng. Ding Yifan received an expensive new handbag, while Ding Sheng was gifted a luxurious tailored suit. Luo Qingyuan beamed. I hope you like them. The craftsmanship was a bit rushed, so please excuse me. Ding Yifan and Ding Mao were grinning from ear to ear, praising Luo Qingyuan's thoughtfulness. Duan Ye sat quietly, observing Luo Qingyuan effortlessly charm his parents. While many spoke of her esteemed lineage, he couldn't help but wonder who she truly was. How come everyone seemed to know, yet he remained in the dark? The meal arrived promptly, an array of exquisite dishes that could rival a grand feast. Ding Yifan exclaimed, "Oh dear, there are only four of us. How do we possibly eat all of this? Isn't it a waste?" Luo Qingyuan personally served Ding Yifan. "Mom, that is not quite right. It's my first meal with you and Dad, so we must indulge a little. If you're worried about waste, we can have leftovers packed." At her words, Ding Yifan's smile widened. "Indeed, you're right. Such a thoughtful daughter-in-law. Xiao Yuan." The meal proceeded in a harmonious atmosphere, with Duan Ye feeling somewhat sidelined. He discreetly observed his surroundings. New Moon Restaurant was renowned for its high quality in Kyoto, and he recalled hearing from his brother that those dining here were not ordinary folk. Just who was Luo Qingyuan? As the meal neared its conclusion, the conversation shifted to a more serious matter. Luo Qingyuan cheerfully proposed, "Mom and Dad, may I have Yi stay with me for the time being?" Duan Ye was still savoring his meal, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ding Sheng replied, "Of course. You are husband and wife. It's only natural." Ding Yifan added, "It's just that the new house for Xiao Yi hasn't been renovated yet." Ding Yifan was already contemplating having Luo Qingyuan move in temporarily. However, Luo Qingyuan interjected, "Not to worry. I have a place in Kyoto too. Until Yi's new home is ready, we can stay at mine, and once it's finished, we can discuss the wedding and other matters." Duan Ye finally swallowed his food, exclaiming, "No way." The three of them turned to look at him in surprise. Duan Ye took a breath. "I just want to say a few words." Yet, just as quickly, their attention shifted away from him again. Ding Yifan remarked, "This seems fine. But won't it be too much trouble for you?" Luo Qingyuan sweetly smiled, playfully chiding, "Mom, we're family. There's no need for formality." Ding Sheng chuckled. "Then it's settled. I'll have the renovation team start in a few days. As for the style, I'll have the project manager contact you." Luo Qingyuan graciously accepted. "Thank you, Dad." She is indifferent to matters of decoration. Her sole concern lies in being with Duan Ye. After all, she is a rather conservative woman. Having chosen Duan Ye, she harbors the hope that, even in the absence of affection prior to marriage, they will lead a harmonious life together post-wedding. Duan Ye could no longer contain himself and rushed over, exclaiming, "I protest. Has anyone sought my opinion?" Ding Yifan maintained her composure, retorting, "Your protest is futile." Luo Qingyuan gazed at him with a playful smile, adding, "Your protest is indeed futile." My dear husband, Chapter 8. Unambitious yet delightful Duan Ye's shattered visage was gently pushed aside by his mother's hand. Thus, the three of them, exchanging words, determined Duan Ye's fate. After their meal, the table remained laden with untouched dishes, all of which Luo Qingyuan helped her mother to pack away completely. Upon exiting the restaurant, Luo Qingyuan said, "Mom and Dad, let me take you home." Duan Sheng interjected, "You just got your marriage certificate today. We want to impose on you. We'll take a taxi back." Duan Ye eagerly suggested, "How about I call a cab?" Ding Yifan quickly pulled Duan Sheng away, insisting, "No need, no need. You two should hurry home." Before long, Ding Yifan and Duan Sheng vanished from sight. Instinctively, Duan Ye wanted to follow, but Luo Qingyuan clasped his arm. "Where are you going, my little husband?" Duan Ye felt a surge of frustration. "Don't think that just because we're married, you can do as you please." Suddenly, He was rendered speechless as Luo Qingyan stood on her toes and kissed him on the lips, only to retreat swiftly. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with mirth. What's the matter? Duan Ye's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. You, Mu. Luo Qingyuan planted another kiss on his cheek. Duan Ye's face flushed crimson, his heart racing. Luo Qingyuan asked, "Any issues?" Duan Ye dared not voice any objections, especially in front of the bustling restaurant where onlookers could see. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he found himself at a loss for words, as Luo Qingyuan seemed to grow bolder since their marriage. All he could do was shake his head, his cheeks aflame, wishing to avoid any further provocation that might lead to another kiss. A light laugh reached his ears as Luo Qingyuan regarded him with playful interest. When Duan Ye looked over, she once again brazenly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. Duan Ye was genuinely flustered, leaping away a few paces, covering his mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. "Why do you keep doing this? Are you pushing your luck?" Luo Qingyuan chuckled freely, the evening breeze tousling her hair, smudging the freshly applied lipstick, while Duan Ye's lips appeared deeper in hue. "Because I'm happy, and I want to kiss you," she replied, her gaze softening. Duan Ye felt his heart warm once more. Why did she continuously stir such feelings within him? He was clearly reluctant, yet his body betrayed him. As a young man experiencing the first pangs of desire, how could he possibly resist her allure? Luo Qingyuan stepped closer, taking hold of the awkward Duan Ye, leading him toward the underground garage. "You are my husband, Duan Ye, so you must acclimatize to this level of intimacy." Duan Ye akardide market. "It sounds as if I'm being kept by you." Luo Qingyuan, without missing a beat, retorted, "If you're willing, I wouldn't mind." Duan Ye, feeling proud, declared, "I'm not cheap." "How much, then?" she inquired. Duan Ye scoffed, "1 million a month." He had boldly made a grand demand. After all, this woman was rather audacious. Luo Qingyuan stifled a laugh, wanting to inform Duan Ye that such a sum was trivial, but for reasons unknown, she preferred to keep her true identity a secret. She desired to play a game with him. For what is life without a hint of intrigue? Thus, the word she was about to say shifted. "I don't have 1 million, but I have myself. You can play however you wish." Duan Ye's mouth twitched, "But the 10 million in the contract. You said you would give it to me? Are you short 1 million? That's 10 million. He had never encountered such wealth before. Luo Qingyuan swiftly conjured an explanation. "That 10 million is all my assets, given to me by my parents. Along with a bit I earned myself." Duan Ye paused, bewildered. "You're not joking, are you? Who would entrust 10 million to a stranger from a one-night stand?" As they approached Luo Qingyuan's BMW, he gazed at the luxurious vehicle, still convinced her fortune far exceeded 10 million. "Check the balance in your bank account, and you'll know," she suggested, uninterested in providing further details. Sometimes, maintaining an air of mystery is beneficial. Her past and future were hers to explore with Duan Ye at his own pace, until the day they would truly lay bare their souls to one another. Duan Ye, skeptical, glanced at Luo Qingyuan before pulling out his phone. To his astonishment, the text message revealed a deposit of 10 million. His heart raced, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "No way." Luo Qingyuan leaned casually against the car door, her captivating eyes sparkling with amusement as she teased, "Darling, I'm broke now, so don't abandon me, okay?" Duan Ye, overwhelmed by the figures on the screen, lost his rationality, repeatedly agreeing, all right, I'll support the family." Luo Qingyuan's smile deepened. "Let us go. Get in the car. We're heading home." Duan Ye, still in a daze from the financial revelation, climbed into the passenger seat. Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to drive off, she received a barrage of messages from her friend, Shen Yanyan. The most striking message read, "You really married someone you barely know? Aren't you afraid he asks after your money?" Luo Qingyuan smirked, her long, delicate fingers typing quickly. "I'm only worried he has no ulterior motives. Money is something I have in abundance." She glanced back at Duan Ye, who was still grinning foolishly in the passenger seat. What did she have to fear? With a decisive press of the accelerator, Luo Qingyuan sped away. On the other side of the screen, Shen Yanyan sat up abruptly, exclaiming, "Miss Luo, you never cease to amaze." She mused, "If your brother finds out, I wonder whose legs will be broken, yours or that Duan Ye's?" With a sense of mischief, Xin Yin resolved to return home on her private jet as soon as she finished her tasks, eager to witness this unfolding drama. Duan Ye, who had just regained his senses, found himself at the entrance of a prestigious community, Xinglong Garden. Though not in the city center, it was in close proximity, with convenient transportation and prices starting in the six-figure range. Duan Ye was left speechless. "You live here?" Luo Qingyuan smiled, yes. Duan Ye was dumbfounded, rendered momentarily unable to speak. Truly, one could find themselves envious of the disparity. What Luo Qingyuan didn't say was that every unit in this community was sold under her name. She usually kept a property for herself in her real estate holdings, and this out-of-the-way investment was merely a side project for her. However, her properties in the capital were filled with her clothing and maintained by dedicated staff, so she harbored no concerns. Duan Ye rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed by the information. After all, this was prime real estate in Kyoto. His parents had worked tirelessly to secure a modest home for him and his brother on the city's outskirts, and he had always thought his father remarkably capable. Little did he know, he had unwittingly married someone even more formidable. Could it be that he truly relies on his parents during his childhood and depends on his wife as he matures? Duan Ye felt a surge of emotions, overwhelmed by the sense of inadequacy. Yet, there was an undeniable sense of relief. Chapter 9. The Bedroom? Surveillance? Once Duan Ye regained his senses, Luo Qingyun gently blinked at him and said, "Darling, I have been completely open with you. From now on, you must treat me a little better." Duan Ye, still somewhat dazed, was led forward by Luo Qingyuan. In truth, she was uncertain about the specific unit they were in, so she had inquired with her assistant beforehand. Duan Ye was brought to the most visually appealing building in the community, designed with 2 units per floor, rising to 11 stories. They resided on the 7th floor, Unit 701. The door was secured with a fingerprint lock, and as they entered, Luo Qingyuan even registered a fingerprint for Duan Ye. Overwhelmed by the multitude of surprises this evening, Duan Ye collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. The decor was in a minimalist European style, appearing deceptively simple. Yet the sofa upon which he sat was worth over 100,000, and the wine displayed in the cabinet was valued in the millions. Unfortunately, Duan Ye lacked the understanding to appreciate it and merely swallowed hard, saying, "I might need a drink to steady myself." Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow and poured him a glass of that million-dollar wine. Duan Ye took a sip from her hand, and the wine's potency soon rendered him slightly inebriated. Glancing at the bottle, filled with incomprehensible labels, he could only ask, "Is this wine expensive?" With a teasing smile, Luo Qingyuan replied, "Not at all. It's merely counterfeit." Duan Ye suddenly understood. Ah, fake wine. No wonder it feels so unpleasant. His face flushed a rosy hue from the drink. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Luo Qingyuan went to answer it, revealing Cheng Sui, who had come to deliver a change of clothes for Duan Ye. Luo Qingyuan accepted the items and dismissed Cheng Sui. She had already informed Cheng Sui of Duan Ye's measurements, resulting in dozens of outfits, including undergarments, being selected for him. Duan Ye, teetering as he leaned against the wall, ambled over to assist Luo Qingyuan with the suitcase. "What's in here? It's so heavy." "Bring it into the bedroom," Luo Qingyuan instructed. Duan Ye, truly obedient while intoxicated, complied and carried the suitcase into the master bedroom, which was spacious and featured a walk-in closet, a separate bathroom, and a large bed. The softness of the bed beckoned him, and in his dizzy state he collapsed onto it, feeling utterly relaxed despite his earlier protests about not being drunk from such a small amount. Luo Qingyuan, well aware of Duan Ye's poor tolerance for alcohol, simply swept her long, lustrous hair into an elegant updo before unpacking the suitcase, hanging the clothes neatly. After a refreshing shower, she donned a white camisole dress that accentuated her curves. By this time, Duan Ye had already succumbed to slumber. As Luo Qingyuan approached to shift him slightly, he suddenly stirred and wrapped his arms around her, causing her strap to slip off her shoulder. The flush of embarrassment crossed her cheeks as memories of their previous wild night resurfaced. She had just had her nails done and couldn't afford to lose any of the embellishments. Duan Ye, enveloped in the intoxicating scent and softness of what he held, couldn't resist leaning down to nibble playfully, The freshly changed sheets were a soft pink, marked by the traces of Luo Qingyuan's nails. However, just as her gaze drifted into space, a weight settled upon her shoulder. Duan Ye had fallen silent. Luo Qingyuan nudged him, but he remained still, taking several deep breaths. She suppressed the rising flames of desire within her. Duan Ye, I shall let you off the hook tonight, but mark my words. I will reclaim what is mine in due time. When that moment arrives, you shall experience the same torment. With great effort, she shifted him slightly to lie beside her. Exhaustion soon claimed her, and she fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, Luo Qingyuan was awakened by Duan Ye's startled exclamations. Rubbing her eyes, she saw him gazing into the mirror, a look of horror etched across his face. Duan Ye, you truly are a beast, he exclaimed, turning to face her. Luo Qingyuan, puzzled, replied, He approached, pulling at his collar and pointing to the marks of nail and lipstick on his skin. Look, you were so generous with the wine last night. Were you waiting for me? Luo Qingyuan felt an unusual blush creeping over her. Last night had been shrouded in darkness. And truth be told, it was Duan Ye who had taken the initiative. Calmly, she reiterated the facts. Duan Ye was incredulous. I initiated? I refused to believe that. You were like a wolf, and I was merely a reluctant participant. Luo Qingyuan gestured above. There are cameras. You can review the footage. A silence ensued for 3 seconds before Duan Ye erupted. Luo Qingyuan, are you out of your mind? Who in their right mind installs surveillance in a bedroom? Innocently, she touched her nose. It wasn't her doing. Having not lived there, she had installed cameras for safety in her unoccupied property, and Cheng Sui reviewed the footage monthly. Now that she resided there, she had full access to the recordings. 10 minutes later, after watching the previous night's footage, Duan Ye lay on the bed, clutching a pillow, looking utterly despondent. The evidence was clear. He had indeed made the first move, and he dared not meet Luo Qingyuan's gaze. Just a few days prior, it had been his lips that bore the marks. Now, it was Luo Qingyuan's. He silently vowed, no more alcohol. I must quit. Shortly thereafter, Luo Qingyuan entered the bedroom, announcing, breakfast is ready. Duan Ye quickly rolled out of bed, checking his phone. Oh no, I have to go to work. He hastily dressed and rushed toward the door, only to be halted. Your father has called in a favor for you. Duan Ye skidded to a stop, then turned toward the kitchen. There, Luo Qingyuan, clad in her camisole dress, was serving freshly cooked noodles before removing her apron and taking a seat. She smiled at him, saying, Come, taste my cooking. Duan Ye yearned to refuse. But the bowl of clear broth with chicken and 2 fried eggs, garnished with scallions and cilantro, was too enticing to resist. Ultimately, he found himself seated, resigned. Oh, Luo Qingyuan, I genuinely fear I may fall entirely under your spell, he thought while eating, contemplating whether this might all just be a dream. After all, he was merely an average, somewhat attractive man of modest means. But a sharp pain from biting his tongue jolted him back to reality. Luo Qingyuan chuckled softly, and as he instinctively looked up, he caught her gaze filled with unrestrained mirth, akin to a sky full of stars. Duan Ye, she said, our journey has just begun. It was implausible for her to have developed feelings for him in such a short span. She merely did not harbor any dislike. In her eyes, Duan Ye was far more appealing than the scions of affluent families. Since she had already erred in that moment of desire, she chose to embrace the mistake. The future was long, and she had ample time to accompany Duan Ye at a leisurely pace. Chapter 10. Never-ending attire. Duan Ye found himself at a loss for words in response to Qingyuan's remark. Traditionally, newlyweds are expected to meet each other's parents. Yet, Duan Ye lacked the courage to broach this subject, opting instead to remain silent. After breakfast, he pondered for a moment before finally speaking. How about we establish some rules? Qingyuan paused, meeting his gaze with curiosity. Sure. A wave of relief washed over Duan Ye as he was about to speak when Qingyuan interrupted. First, you are not allowed to enter my room without my permission. Is that what you meant? The chill of her serene eyes sent an inexplicable shiver through Duan Ye. Yes. With a light chuckle, Qingyuan gestured towards the guest room. You can move in there today. It has everything you need. It's just slightly smaller than a master bedroom, but hardly lacking in comfort. The building they resided in was a spacious flat, with Qing Yuan's floor measuring 160 square meters, featuring 4 bedrooms in total. Both the master and guest rooms came equipped with their own bathrooms, along with a shared public restroom. The layout included 2 living areas and a generously sized kitchen, complemented by a large floor-to-ceiling window. Do you have any other requests? Please share them all, Qing Yuan added. Duan Ye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although it was daytime, he still found the situation surreal. Why had it come to this? He was no longer the naive youth easily swayed by a mere sweet from an elder sister. He discerned that Qing Yuan's feelings for him were merely fondness. She was far from being in love. Her consistently gentle demeanor was a reflection of her inherently stable emotions. A person as rational as her would not fall head over heels for someone without reservations. His attraction to Qing Yuan was undeniable, primarily due to her exceptional beauty and poise. Therefore, he proposed, let us agree on a 3-year contract. If we develop feelings by the end of it, we can proceed with marriage and children. However, if we remain indifferent, we shall part amicably. What do you think? Qing Yuan, unperturbed by his suggestion, nodded in agreement. All right. Are there any other conditions? She inquired. None for now, Duan Ye replied. Qing Yuan elegantly dabbed her lips with a napkin and stated, the agreement remains valid. However, if by the end of 3 years we do not have children, I will not reclaim the 10 million. After our divorce, this apartment will be yours. Along with the car I drove here today. Duan Ye was taken aback. You're leaving with nothing? Wasn't this all her wealth? Was she truly willing to part with so much? Qing Yuan seemed momentarily stunned before laughing. This is merely compensation for you. Money can always be earned again, especially after that night. At the mention of that evening, Duan Ye felt his cheeks warm, while Qing Yuan appeared much more at ease, oblivious to the slight blush on her ears. She chose not to dwell on the events of that night, but continued, the first rule is agreed upon by both parties. The contract does not fall under these rules, so let us move on to the second. We can temporarily abstain from marital duties, but in public, you must help me navigate interactions with my family. I will, of course, fulfill my role as a daughter-in-law to your family. How does that sound? Duan Ye thought it reasonable and nodded. That works. Qing Yuan continued. Lastly, neither of us shall betray the other. Is that acceptable? Duan Ye's lips twitched. I would never do such a thing. With your beauty, you ought to keep your standards high. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself. Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan felt a rare sense of joy. Was Duan Ye acknowledging her attractiveness? If that were the case, she expected him to uphold his end of the agreement diligently. Duan Ye had childhood friends and an ex-girlfriend, so she felt an innate need to remind him of her expectations. Checking the time, Qing Yuan added, I will be busy with work and may not have time to care for the household. I have hired a cleaner who will come regularly to maintain the cleanliness of our home. I'll cover the cleaner's wages, considering I received a hefty sum of 10 million. Duan Ye offered, unaware that, to Qing Yuan, that amount was but a trifling sum. Qing Yuan accepted his proposal. Let us refrain from dining out at street stalls. It would be better to return home for dinner after work. Home-cooked meals are always cleaner than outside food. Duan Ye wore a complex expression. You can cook? Isn't it a skill everyone possesses? She replied. Duan Ye fell silent. Before long, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? Duan Ye wondered aloud. I ordered some furniture and kitchenware. They are delivering it today. If you have time, please stay and help me organize the house, Qing Yuan replied. With Duan Ye's day off courtesy of Duanqing, he had no pressing matters to attend to and agreed to stay. He opened the door to let the delivery team in, while Qing Yuan headed to the kitchen to wash dishes. Originally, there was no television in the house, as Qing Yuan never watched TV. However, considering Duan Ye's fondness for sports, she had arranged for one to be delivered. The delivery personnel were the factory's general manager, bringing only the finest items, working diligently and efficiently. Impressed by their professionalism, Duan Ye couldn't help but commend Qing Yuan's choice. Which platform did you find these people? They are incredibly dedicated. Before long, the television was installed, and a hanging chair along with a solid wood table were set up on the balcony for tea. Duan Ye merely needed to supervise. Soon, the doorbell rang again. Duan Ye opened the door to find 2 well-dressed women pushing a wheeled clothing rack, adorned with suits and outfits. Is this the residence of Ms. Luo and Mr. Duan? One of the women inquired. Duan Ye nodded, bewildered. The woman smiled warmly. These are the garments customized for you by Ms. Luo. Staring at the rack, overflowing with clothing, Duan Ye was taken aback. Had he moved a few boxes last night? At that moment, Qingyuan emerged. Please bring everything inside. The women proceeded to move the clothing in, and Duan Ye hurried to help. Place everything in that room, Qingyuan directed, indicating the way. Duan Ye stood in disbelief as he watched the women wheel the garments into his room. He shook himself from his stupor and grasped Qingyuan's hand, whispering, "Weren't you out of money? Why are you spending so much on me? Didn't you bring 2 boxes last night? What the sizes don't fit?" His hand radiated warmth, enveloping her cool fingers, stirring something within Qingyuan, though Duan Ye remained oblivious. His mind was consumed with thoughts of her extravagance, despite the fact that the items were meant for him. If Qingyuan had purchased them for herself, he would have been bothered. However, with the expenditure directed towards him, he felt a pang of concern for the money spent. After all, for a man, having enough clothes to wear was more than sufficient. Chapter 11. Encountering Yinwan again, Luo, Qingyuan chuckled lightly. "Firstly, the clothes from last night are in my room. It would be cumbersome to retrieve them now, so let us keep them for future use. Secondly, I am short on funds, hence I will only be responsible for ordering, while you shall handle the payment." Lastly, Luo Qingyuan leaned closer to Duan Ye, her breath brushing against his neck. "I am already well aware of your measurements." After saying this, she busied herself, leaving Duan Ye in a state of disarray. Duan Ye scratched the back of his head, muttering to himself, "Why do I feel that something is amiss?" Yet, he could not pinpoint what it was. Soon, 2 young ladies emerged, smiling as they presented the bill to him. "Mr. Duan, here is the invoice for this shipment. We kindly ask you to settle it." Upon glancing at the bill, Duan Ye's heart sank. 100,000? Are you robbing me? The young lady maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Mr. Duan, these are all custom-made, crafted from the finest materials." Thus, with tears in his eyes, Duan Ye reluctantly settled the payment. 100,000. It was nearly the price of his car. His Volkswagen was merely in the tens of thousands. Unbelievable. Before long, the furniture and kitchenware were installed, and the bill was presented to Duan Ye once more, this time even more outrageous. 200,000. Duan Ye exclaimed, "Heavens, are you installing gold?" After much negotiation, he still paid with tears in his eyes, finally telling Luo Qingyuan, "From now on, I will handle the purchases for our home." Luo Qingyuan silently nodded. That works. She had considered Duan Ye's feelings, which was why she did not choose anything excessively extravagant. The couple tidied up their home inside and out, and by the time they finished, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Both took turns to shower. When they emerged, Duan Ye suggested, "Let us not dine at home today. We've been busy all day. I'll take you out for a meal." Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to agree, her phone rang. Duan Ye patiently waited for her to finish the call. After hanging up, Luo Qingyuan could only look apologetically at Duan Ye. "You'll have to go out to eat by yourself. I still have work-related matters to attend to." Duan Ye replied, "All right, you take care of your business." Luo Qingyuan promptly returned to change her outfit. When she reappeared, she had donned a fitted white shirt paired with tailored trousers. Her flowing waves cascading down her back to her waist, a blazer draped over her arm, and a lady's watch adorning her wrist. Duan Ye couldn't help but be momentarily captivated. Luo Qingyuan glanced at him. "If you're free tonight, could you come pick me up?" Duan Ye snapped back to reality. "Sure, where do you work?" Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to say Hongluan, she remembered Duan Ye worked there too, thus replied, "I'll send you the location shortly." Duan Ye nodded, and Luo Qingyuan turned to leave. He then exhaled a sigh of relief, puzzled as to why he felt a bit tense around Luo Qingyuan. Before he could ponder further, Lu Jie's call came in. "Hey, where are you? Let us hang out." Duan Ye, having not eaten yet, agreed. "All right, send me your location." After arranging their meeting, he hurriedly changed and headed out. Lu Jie, Lin Feng, and Duan Ye arrived at their usual dining spot, Heideleo. They began ordering right at 6 o'clock, the peak dinner hour, and had to wait a while to be seated. Lu Jie remarked, "It's been ages since I had Heideleo. I must admit, I do miss it." Lin Feng chimed in, "I was curious why you chose this place today. I must say I'm tempted too." Duan Ye replied, "As long as there is food, I'm fine with anywhere." As they chatted and ordered, the dishes quickly arrived. Lin Feng turned to Duan Ye. "I have a question for you. Duan Ye replied, "Go ahead." Lin Feng continued, "That night, why did you return just before dawn? Where did you go?" Just as Duan Ye was savoring a spicy beef tripe, he choked at the question, the heat overwhelming him, and he turned aside, covering his mouth as he coughed, his eyes reddening from the spice. Lu Jie handed him a tissue while looking at him with a knowing expression. "Something yes up? There's definitely something going on." Lin Feng teased. "With such a reaction, you didn't pass out at some young lady's place, did you?" Duan Ye's coughs resumed, this time uncontrollable, tears streaming from his eyes due to the spice. Lin Feng and Lu Jie exchanged glances, both rising to assist him, one bringing water and the other offering tissues. Once Duan Ye calmed down, his eyes still red, Lin Feng seized the moment to inquire, "You're not telling me you actually did something, are you?" Lu Jie added, "Duan Ge, are you really that bold?" Just as Duan Ye was about to respond, he looked up and spotted a familiar face across the table. Yinwan. Lu Jie and Lin Feng noticed the shift in atmosphere and followed Duan Ye's gaze, recognizing their old friend, which made the situation rather awkward. Lu Jie remarked, "I forgot. This is near her school." Duan Ye wiped away the tears caused by the spice. "It's fine. Let us just eat." With Yinwan's unexpected appearance, the mood at the table turned somber. Although Lu Jie and Lin Feng were curious about Duan Ye's mysterious night, they decided to finish their meal before discussing it further. However, they were caught off guard when, as they neared the end of their meal, Yinwan sat down directly across from Duan Ye. Lin Feng and Lu Jie exchanged glances, feeling the tension rise. They wanted to escape. But with Lin Feng beside Yinwan and Lu Jie beside Duan Ye, they felt trapped. Lu Jie, mustering his courage, spoke, "Junior, you might have a misunderstanding about Yi. He and Nanxing are just friends." Yinwan turned to Lu Jie. "You're all cut from the same cloth. I don't believe your words." Lu Jie fell silent, awkwardly retreating. Lin Feng attempted to interject, but Duan Ye beat him to it. "What brings you here?" Yinwan's gaze shifted back to Duan Ye. Their seats were distant enough that while she could see them, she couldn't hear their conversation. However, she could clearly see Duan Ye's tear-streaked face. Having blocked Duan Ye, she hadn't received any of his messages. This Haidaleo was far from Duan Ye's workplace, but close to her school, a place they used to frequent. She was certain that Duan Ye was here because of her. She merely intended to persuade him. Nanxing is a wonderful and talented person who will undoubtedly become a superstar. Duan Ye, not only are you unworthy of me, but you also don't deserve someone as radiant as her. Yinwan's words were harsh, prompting Lin Feng and Lu Jie to bristle at her tone. Lu Ye retorted, "Yinwan, whether people are together is a matter of fate. If they're not, that too is fate. It's better to part amicably. Why must you speak so harshly?" Lin Feng added, "You can't assume there is something between Yi and Nanxing just because their parents had a meal together. Junior, you're being too hasty." Chapter 12. Life is dramatic. Unfortunately, Yinwan could not heed the words of Lu Jie and Lin Feng. She only absorbed what her roommate had to say. Yang Lele had once remarked, "Wan, all men are the same. They may have what's in their bowl, but still gaze longingly at what's in the pot." It's true that Nanxing doesn't fancy Duan Ye, but one cannot say that Duan Ye lacks interest, considering how stunning Nanxing is. Lu Linlin concurred. Indeed, if he truly cared for you, how could he dine with Nanxing's parents? The restaurant choices are exquisite, quite thoughtful. Only Lu Li offered a different perspective, saying, "But their families are longtime friends. It's common for parents to dine together in such cases." "I assent it," Yang Lele countered, "precisely because they are family friends. Duan Ye's parents must be pleased with Nanxing. His parents show no discretion or respect towards you. How can you expect to be with Duan Ye in the future?" Yinwan felt that Yang Lele's analysis was quite accurate. Previously, her interactions with Duan Ye had been playful, yet this time, she was genuinely upset. If Duan Ye did not make amends, she would not remove him from her blacklist, nor would she consider reconciling with him. Lu Jie frowned. "Your baseless assumptions are unfair to both Yi and your esteemed senior." Nanxing Lin Feng shook his head. "Trust is paramount in a relationship. Your attitude ensures that you and Duan Ge cannot go far." They all understood the situation between Duan Ye and Nanxing, as well as the fact that Duan Ye had ceased to think of Nanxing after being with Yinwan. Therefore, the brothers had always treated Yinwan with respect. They never anticipated that upon their next encounter, Yin Wan would utter such harsh words. Duan Ye, being so exceptional, how could she claim he was unworthy? Were it not for the need to maintain his composure, Lu Jie might have slapped Yin Wan and scolded her for daring to say Duan Ge was unworthy. Duan Ge was the most deserving, a match made in heaven. Yin Wan ignored Lu Jie and Lin Feng, fixating her gaze on Duan Ye as she declared, I hope you will not appear before me again. I do not wish to see you. Yin Wan anticipated that Duan Ye would either become angry or, as in the past, grovel to placate her. She remained seated, waiting for him to speak. To her surprise, Duan Ye simply finished his last bite of spicy tripe in front of everyone, set down his chopsticks, nodded, and replied, Very well, as you wish. With that, he stood up, stating, Let us settle the bill and leave. Lu Jie instantly followed suit, muttering, This is my fault. My bad choice of venue. Kyoto is vast, yet we still find ourselves in a tight spot. Lin Feng quickly maneuvered to follow as well, moving with remarkable speed. Yin Wan was momentarily taken aback, her mind reeling. Was this truly the Duan Ye she knew? How could he remain so composed? At that moment, Yang Lele approached her, disdain evident in her eyes, remarking, This is merely a man's trick of feigned indifference to draw you back in. He wants you to yield first. Is that so? Yin Wan was somewhat taken aback. After a brief pause, Duan Ye returned, and Yin Wan instinctively tightened her grip on her knees, feeling a flicker of hope. Yang Lele chuckled softly, See, this is the game of seduction. However, Duan Ye swiftly stepped forward, snatching the phone left on the table. Apologies, I forgot my phone, he said, turning away without a hint of remorse. Yin Wan, for reasons she could not fathom, suddenly stood up and called out, Duan Ye. He did not look back, nor did he spare her a glance. Yin Wan's face shifted through shades of distress as she stomped her foot, exclaiming, If you leave today, there will be no possibility for us. Yet Duan Ye continued his stride, quickly vanishing from view. At that hour, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, and Yin Wan's voice had drawn the attention of many, who turned their heads to witness the unfolding drama. Yin Wan felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, as if Duan Ye had stripped her of dignity. She suppressed her anger and grievance, settling back into her seat. Yang Lele consoled her, It's all right, Wan. Don't be disheartened. Men are plentiful. Don't let one unworthy man bring you down. Yin Wan nodded, feeling despondent. As Duan Ye exited, Lu Jie and Lin Feng had already settled the bill and awaited him. Lu Jie remarked, Today's choice of venue was poor on my part. I apologize. Shall we have a drink elsewhere? Duan Ye declined, stating, Not today. I have work tomorrow. I should return home to rest. You two should head back as well. Sensing Duan Ye's foul mood, Lin Feng and Lu Jie chose not to press further, merely patting his shoulder in silent understanding. Once everyone had parted ways, Duan Ye cast a final glance at the Haidaleo sign. Life is indeed dramatic. Had he not acted impulsively that fateful night, he would not have married. Yet if Yin Wan had chosen to trust him and communicate openly, rather than heed the misguided provocations of her roommates, that night might have unfolded differently. Faced with Yin Wan's accusations and grievances, he felt no inclination to engage in dialogue. Even if she insisted that the sun shone at night, he would concede. This was his last glance back. He would not turn around for Yin Wan again. He firmly believed that those worth returning to would never easily drift apart. He had once considered waiting for her to understand that while he had once liked Nanxing, his heart had since belonged solely to Yin Wan. Otherwise, he would not have entangled himself with her for 2 years, nor harbored thoughts of proposing after her graduation. He worked diligently, saving money, envisioning a future where the house his father provided would be a home for them, where Yin Wan would always be the leading lady in his thoughts. Yin Wan lamented her family's preference for sons over daughters, recounting how her life had been fraught with hardship, yearning for a stable home. Thus, he dreamed of a singular light among the myriad of Kyoto's lamps, one that belonged to them. Yet now, he would not look back. The countless lights of Kyoto would no longer signify a home for the two of them. Though Yin Wan was 2 years younger, spirited and insecure, he understood. However, one cannot endure repeated trials and endless doubts. Duan Ye turned and retraced his steps. Wan, I have never deceived you. It is your demeanor that has wounded me deeply. A sardonic smile played upon his lips. In the future, He would continue to treat others with sincerity, yet perhaps he would no longer harbor high hopes. It was Yin Wan who had imparted that lesson to him. Yin Wan sat at her table, staring at the hot pot she adored, alongside chilled watermelon. In times past, this would have filled her with joy. Yang Lele sat across from her, chattering away. Yet she could not absorb a word. Her mind was consumed with Duan Ye's earlier demeanor. Could it be that Duan Ye truly had no intention of making amends? Yin Wan found herself drifting off, as this Hadaleo held countless memories of her and Duan Ye. Her family's circumstances were modest, and they could only indulge in Hadaleo occasionally. However, since being with Duan Ye, he would bring her here whenever she wished, always ordering her favorites, ensuring the first bite was always for her. Yang Lele noticed Yin Wan's disquiet and asked, Wan Wan, are you truly saddened because of him? Yin Wan shook her head, then nodded, ultimately stating, I cannot articulate how heartbroken I am, but I'm certainly not happy. Chapter 13. Nanxing and Yin Wan upon witnessing the scene. Yang Lele found herself at a loss for words. She yearned to offer further counsel, yet when her gaze met Yin Wan's slightly vacant and bewildered eyes, she silently sealed her lips. Before long, the two completed their meal in silence. Just as they were about to depart, Yin Wan seemed to sense something and turned to glance at the Hadaleo sign, a vague unease stirring within her. Had Duan Ye been present, he would have noticed that Yin Wan was standing precisely where he had been moments before. However, they were destined to walk separate paths. Yang Lele, filled with concern, linked her arm with Yin Wan's. Wan. Yin Wan snapped back to reality and looked at Yang Lele. Do you think I am truly being unreasonable? Yang Lele opened her mouth to speak, but Yin Wan continued. Sister Nanxing has said she would not develop feelings for Duan Ye. Even if Duan Ye still harbors feelings for her, he cannot possess anything. Yin Wan's expression turned pained. But I truly cannot accept that Duan Ye has yet to introduce me to his family, while they have already embraced Sister Nanxing. She was acutely aware of Nanxing's admirable qualities. In comparison, she often felt inferior. After all, Nanxing was exceptionally accomplished, well-educated, strikingly beautiful, and dedicated wholeheartedly to her career. She was an undeniably captivating woman. Lele, please don't dwell on it. Let's return to the dormitory, Yang Lele urged. Yin Wan shook her head. Lele, you go back first. I have a few matters to attend to. With that, she hailed a cab and departed. Yang Lele could only helplessly take a taxi back alone. In the film crew, Nanxing had just wrapped up her final scene when she received a message from Yin Wan. Without delay, she returned the call, and it was quickly answered. Hello, Sister Nanxing. Nanxing replied, Wan, I just finished filming. What's the matter? After a moment of silence, Yin Wan asked, Sister Nanxing, can we talk in person? Glancing at the clock, Nanxing noted it was nearly 7 o'clock, and she had yet to eat. She suggested a nearby small restaurant. All right, I'll send you the location shortly. After hanging up, Nanxing changed her clothes. Since her assistant had taken the day off, she managed on her own, greeted her colleagues, and left the crew, clad in a comfortable outfit with a hat and mask. She arrived at the restaurant, where Yin Wan was already seated, several empty bottles scattered across the table. Nanxing swiftly approached and took the bottle from Yin Wan's hands. Why are you drinking again? Yin Wan's cheeks were flushed, and she remained silent, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Sensing something amiss, Nanxing tentatively inquired, Is it about Duan Ye? Yin Wan nodded quietly. Although Nanxing was unaware of the specifics between Yin Wan and Duan Ye, she knew that Yin Wan had long suspected Duan Ye's feelings for her, which had caused her to limit their interactions. Observing Yin Wan in such distress, Nanxing sighed. Wan, since it was your decision to be with Duan Ye, you should embrace that relationship. My connection with Duan Ye is merely one of familial acquaintance. We have never crossed boundaries. You shouldn't be affected by my quarrels with him. Moreover, 2 years ago, when she learned of Duan Ye's unrequited affection for her, she had resolutely declined. In their shared social circle, this was hardly a secret. Yin Wan was well aware, but she replied, Sister Nanxing, it's not your presence that bothers me. It's the fact that, even after all this time, Duan Ye still hasn't let go of you. Nanxing did not comprehend how Yin Wan perceived that Duan Ye had not moved on. After a prolonged silence, she finally sighed. Perhaps I was mistaken. I should not have attempted to unite you and Duan Ye just because I rejected him. I thought it would lead to a beautiful union, but seeing both of you struggling, I realized my initial decision was hasty. Yinwan interjected, No, Sister Nanqing, you are not wrong. It is I. I am overly sensitive. She paused, her voice trembling. Sister Nanqing, what should I do? Nanqing took a sip from the beer on the table, finishing a can before responding, Yinwan, if you are unhappy, perhaps it is best to part ways. Yinwan looked up in slight astonishment, her intoxication dissipating. Sister Nanqing? Nanqing reached out to gently pat her head. We have known each other for quite some time. I would never harm you. However, I indeed made a mistake by trying to bring you two together. Duan Ye is inherently a good person. Nanqing smiled softly and continued. If there were to be something between us, it would not have waited until now. Relationships are meant to unfold naturally. They cannot be forced. Yinwan felt a pang of discomfort, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling utterly wronged. Observing Yinwan's state, Nanqing added, Wan, I have never been in a romantic relationship, but I understand that stubborn girls and obstinate boys often end up missing each other. Everyone has a voice, and it is essential to listen to one another's explanations and to heed the whispers of our hearts. Life is a journey shared by two. No matter what outsiders say, it is the genuine thoughts within ourselves that truly matter. After all, it is rare to encounter someone truly suitable for us. Some individuals, once missed, may never return. Yinwan felt perplexed, unable to grasp why Sister Nanqing's words contradicted those of her roommate. Soon after, Nanqing received a message and, with an apologetic glance at Yinwan, said, Wan, I have matters to attend to with the crew. I fear I cannot stay for dinner any longer. You should head back. Yinwan similait faintly. All right, Sister Nanqing. You go ahead. I'm fine. Nanqing replied, Message me when you get to school, and drink less. Yinwan nodded in agreement, and only then did Nanqing leave, stopping at the counter to settle the bill. After Nanqing departed, Yinwan genuinely refrained from further drinking. Her thoughts a whirlwind. It seemed she needed to contemplate her future with Duan Ye seriously. Nanqing's heartfelt advice indicated she likely held no lingering affections for him. Was it truly wise to tether herself to the past in her relationship with Duan Ye? As time ticked by, Yinwan lingered at the restaurant for over an hour, finally catching a taxi back to school by 10 o'clock. Meanwhile, Duan Ye had arrived near Hunluan Company, guided by the location provided by Luo Qingyuan. He drove his modest Volkswagen, and it was Luo Qingyuan's first experience in such a basic vehicle. Her expression remained unperturbed, but the bystander Cheng Sui exhibited signs of discontent. Still reeling from Luo Qingyuan's acquisition of a marriage certificate, she found it hard to comprehend why Luo would choose Duan Ye. Yet, having made her choice, she could not easily interject and was obliged to cooperate with her superior in the charade. Cheng Sui greeted Duan Ye with a smile as he emerged from the car. Mr. Duan, hello. I am Qingyuan's colleague. Chapter 14. Out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's lair. Duan Ye smiled and nodded, extending his hand to Cheng Sui for a brief handshake. Hello, I'm taking Qingyuan out for dinner now. Miss Cheng, would you like to join us? It's on me. Cheng Sui felt a wave of anxiety at the thought of dining at the same table as Luo Qingyuan, but she maintained a composed exterior. No, I've made other plans for tonight. I won't be joining. Duan Ye nodded, opening the passenger door, and Luo Qingyuan promptly took her seat. Cheng Sui then left. As Duan Ye drove away with Luo Qingyuan, he remarked, Weren't you just saying on WeChat that you hadn't eaten yet? What do you feel like eating? I'll take you. Luo Qingyuan leaned against the window, resting her chin on her hand, her brow hinting at a subtle fatigue. Anything is fine, you decide. I'm not picky. Duan Ye raised an eyebrow and joked, If I'm deciding, it'll only be street food. It was already quite late, and he couldn't think of any other options. However, he subconsciously felt that Luo Qingyuan would not settle for street food. To his surprise, he soon heard her voice reply, That sounds good. Duan Ye paused for a moment before suggesting, Just kidding. How about we head back and make some noodles instead? Luo Qingyuan smiled slightly. Eating out is just as good. Take me to your favorite place. All right, he replied. Duan Ye drove towards the familiar night market and soon parked outside a noodle shop. The food there was quite delectable, as they primarily served barbecue dishes in the evening. alongside noodles. This was a place Duan Ye had frequented with his close friends since elementary school. Luo Qingyuan nodded and got out of the car. Outside the noodle shop, a barbecue stall was set up, and the owner, busy grilling skewers, spotted Duan Ye and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Duan kid, make yourself at home." Duan Ye chuckled. "Sure thing, Uncle Lu. Don't mind me." Uncle Lu's keen eyes quickly noticed Luo Qingyuan beside Duan Ye, igniting his curiosity. "You used to come with your buddies. Why are you bringing your girlfriend today?" "Quite the catch, kid. She's a real beauty." Duan Ye felt a bit embarrassed and stammered. "Uncle Lu, she's not my girlfriend." Before he could finish, Luo Qingyuan naturally linked her arm with his, asserting her claim. "Indeed, I'm not just his girlfriend. Uncle Lu, we got our marriage certificate yesterday. I'm his wife." Uncle Lu nearly dropped the skewers in shock. "What? Duan kid, you got married?" Duan Ye could only nod. "Yes, but..." Before he could elaborate, Uncle Lu was already thrilled. "Why didn't you tell anyone? I should have brought you a gift." Luo Qingyuan laughed gracefully. "Uncle Lu, we haven't held the wedding yet." Uncle Lu's expression shifted to understanding. "So you just got the certificate first?" Luo Qingyuan confirmed with a nod. And Uncle Lu beamed. "All right then. Make sure to invite Uncle Lu to the wedding. Go ahead and eat. I'll put on your tab." "Hey wife, hurry up." Duan kid brought his wife for noodles. Uncle Lu called out, and soon Aunt Lu emerged from the noodle shop, cheerily ushering them inside. Come in, come in. What would you like to eat, dear?" Luo Qingyuan turned to Duan Ye. "What's good here? Any recommendations?" Duan Ye could only follow suit. "Aunt Lu, please bring her a bowl of your signature noodles." Sure. Come inside. It's quieter upstairs. I'll bring it up for you shortly." "Thank you, Aunt Lu." They both replied in unison. Aunt Lu seemed delighted, and her efficiency noticeably increased. Duan Ye led Luo Qingyuan upstairs, and before they settled down, he glanced at her. "Sister Luo, you're quite sociable, aren't you?" Luo Qingyuan's smile was flawless and impeccable. "Duan Ye, I'm merely stating facts." Duan Ye felt a rush of exasperation. "Are you trying to announce our marriage to the world? Why, do you wish to hide me away?" She teased. "That's not it. What I mean is, our relationship is still unstable. This sudden marriage is completely unexpected. We need to give everyone some time to adjust. But we've already shared a bed. Do you still want to pretend we're strangers?" She countered. "You're being unreasonable." Duan Ye felt his temper rising. How could this woman be so infuriating? In this exchange, Luo Qingyuan deftly outmaneuvered Duan Ye, leaving him in disarray. Internally, he lamented, "I've escaped the wolf's den, only to stumble into the tiger's lair. I cannot strike back or scold her. My future seems bleak." As he pondered what to do next, Aunt Lu arrived with 2 bowls of noodles, each a feast for the senses. "Your uncle is grilling skewers for you. Enjoy your meal, and congratulations on your marriage." Aunt Lu's warmth made Duan Ye feel a bit bashful. "Aunt, we're just having a light meal. You don't need to fuss." "Not at all. Duan kid, don't be shy. Make sure to bring your wife more often in the future," Aunt Lu said before leaving Duan Ye and Luo Qingyuan exchanging glances. Unfazed, Luo Qingyuan picked up her noodles and began to eat with a calm demeanor. Duan Ye felt something was off, but couldn't quite articulate it. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan broke the silence. "I have a shop near your company, and I want to open a CAF there. You'll be in charge. What do you think?" Duan Ye was taken aback. "How large is the shop?" "About 100 square meters," she replied. Duan Ye felt dizzy. Did Luo Qingyuan really only have 1 million? In the next moment, she added, "I don't have the funds. You'll need to cover the renovations." Duan Ye snapped back to reality. "I refuse." Luo Qingyuan persisted. "The profit will be split 70-30. Duan Ye's eyes lit up. "I get 70? With an exasperated glance, Luo Qingyuan confirmed, "You get 70. Duan Ye couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps Luo Qingyuan was somewhat indulgent towards him. Avoiding eye contact, he stammered, "Well, all right then." As Luo Qingyuan lowered her gaze, a slight smile graced her lips. That shop was one she had hastily acquired today, and her intention was clear, to create more opportunities to see Duan Ye. Duan Ye had been dispatched, and the transfer order would be issued early the next morning. Although many employees at Hengluan might not recognize her, she frequently visited the company and feared running into Duan Ye, which could expose her cover. Her work was known to the Duan family, except for Duan Ye, who was unaware that she was a high-level assistant to the board of directors, effectively Duan Ye's superior. A quintessential corporate elite, she was the true chairman of Hong Luan, yet everyone only referred to her as General Manager Luo, unaware that she was Luo Qingyuan. As long as Duan Ye was absent, her identity remained concealed. Reflecting on this, Luo Qingyuan's gaze returned to Duan Ye. She couldn't help but feel that her interest in this hastily arranged marriage partner was deeper than she had anticipated. Meanwhile, Duan Ye was lost in thought, contemplating the recent events. He pinched himself to affirm he was not dreaming, wincing in pain as he did. Observing him, Luo Qingyuan felt a surge of tenderness, secretly thinking, well, given how foolish he is, perhaps granting him a few privileges isn't such a bad idea after all. Chapter 15. The Grand Matron. The skewers arrived swiftly, as Aunt Lu, mindful of Luo Qingyuan, had added only a modest amount of chili. Luo Qingyuan had a naturally small appetite. She was not particularly picky about food. The noodles were acceptable, but she truly found it difficult to relish the skewers. After finishing her noodles, she set down her chopsticks. Duan Ye, have some skewers. Uncle Lu's are exceptionally delicious, he encouraged. Luo Qingyuan shook her head in refusal. I don't like them. Duan Ye pursed his lips, but did not press the issue further. Having already dined, he decided to take the skewers home instead. Luo Qingyuan glanced at the shop's name, Lu's Signature Noodles. Although she wasn't fond of skewers, she found the establishment quite appealing and thought she could assist in promoting it a bit to help expand its reach. The two soon drove back home. The ambience of the house had begun to take on a homely character, no longer feeling desolate. Luo Qingyuan was the first to head for a shower. Meanwhile, Duan Ye received a call from Duan Ye, learning that Duan Ye would be heading to H City the following morning for a temporary 6-month assignment to manage a project, after which he could be promoted, leading to a salary increase. This is splendid news. Duan Ye exclaimed it. Brother, what time is your flight tomorrow? Shall I see you off? Duan Ye replied cheerfully. No need, just focus on living well with your sister-in-law. I just learned that she has to leave for Hong Luan. You must take good care of her. Although high-ranking executives earn well, the workload is quite demanding. Duan Ye suddenly realized, wait, brother, did you say Luo Qingyuan is working at Hong Luan? Indeed, she is a senior executive, Duan Ye confirmed. I heard she knows Cheng Sui, the assistant to our boss. Quite well. It's quite impressive for someone so young to achieve such heights. You ought to learn from her. Duan Ye was aware of Hong Luan's prestige. Had it not been for his brother's graduate studies, he would not have had the opportunity to enter such a company. He was momentarily stunned. The Cheng you mentioned, is it Cheng Sui? There was a brief silence on the line, and Duan Ye sounded slightly rattled. How do you know? Duan Ye explained. I want to pick up Qingyuan today, and Cheng Sui was there, calling her by name affectionately. Duan Ye fell silent for a longer duration. Cheng Sui. She was the one responsible for passing all project summaries to the upper echelons, known for her stern demeanor and exceptional business acumen, a PhD graduate, and a vital aid to the boss. He had never heard of her being close to anyone. It was unexpected. Noticing Duan Ye's silence, Duan Ye inquired, "What's wrong?" Duan Ye regained his composure. "Nothing, just that your wife is indeed remarkable." After saying this, he chose not to elaborate, acknowledging that it was quite an achievement for Luo Qingyuan to reach such a level at her age. He had no intention of leveraging her position for his own advancement, as it was far better to earn a promotion through one's own efforts. After a brief chat, they ended the call. Duan Ye felt reassured. No wonder she was so affluent, being a senior assistant. He muttered under his breath as he placed the skewers in the refrigerator and headed to his room for a shower. Before long, Luo Qingyuan emerged in her pajamas to pour herself a drink, and Duan Ye, also dressed in pajamas, came out to the kitchen for some water. Their eyes met, and he couldn't help but feel a slight flush. He was still not accustomed to having a woman in the house. As Luo Qingyuan poured water, she also filled a glass for Duan Ye, saying, "Let us find a time to go back home and move your things over." Duan Ye, taking the warm water, curiously asked, "Miss Luo, are you adapting to your role so swiftly?" With a smile, Luo Qingyuan approached Duan Ye, tiptoed, and whispered in his ear, "I have ways to adapt even faster. Would you like to try?" Duan Ye turned his gaze, catching sight of her delicate neck, and he was suddenly reminded of that night. He could easily encircle it with a single hand. Unable to withstand her teasing, he realized that if this continued, he might falter again. Although they were legally married, he still felt a sense of impropriety. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that it was best to refrain from any advances for now. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Luo Qingyuan chuckled. "Look at you, sweating profusely. You truly are easy to tease." With that, she returned to her room with the water. Duan Ye felt a flush creeping up his face, wanting to say something, but standing there speechless. His life felt as if it were being propelled forward without his control. With a sigh, he followed her back to the room. The next day, Luo Qingyuan headed to Hongluan for work, while Duan Ye went to his office. Their paths diverged significantly, but their home was conveniently situated between their workplaces, making the commute similar in distance. Cheng Sui and Lu Yin were already waiting at the office entrance with the project early in the morning for Luo Qingyuan. However, she was not yet present. At the city's finest upscale CF, when Luo Qingyuan arrived, the venue had been cleared, and even at the entrance, personnel stood on guard. Upon seeing her approach, they respectfully greeted, "Miss, you have arrived." Luo Qingyuan nodded without glancing aside and proceeded inside. Every 2 meters, 2 suited bodyguards stood sentinel, and she had to navigate through them. Upon reaching the elevator, the bodyguards bowed respectfully. "Say, miss, the matriarch is waiting for you upstairs." She entered the elevator and ascended to the 2nd floor, where even more bodyguards were stationed, and the sight before her was a sea of faces, with everyone parting to make way for her. A woman in her 40s or 50s stepped forward. "Madam Wang," Luo Qingyuan greeted. Madam Wang approached with a warm smile. "Miss, hurry along. The old lady is waiting for you inside." Luo Qingyuan nodded, glancing around with a slight headache. Her grandmother always made such a grand entrance. It was quite excessive. "Everyone, please disperse. There's no need to linger here." Madam Wang nodded and led the others away. Not a single person dared to meet Luo Qingyuan's gaze, each bowing their heads and hastily moving past her. As she made her way inside, she remarked, "Grandma, you still haven't changed your ostentatious ways?" There, a resplendently dressed elderly lady with white hair stood up, smiling as she looked past Luo Qingyuan. "Where's my precious grandson-in-law?" Luo Qingyuan replied helplessly, "I didn't bring him." The old lady's expression darkened, but she calmly sat down, pushing the unpleasant coffee before her away. "Here I am, attempting to be fashionable and sophisticated, drinking this dreadful coffee, and you get married without bringing him to meet your grandmother." Luo Qingyuan swiftly messaged, "Madam Wang, please bring some juice." After this, she leisurely took a sip of the old lady's coffee for show. Finally, she said, "Grandma, Yi is shy and doesn't dare to meet people." Chapter 16. Inquiry. Anger. The elderly lady gently caressed the jade ring on her hand and inquired, "Is it truly you? Forcing it upon someone?" She hesitated to articulate her thoughts, her cheeks tinged with an unusual flush. Luo Qingyuan nodded affirmatively. "It is I." The elderly lady closed her eyes for a moment, exclaiming, "What a sin!" After several deep breaths, she continued, "Since the deed is done, regardless of your feelings for that young man, your choice to marry him is the right one. As a daughter of the Luo family, one must take responsibility for their actions and provide adequate compensation." Luo Qingyuan responded, "I have given him 10 million. The elderly lady's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could you be so stingy?" At that moment, Wang Ma arrived, presenting a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice before the elderly lady. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she took several sips, declaring, "Indeed, juice is far more delightful. You handle the coffee, don't waste it." Luo Qingyuan chuckled. "As you wish, Grandma." The elderly lady sighed once more, looking at Luo Qing. "You must hasten to conceive a child. I will keep this matter from your grandparents for now. Otherwise, once the Jiang family and your parents learn of it, you shall not escape their wrath." As she spoke, the elderly lady produced a black card from her pocket and handed it to Luo Qingyuan. "Give this to your son-in-law. Consider it. Compensation." Luo Qingyuan accepted it without hesitation. The Luo International Bank is ubiquitous. She could do without the black card. Yet, she valued it as a token of her grandmother's affection. Her grandmother had summoned her to ensure Duan Ye's acknowledgement by the family. Without the elderly lady's support, it would have been futile. Glimpsing the time, Luo Qingyuan remarked, "Well then, Grandma, I shall take my leave to work." The elderly lady retorted, "What is so great about that wretched job? Go take a look at the house I prepared for your son-in-law." Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. "What house have you bought now?" The elderly lady chuckled awkwardly. "Isn't it just a matter of having too much money and nowhere to spend it? The villa at Qingyu Bay shall be transferred to him once he is satisfied. It's a form of compensation, after all." Her words trailed off, and Luo Qingyuan felt a pang of exasperation, realizing she had to conceal their family's wealth from Duan Ye. The elderly lady fell silent for a few seconds. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Thankfully, your son-in-law hasn't arrived yet," she added. "Next time we meet, I'll dress more humbly." Rising, the elderly lady declared, "I must be off. Do not let your son-in-law discover that I am merely an elderly lady devoid of anything but wealth. Farewell." Luo Qingyuan sighed. "Please take care, Grandma." Without looking back, the elderly lady swiftly departed with remarkable agility. Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to leave, her bodyguard approached her. The leader stated, "Miss, we are all retired soldiers. The elderly lady has instructed us to accompany you." After a moment's thought, Luo Qingyuan replied, "Go to Hongluan and keep watch. I will call upon you if needed." "Understood." With her bag in hand, Luo Qingyuan drove back to the company alone. At 5 in the afternoon, Duan Ye had just finished work when he received a location message from Luo Qingyuan. Upon examining it, he realized it was right outside his office building. Hastily, he rushed downstairs to find Luo Qingyuan's striking BMW. Scanning the vicinity, he hurriedly approached and tapped on the window. Luo Qingyuan glanced at him and rolled down the passenger window. "Get in." Duan Ye, still bewildered, questioned, "What brings you here? Where are we going?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "We're going to check out the store." Duan Ye protested, "I still need to pick my father up." Luo Qingyuan pointed ahead, and Duan Ye, puzzled, turned to see his father waving at him before boarding a colleague's car. "Dad, you truly have sharp eyes," Duan Ye muttered, resigned to take the passenger seat in Luo Qingyuan's car. As Luo Qingyuan drove away, Duan Ye instinctively glanced out the window and caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure. He quickly checked the rearview mirror and confirmed it was indeed Yinwan. Her school was over an hour away from his workplace. What could she be doing here? However, he soon dismissed the thought and settled back in his seat. Luo Qingyuan inquired, "What would you like to eat later?" Duan Ye suggested, "How about hot pot?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "I shall take you to the supermarket to buy ingredients, and we can cook at home." Delighted, Duan Ye nodded, "Sounds good." Before long, Duan Ye's phone vibrated, and instinctively, he glanced at the screen. The contact read Yuan. Frowning, he hesitated before looking at Luo Qingyuan. She smiled. "If you wish to answer, go ahead. Don't mind me." Thus, Duan Ye answered, "Hello." Yinwan asked, "Where are you?" Duan Ye replied, "Out with friends." Her voice instantly became agitated, reminiscent of countless previous occasions. "What friends? Are they male or female?" Duan Ye, "It has only been a few days since we broke up, and you're already out with those dubious companions? Is it Lin Feng and Lu Jie, or some other random women? Do you truly care nothing for me?" Duan Ye remained silent as she vented her frustrations. Once she finished, she realized he hadn't reciprocated, nor had he offered her the gentle reassurances he once did, nor had he initiated a video call to update her. At that moment, Luo Qingyuan parked the car and gestured for him to exit first. Nodding, Duan Ye complied, and Luo Qingyuan stepped out. Inside the car, Duan Ye was left alone. After a while, Yinwan's anxious voice broke the silence. "Yi, I was just flustered. I'm sorry for what I said. I'll come find you so we can talk things over, okay?" Duan Ye replied, "Do you know why I answered your call?" Yinwan stammered, "Why?" With a sigh, Duan Ye said, "Yinwan, these past 2 years have been a cycle of breaking up and reconciling. I've lost count of how many times I've soothed you, but that is all in the past now. Our relationship has reached its conclusion." For a moment, Yinwan fell silent before responding with a laugh. "You're just saying that out of anger, right?" Duan Ye glanced at Luo Qingyuan in the distance, engaging in animated conversation with the renovation workers, her presence radiant and captivating. Such a person was now his wife. "I'm not speaking out of anger, Yinwan. I have someone by my side now." Yinwan paused, then exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? You dare make such a joke? Duan Ye. It has barely been half a month since we broke up. Duan Ye tightened his grip on the phone. You think I'm a scoundrel? This is the last time I will answer your call. Yinwan, let us part on good terms. Fuming, Yinwan trembled with rage. You've moved on seamlessly? Duan Ye replied calmly, yes. When did this happen? On the evening following your declaration of separation. Yinwan's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you? That was how it transpired. No matter the reasons, it had happened. Duan Ye did not defend himself, yes. Yinwan's heart felt as though it had been struck hard, and she vehemently cursed him. You're a scoundrel. Duan Ye, I truly find you repulsive. I can't believe I ever trusted you. You were just like they said, a desperate and shameless person. I should never have believed in you. Chapter 17. Daily life of a couple. Yinwan's emotions spiraled out of control. In the past, even when she was angry, she would never resort to such hurtful words. Previously, Duan Ye would explain and console her, but this time, he simply listened in silence. He genuinely wished to sever ties with Yinwan completely. After she had cried and cursed enough, Duan Ye finally spoke. Yinwan, I apologize, but please refrain from calling me in the future. With that, he intended to hang up the phone. Yet, Yinwan unexpectedly asked, where are you? Duan Ye's secret. No matter what you do now, we cannot return to how things were, so there is no need for us to meet. After saying this, it was he who ended the call first, swiftly adding Yinwan's number to his blacklist. She became the sole entry in an otherwise empty list. 2 years prior, on the night he was pushed out by Nanxing, Yinwan had followed him. Thus, despite her outrageous behavior over the past 2 years, the memories of that night have been a source of cherished sentiment for Duan Ye. However, as time passed, he gradually understood that sometimes a brief moment shared between two individuals could be sufficient. When Yinwan attempted to call Duan Ye again, her efforts were in vain. The line was disconnected. She blinked in disbelief. Did this time differ from the past? If he comforted her, surely she would soften and reconcile, so why? Unwilling to accept defeat, Yinwan frantically dialed Duan Ye repeatedly, but each time she encountered the same automated voice message. With red-rimmed eyes and trembling hands, she opened WeChat to unban Duan Ye, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. Just as she had once blocked him, it was now Duan Ye who had blocked her. Finally unable to escape the reality, Yinwan felt a growing sense of panic. The thought of losing Duan Ye was unbearable. Yet, once she regained her composure, she realized that Duan Ye was not the type of person to act this way. They had been together for 2 years, a duration that, while not excessively long, was significant enough for her to believe she understood him. Duan Ye must have been truly angered by her, resorting to such a flimsy excuse to avoid her. She refused to believe there was anyone else in his life. Nanxing was merely a long-ago infatuation from his school days, which had since escalated into public knowledge. Meanwhile, she was his first love. Determined to confront him, Yinwan immediately took a taxi to Duan Ye's residence. Though he had once expressed a desire to introduce her to his family, she had hesitated, feeling unworthy of such a meeting. Thus, she knew only the name of his apartment complex, not the specific unit number. This left her waiting outside, hoping for a glimpse of him. At that moment, Duan Ye had already exited the car, walking towards Luo Qingyuan. Upon seeing him, she did not inquire about the phone call, but instead handed him a design blueprint, saying, "Look, these are several designs for the CAF. Do you have a favorite?" Duan Ye naturally took the blueprint, flipping through the designs before pointing to one. "I quite like this one." Luo Qingyuan glanced at it briefly before relaying the decision to the workers behind her. "Let's proceed with this design." "Very well, Miss Luo." The workers responded promptly, and soon they were busy at work. Duan Ye, slightly taken aback, asked, "You're going to do it just as I suggested? Don't you have any ideas of your own?" Luo Qingyuan smiled lightly. "As long as you like it, that is what matters. After all, you will be the one frequently visiting the CAF." Duan Ye inquired, "And you want to visit?" Luo Qingyuan walked towards the CAF, replying, "Of course I will. I'll come after work and even bring you some treats." "How does that sound?" Duan Ye nodded. "That sounds much better." Luo Qingyuan then mentioned, "The CAF doesn't have a name yet. Why don't you come up with one?" Duan Ye suggested, "Let us call it CAF, since I'm not well-versed in literature and can't think of anything particularly refined." Luo Qingyuan nodded in agreement. "All right, a CAF it is. I'll find someone to design a logo. Make sure to choose one when the time comes. Duan Ye replied, sure. During their brief interactions over the past few days, Duan Ye began to discern Luo Qingyuan's personality. She preferred to have everything done efficiently. As the workers busied themselves, Duan Ye and Luo Qingyuan wandered inside for a while. Duan Ye remarked, shouldn't you supervise the renovations in person? Luo Qingyuan paused before responding. There's no need for that. The workers we hired are honest and reliable. There won't be any issues. She refrained from mentioning that it was their own construction team, known for their speed and effectiveness. No one would dare cut corners under her watchful eye. Duan Ye chuckled. You might not understand this, but renovations require someone to oversee them personally. Otherwise, the workers can easily go astray. Luo Qingyuan considered advising him, but seeing the serious expression on his face intrigued her. With a playful glint in her eyes, she said, you make a valid point. So how will we keep an eye on them? Duan Ye observed her agreeable demeanor and thought, perhaps this young lady was quite amenable. He proposed, while I'm at work, I can have my friend come to oversee things. I'll check him personally on the weekend. Luo Qingyuan nearly suggested that the work could be completed in 2 days, but seeing Duan Ye's enthusiastic attitude, she contemplated allowing the workers to take their time. Thus, she readily agreed, all right. Duan Ye continued, then let us have them return tomorrow. I'll contact my friend. Luo Qingyuan asked, aren't they working? Duan Ye replied with a smile. Lin Feng plans to study abroad in the second half of the year, so he has no pressing commitments at the moment. Luo Qingyuan responded, great. You must treat him to a nice meal. Duan Ye grinned and instinctively suggested, let us treat him together. Luo Qingyuan looked at him, somewhat surprised, and scrutinized him closely. Noticing her inquisitive gaze, Duan Ye stammered, what's wrong? Luo Qingyuan candidly remarked, I thought you wouldn't let me meet your friends. Duan Ye's expression twitched. Am I really that kind of person? Luo Qingyuan's lips curled into a smile. Well, that remains to be seen. Duan Ye chuckled. Luo Qingyuan. That is a personal attack. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, the day began to darken, and Luo Qingyuan instructed the workers to wrap up for the evening. She drove her BMW, intending to take Duan Ye to a nearby supermarket to buy ingredients, remembering his craving for hot pot. In Luo Qingyuan's mind, despite their somewhat tenuous marital relationship, she was eager to foster a genuine connection with Duan Ye. Therefore, whatever he desired or wished to do, as long as it wasn't excessive, she would gladly accommodate. While waiting at a traffic light, Duan Ye inquired, why don't you ask me who that phone call was from? Luo Qingyuan chuckled. In the darkness, her eyes sparkled. As the car resumed its journey, Duan Ye heard her voice. Didn't you just bring it up yourself? Duan Ye felt his cheeks flush. Why did it seem as though he was being maneuvered by Luo Qingyuan? Yet, subconsciously, he felt that as her husband, he should not conceal anything from her. Chapter 18. Do not make jokes about this thus, Duan Ye explained. She is my ex-girlfriend, Yinwan. She must have come to see me with the intention of rekindling a relationship, but I informed her that I am involved with someone else. In truth, Luo Qingyuan understood that Duan Ye was not obligated to provide her with such details. However, she appreciated his willingness to be forthcoming, which made her feel confident in her judgment of character. Consequently, her spirits lifted, and casting a sidelong glance at Duan Ye, she declared, tonight, I shall treat you. You may choose whatever you desire to eat. Observing her enthusiasm, Duan Ye replied, then I shall not hold back. Luo Qingyuan laughed. No need for modesty. In no time, they arrived at the supermarket. Luo Qingyuan parked the car, and they entered together. Upon entering, Duan Ye headed straight for the fresh produce section, selecting freshly sliced beef, 3 packages of fatty beef rolls, and some fresh tripe. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan simply pushed a cart behind him, content to watch him select items. As Duan Ye continued to gather fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as hot pot base ingredients, he eventually made his way to the snack aisle to procure some snacks and beer. Luo Qingyuan's cart was nearly overflowing. Once Duan Ye had satisfied his cravings, he turned to Luo Qingyuan and took the cart from her hands, asking, what do you wish to eat? Luo Qingyuan replied, I enjoy everything you have chosen. Duan Ye inquired playfully, are you truly not worried that I might empty the supermarket? Luo Qingyuan retorted, if that happens, you should be the one to pay. Duan Ye cautioned, you must not go back on your word about the payment. With a resigned nod, Luo Qingyuan agreed. Thus, the two of them proceeded to the checkout with their substantial haul, and Luo Qingyuan paid a total of 631.78 yuan. She raised an eyebrow, thinking it quite reasonable. Moreover, the vast array of ingredients would sustain them for quite some time. Rarely did she visit supermarkets. Usually, the housekeeper prepared the ingredients she required. Even while abroad, she had no need to shop for groceries herself. As for her culinary skills, they had been honed out of boredom by following recipes. After loading their purchases into the car, they drove home. By the time they arrived, it was already 7:30 in the evening. Duan Ye went to cook, while Luo Qingyuan washed the vegetables. They assisted each other, and within an hour, the table was laden with dishes. Unable to resist, Duan Ye snapped a photo of the feast and posted it on social media without any caption. They engaged in discussions about renovation details while enjoying their hot pot. Meanwhile, Yinwan, waiting anxiously, had yet to see Duan Ye. Unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, she called Nanxing. At that moment, Nanxing had just returned home and had not even dried her hair before dialing Duan Ye's number. However, Duan Ye and Luo Qingyuan were engrossed in conversation and completely ignored the phone ringing in the living room. Left with no option, Nanxing hastily dressed and prepared to go out. Nanxing's father asked, "Nanxing, where are you off to at this hour?" Nanxing replied, "Dad, I need to find Duan Ye about something." With that, she left. She and Duan Ye resided in the same apartment complex, merely a few floors apart. But their differing work schedules seldom allowed for encounters. Upon reaching Duan Ye's floor, Nanxing knocked on his door. It was Ding Yifan who opened it, and upon seeing Nanxing, she smiled warmly. "Nanxing, come in quickly." Nanxing inquired, "Aunt Ding, is Duan Ye home?" Ding Yifan responded, "Little Ye has moved out." "Did he not tell you?" Nanxing was taken aback. "Moved out? But this place is so close to his workplace. Why would he move?" Ding Yifan contemplated mentioning Duan Ye's new relationship, but was interrupted by Nanxing. "In that case, Aunt Ding, I won't intrude. I have something to attend to." "Thank you, Aunt." Ding Yifan wished to say more, but Nanxing had already walked away. "All right then. Next time, bring your parents over to visit," Ding Yifan called after her. Nanxing's voice echoed back, "Sure, Aunt Ding. Good night." Ding Yifan smiled as she closed the door. Duan Sheng, holding a teacup, asked who was that. Ding Yifan replied, "That girl Nanxing came looking for Little Ye." Duan Sheng adjusted his glasses and remarked, "I actually quite like Nanxing." Ding Yifan shot him a knowing glance. "Is it Nanxing you like, or are you hoping to bond with old Nan?" Duan Sheng, unbothered by her teasing, chuckled, "We've been friends for years. Naturally, I wish to strengthen our ties. Nanxing has grown up before our eyes, but alas, Little Ye seems to lack the fortune." Ding Yifan countered, "I believe Qingyuan is also quite wonderful. Little Ye is fortunate." Duan Sheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Qingyuan is quite understanding. Little Ye has struck gold." Ding Yifan concurred. "That is true." With a resigned shake of his head, Duan Sheng returned to his reading. Nanxing hurriedly exited the complex and spotted Yinwan sitting by the roadside. She rushed over and Yinwan. Yinwan rose, her eyes swollen from crying, and rushed to embrace Nanxing. "Sister Nanxing, does he not want me anymore?" At a loss for words, Nanxing could only pat Yinwan's shoulder and reassure her. "That's not true. Perhaps he is just a bit upset. If you sincerely apologize, all will be well." Yinwan sobbed, "But he refuses to see me." After a moment of silence, Nanxing replied, "I just went to Duan Ye's home, and his parents said he has moved out." Yinwan froze, looking up at Nanxing. "Moved out? Where could he possibly go?" Nanxing shook her head. "I'm not sure. He hasn't answered my calls either." Yinwan's cries intensified at this news. Nanxing suggested gently, "Stop crying, Yinwan. Why not stay at my place tonight and return to school tomorrow? How's that sound?" Despite Nanxing's thoughtful comfort, Yinwan continued to weep uncontrollably. Their conversation was interrupted when Nanxing received a return call from Duan Ye, now 10 o'clock in the evening. Hesitantly, she said, "Duan Ye, Wan is waiting for you at the entrance of the complex, and she is in tears. Would you like to come and see her?" Duan Ye paused momentarily. He could faintly hear Yinwan's sobs. Wearily rubbing his temples, he replied, "Nanxing, I won't be going. Please arrange for a taxi to take her home. I will cover the fare." Nanxing was momentarily stunned. Was Duan Ye truly severing ties with Yinwan? Duan Ye, why not have an open conversation? Don't just. She began, but Duan Ye interrupted her. Nanxing, I am involved with someone now, and I am living with her. Nanxing was left speechless. Growing up alongside Duan Ye, she knew well who occupied his life. Duan Ye, do not jest with me. Yet, Duan Ye had already ended the call. Staring at her phone screen, Nanxing was engulfed by a tumult of emotions she could not articulate. Duan Ye has someone by his side? She found it hard to believe, yet he had never lied to her before. Meanwhile, Yinwan gazed at Nanxing, her eyes filled with despair. Sister Nanxing, does Duan Ye truly not wish to care for me anymore? Chapter 19. Deciding Nanxing's path, Nanxing finally regained her senses, stowing away her phone before turning earnestly to Yinwan. Wan, heed my words. Regardless of what happens with Duan Ye, you must continue to live. It's already quite late. We should return. I can call a cab for you, or even drive you home. Let us contemplate how to handle this matter when dawn breaks, shall we? Yinwan wiped her tears with a trembling hand. Sister Nanxing, I will listen to you, but you must find a way to assist me. With a bitter smile, she continued, after all, Duan Ye has always been inclined to heed your counsel. Nanxing paused, slightly taken aback, before responding, is that so? You're the only one who perceives it that way. With a sigh, she gently placed a hand on Yinwan's shoulder. Let us go. You shall stay at my place tonight. Yinwan shook her head. Sister Nanxing, I do not wish to burden you. Since Duan Ye is not around, I shall return to school. Seeing Yinwan's resolve, Nanxing refrained from pressing further, and took out her phone to summon a cab. Soon, the vehicle arrived. As she helped Yinwan into the car, she reminded her, to let me know when you arrive. Yinwan nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Sister Nanxing. Nanxing shook her head, closing the car door gently. As she watched the vehicle fade into the distance, Nanxing opened WeChat and navigated to her conversation with Duan Ye, which had been left untouched for several days, an exchange initiated by her to have him pick up Nuan. Scrolling through their conversations, she noted the sparse exchanges over the past 2 years, often solely revolving around Yinwan. This was not the first time Yinwan and Duan Ye had quarreled, but it was the first instance where Duan Ye refused to come for her. Even when prompted, he had declined. Ultimately, Nanxing decided to message Duan Ye. I have sent Nuan home in a cab. It was around 11 o'clock at night. She felt she should, as before, simply send the message and refrain from checking back. Yet this time, she found herself staring at the conversation for a full 5 minutes in suspicion. Having just emerged from the shower, Duan Ye noticed the message and casually transferred 200, adding a simple, thank you. Nanxing watched as the typing indicator appeared, but soon after, silence ensued. Confused, she blinked. She hadn't accepted the money. After a brief pause, she messaged again. Duan Ye, are you serious this time? Once she had sent the message, she returned home, lying in bed, her gaze fixed on the screen. She waited and waited until 11:30 when Duan Ye finally replied. Serious. Unsure of how to respond, Nanxing felt a compulsion to convey something. After all, it was her intervention that had brought Yinwan and Duan Ye together. Thus, she typed, I apologize. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have reached this point. Duan Ye responded quickly. Nanxing, it's all in the past now. In a flash, Nanxing typed back. What do you mean, all in the past? Yet, she lacked the courage to press send. She yearned to inquire whether he was referring to the past with Yinwan or the long-standing friendship they had shared. However, she felt unqualified to pose such a question. Deleting the conversation, she then suggested, let us have a meal together sometime. The chat remained inert, and Nanxing waited until midnight without receiving a reply from Duan Ye. Just when she thought he would not respond, he typed back, sounds good. Nanxing sat up abruptly. Another message followed. Coincidentally, I have something to tell you. Duan Ye contemplated his upcoming marriage. While others could remain oblivious, his friends and Nanxing deserved to know. So he planned to set up a proper time to disclose the news. After sending the message, he retired for the night, needing to rise early for work. Unbeknownst to him, he felt a peculiar comfort in his current life and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Nanxing's heart raced chaotically. What could Duan Ye wish to convey? Was a separation from Yinwan truly due to her? Yet, that event had transpired 2 years prior, during which Duan Ye had never hinted at his feelings to her. A sense of unacknowledged glee mingled with anxiety and trepidation coursed through her. She feared that if her suspicions proved correct, she would be left unable to hold her head high before Yinwan. Thus, while Duan Ye slept soundly, Nanxing tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning, while Yinwan endured a sleepless night, facing the day with dark circles under her eyes. The next morning, Duan Ye and Luo Qingyuan each departed for work, having arranged to meet at a CAF that evening. Upon arriving at the office, Cheng Suisui handed Luo Qingyuan a file from Xinguang Entertainment. President Luo, here is the list of artists for signing. Luo Qingyuan took the file casually. We already conducted an assessment. Did either of you spot any promising newcomers? Cheng Suisui and Lu Yen exchanged glances, both lowering their heads. Lu Yen spoke first. President Luo, it's best if you make the final decision. Cheng Suisui nodded in agreement. Luo Qingyuan chuckled. When did you become so indecisive? Speak up. Thus, Lu Yen stepped forward, opening the file to reveal Nanxing's information. President Luo, this emerging star Nanxing is quite remarkable. Her physique and looks are exceptional, and having viewed her work, I believe she is worthy of an investment. Luo Qingyuan pondered over Nanxing's profile before turning to Cheng Suisui. What are your thoughts? Cheng Suisui replied. Nanxing is a result of our joint deliberation. Many actresses possess good figures, but few exhibit exceptional acting skills. Nanxing is among them, having honed her craft for several years in supporting roles. It's worth considering her for promotion. Consequently, Luo Qingyuan decisively stated, all right, include Nanxing. Inform Chun Feng to select a suitable drama for her as the lead. For the male lead, let us have a popular star take the role and include several other rising stars in supporting roles. If this project fails to take off, we will replace Nanxing. Cheng Suisui nodded in agreement. Luo Qingyuan continued, let us move on. Who else do we have? We shall compile them into a single production. Thus, they spent the entire morning discussing the future development of Xinguang Entertainment. When lunchtime arrived, Cheng Suisui mentioned President Luo. Vice Chairman Su has reserved a private room at the Xinyue restaurant for you. He requests your presence. Though Luo Qingyuan had little interest in such affairs, she recalled her night with Duan Ye. The individual orchestrating things was evidently skilled, leaving no trace. Seeing her escort Duan Ye into room 504, one could surmise he hadn't even shown his face. However, her visit to the bar in the capital was known to all at the company, hence. Luo Qingyuan replied, have them prepare. I will be there shortly. Chapter 20. Rumors about President Luo. She always felt that there was no rush. As long as the person who had drugged her remained within the company, she would eventually uncover their identity. However, at this moment, her patience was waning. Having married Duan Ye, she could not afford another incident. At noon, at the New Moon Hotel, Luo Qingyuan entered amidst a throng of admirers, with the waitstaff bowing in unison, too intimidated to gaze upon her. It was at this juncture that Nanxing arrived, accompanied by several contract artists whom Luo Qingyuan had engaged, 10 individuals in total, 5 men and 5 women, led by Chun Feng. After much effort, Chun Feng had finally gleaned some information about President Luo and naturally sought to bring new talent to network with her. Chun Feng had ulterior motives for this gathering as well. Despite his attempts, he had yet to uncover the identity of the person he had encountered with Luo Qingyuan in the warehouse. He was convinced that this individual was among the 10 present. Thus he brought them all along, hoping to leverage that connection for his own advancement. Make sure to tidy yourselves up before entering. I don't want you embarrassing me. Remember to express your gratitude to President Luo for this opportunity, Chun Feng instructed. Yes, Director Chun, they replied in unison. Soon, the group disembarked, each adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed formally, fully aware that they were meeting President Luo, who favored a more understated elegance. Chun Feng, upon receiving a message on his phone, led the entourage toward the private room, only to be halted at the door by Cheng Suisui, who stood guard. Director Chun, I apologize, but President Luo prefers not to be disturbed during her meal, she stated. With a conciliatory smile, Chun Feng replied, Assistant Cheng, we are here specifically to thank President Luo for this opportunity, as permitted by Vice Chairman Su. Please, he attempted to slip an envelope of cash into her hands. Cheng Suisui frowned, but accepted the envelope silently. After a moment, she relented. Let me inquire. Thank you, "Thank you," Chen Feng said, his tone dripping with flattery. Cheng Sui Sui texted Lu Yin, who promptly leaned in to quietly consult with Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan frowned slightly, and Lu Yin's heart raced as he quickly assured her, "President Luo, I can make them leave," but Luo Qing, unexpectedly, instructed, "Allow Director Chen to enter." Lu Yin sighed in relief, understood. In no time, Cheng Sui Sui received Lu Yin's message and relayed Luo Qingyuan's decision, with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Lu Yin declared, "Director Chen, you may proceed inside. The others should return the way they came." Chen Feng felt conflicted but recognized Lu Yin's authority. With a resigned sigh, he turned to the male and female stars behind him, saying, "You all wait for me on the bus." Nanxing and the others exchanged a glance at the private room before turning to leave, each remaining silent. Lu Yin observed that this batch of newcomers seemed to possess a sense of decorum, unlike previous groups who had been prone to gossip. Before long, Chen Feng followed Lu Yin inside. As Nanxing and the others made their way back to the bus, they could no longer contain their curiosity. Who exactly is President Luo? Even Director Chen seems fearful of offending her, Tong Xiaotong used. President Luo is said to be a queen of the business world. Even the prominent families of Kyoto show her deference, Yu Ming added. "Is that so? I'll look into who this President Luo is," Lin Wei remarked. "Don't waste your effort. President Luo never attends press conferences and has never appeared publicly. Her real name is virtually untraceable online. Only key figures at Hongluan have the privilege of meeting her," Yu Ming replied. Lin Wei was intrigued. "You research her?" "Of course. Given that Xinguang Entertainment is under President Luo's purview, my curiosity is piqued. Unfortunately, their confidentiality measures are exceedingly stringent," Yu Ming explained. "Is that so? Does anyone know why she maintains such secrecy?" Su Ji asked. "I've heard it's because she prefers to remain low-key," Yu Ming stated. Lin Wei murmured. So mysterious Nanxing too was curious about this enigmatic figure. After all, it was remarkable for a woman to rise to such heights in the business realm. Noticing the group's intrigue, Yu Ming couldn't resist sharing a tidbit. "I've heard that President Luo is quite young." "How young?" Nanxing inquired eagerly. "It said she is under 30. Whether she is married remains a mystery," Yu Ming replied. "Surely she must be married. A businesswoman of her caliber likely mingles with the elite of Kyoto, caught in a whirlwind of love among the city's high society." "It sounds like a story straight out of a novel," Lin Wei exclaimed. "I truly wish to meet her." Su Ji confessed. Nanxing shared the sentiment, imagining that a woman who had achieved such heights must possess both extraordinary intellect and beauty. She yearned to emulate Luo Qingyuan's success. As the group chattered and laughed, a fleet of luxury vehicles arrived at the entrance of the New Moon Hotel, with the central vehicle being a Maybach. Their bus was parked further back, obscured by trees, limiting their view. Yet, they all understood that President Luo would soon make her appearance. Lin Wei and Su Ji rushed to the front. "I must see what our illustrious business queen looks like," Lin Wei exclaimed. Everyone craned their necks to get a glimpse, even Nanxing stood. But the trees obstructed their view. When their line of sight cleared, they only saw a crowd surrounding a figure emerging, obscuring any details of her appearance. They only caught a fleeting view of Luo Qingyuan's silhouette as she entered the vehicle. As the Maybach's door closed, their vision was shrouded once more. The procession of luxury cars then sped off toward Hongluan. Lin Wei sighed in disappointment. What a pity. We were too far away, and there were too many people surrounding her to see anything clearly. Yu Ming echoed her sentiment. "I didn't get to see my goddess last time on set, and now this time too." Lin Wei teased. "Just a glimpse of her back, and she's already your goddess?" "A back is enough," Yu Ming retorted. Laughter erupted among the group, creating a light-hearted atmosphere on the bus. Nanxing joined in the laughter, for indeed, a mere silhouette was sufficient. She longed to become someone like President Luo and dreamed of the day when she would earn an award presented by her. Unbeknownst to Luo Qingyuan, the commotion outside was of no concern to her. She glanced at the time, feeling as if it was dragging on. She wished to meet Duan Ye sooner. For reasons she could not fathom, she, who was always so rational, found herself unexpectedly preoccupied with thoughts of another person. Chapter 21. Yinhuan follows Duan Ye thus. Luo Qingyuan spent the entire day in a state of unease, barely managing to endure until the end of her workday. As soon as she clocked out, she swiftly grabbed her bag and headed to the parking lot to drive her BMW. Cheng Sui followed her closely, bewildered to see Luo Qingyuan opting for a BMW over the Maybach, refusing a chauffeur, which felt rather surreal to her. Before long, Luo Qingyuan drove away, casually stating, "You handle your matters. I won't need you to follow me home anymore." Cheng Sui barely had time to retort before only the rear of Luo Qingyuan's car remained in sight. Cheng Sui was left dumbfounded by Luo Qingyuan's sudden efficiency, murmuring to herself, "But my task is to protect the young lady." Cheng Sui was specifically dispatched by Luo Qingyuan's father, a capable aide proficient in both intellect and martial prowess. It was the first time she felt so completely overlooked by Luo Qingyuan. Indeed, women in love can be quite formidable. With a sigh, Cheng Sui retrieved her phone and made a call. From now on, just protect the young lady and the young master from the shadows. Stay distant unless necessary. After receiving a clear response, she hung up and drove toward home. She often worked late, and finishing at this hour was almost dreamlike. Meanwhile, the bodyguards on the other end of the call were utterly perplexed, with one scratching his head and asking, "Young master, when did the young lady get married?" They all shook their heads in unison, expressing ignorance. However, Luo Qingyuan encountered a problem. She was rear-ended at a traffic light, her car's rear crumpled. Yet, her thoughts were occupied with Duan Ye, and she sought a private settlement with the driver of the vehicle that hit her, suggesting he compensate her with 1,000 yuan to resolve the matter. To her surprise, the driver's expression changed instantly. "What do you mean 1,000? You're clearly trying to extort money. You've merely scratched some paint, and you want 1,000? Luo Qingyuan, upon hearing this, regained her composure and replied coolly, "Then how do you propose we handle this?" The driver chuckled. "I recognize you drive a BMW, but it's categorized by value. Yours is worth at most 200,000. Just repair the paint. Why extort me?" Luo Qingyuan glanced at her watch, feeling a twinge of impatience, though her face remained impassive. She simply looked at the driver and called the traffic police. "That's the right approach. We'll go through insurance once the police arrive," he retorted. Luo Qingyuan, uninterested in further conversation, proceeded to set up roadblocks according to regulations and took photos of the scene. At this hour, it was peak time for commuters, and the police would take some time to arrive. They needed to clear the road as quickly as possible. Seeing Luo Qingyuan handle the situation with such poise, the driver hurriedly pulled out his phone to take pictures, fearing she might later deny responsibility. Once she had documented the evidence, Luo Qingyuan moved her car to a safe spot, just as she received a call from Duan Ye. "Qingyuan, why are you still not here?" he inquired. "I was rear-ended on the road and am currently sorting it out," she replied. Duan Ye paused momentarily, then picked up the car keys from the table and strode outside. "Send me the location." Instinctively, Luo Qingyuan refused. "I can handle this. You stay at the shop and wait for me." Duan Ye interrupted her with a hint of exasperation. "Location." With a light laugh, Luo Qingyuan sent him the coordinates. They were only about 3 kilometers from his store, and as Duan Ye drove off, he remained unaware that Yinhuan had spotted his car. Initially intending to hail a taxi, she was taken aback to see Duan Ye's vehicle. In a hurry, Yinhuan flagged down a cab. "Driver, quickly, follow that car ahead." Thus, a taxi trailed Duan Ye. The driver inquired, "Miss, who was in that car ahead? What are you chasing him for?" At the driver's question, Yinhuan's eyes reddened as she choked out, "Boyfriend." The driver's brain short-circuited for 3 seconds before accelerating a bit too eagerly. "Are you going to catch him cheating? Hold on tight." Glancing at Yinhuan, the driver couldn't help but ponder, how could such a beautiful young woman have a boyfriend who would betray her? It seemed utterly absurd. Before long, Duan Ye arrived at Luo Qingyuan's location, with Yinhuan paying the driver and exiting the taxi. "Driver, you can leave now." The driver, with a heart of gold, asked, "Are you sure you'll be all right alone, miss? Do you need assistance?" Yinhuan clutched her canvas bag tightly and shook her head. "No, thank you, driver." With that, she walked toward Duan Ye. Meanwhile, the traffic police had also arrived. Luo Qingyuan stepped out of her car and stood beside Duan Ye. The handsome man and the beautiful woman indeed appeared to be a perfect match. The taxi driver, not leaving just yet, moved his vehicle to a spot where Yin Wan couldn't see. Upon noticing Luo Qingyuan next to Duan Ye, his eyes widened in unabashed awe. Muttering to himself, no wonder, Yin Wan remained at a distance, quietly observing the gentle breeze lifting her white chiffon dress, her expression a portrait of sorrow, resembling a delicate flower from a novel. At that moment, the driver was still trying to gain favor. "Officer, it's this woman. She attempted to settle privately and extort 1,000 yuan from me." Luo Qingyuan shot him a cool glance. "What are you looking at? Don't think you can extort me just because you're attractive," the driver retorted. Duan Ye, initially irritated, found his mood lifting upon hearing this. He stepped forward and patted the driver's shoulder. "Since you were so insistent, let us proceed with the proper procedures." The driver looked at Duan Ye with suspicion. After all, this was someone who had just shown him a stern demeanor. The traffic officer, exasperated, wondered how the driver could recognize the BMW, yet remained so foolish, refusing 1,000 yuan in a private settlement only to potentially incur thousands more through insurance claims. "Very well, we will process this through insurance. You're free to go. Just follow up with the insurance company afterward," the officer concluded. At that moment, Luyan arrived with his team and approached Luo Qingyuan, hesitating to address her formally. Miss Luo, allow me to handle this," he offered. Duan Ye turned to Luo Qingyuan. "Who is this?" Lu Yin smiled warmly. "A colleague." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Yes, a colleague." Turning to Lu Yin, she added with a slight smile, "Please arrange for my car to be repaired afterward." Lu Yin replied cheerfully, "Of course, it's a small matter among friends." Luo Qingyuan had never smiled at him like this before, sending a chill down his spine, though he maintained his composure. Duan Ye queried, "Is that all right?" "Absolutely," Luo Qingyuan affirmed. Lu Yin's family owns a 4S shop specializing in this, right? Lu Yin nodded. "Indeed, I'll take care of it. Just remember this favor for me in the future." Luo Qingyuan smiled, of course. Then she took Duan Ye's hand. "Let us go grab dinner." Duan Ye glanced back at Lu Yin. "Thank you for your help." Lu Yin beamed brighter than ever. "Not a problem at all. You two go ahead." Once Duan Ye and Luo Qingyuan were in the car, Lu Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 22. At a loss for words, the elder brother turned to Lu Yin and said, "She has left. You shall handle this, right?" Lu Yin, facing his brother, was no longer as accommodating. He glanced at the time on his watch and instructed his assistant, "Call the general manager of the insurance company immediately. I expect this matter to be resolved today. I will drive the car to the repair shop. You stay here and negotiate." The assistant nodded vigorously. "Yes, boss." Lu Yin replied, "Good, get on with it." The elder brother's expression shifted repeatedly. He felt utterly disregarded. Was there truly such a lack of respect? And what was this talk of the insurance company's general manager? As if it were something extraordinary. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Lu Yin had already driven away in the BMW, leaving behind a flabbergasted elder brother, a traffic officer, and Lu Yin's assistant. At that moment, Duan Ye's car rounded a corner only to be halted. Fortunately, he managed to brake in time. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Once he regained his composure, Duan Ye fixed his gaze on Yin Wan, who stood before him with outstretched arms, her face contorted with rage. Luo Qingyuan's expression grew slightly frosty, truly reckless. Duan Ye's countenance darkened as he thought. Had Yin Wan lost her senses? Luo Qingyuan instructed, "Park the car by the roadside." Upon hearing her voice, Duan Ye reined his temper and replied, "All right." He parked the vehicle and told Luo Qingyuan, "Please wait a moment." Luo Qingyuan nodded and leaned back in the passenger seat, closing her eyes to rest. Duan Ye exited the car, and Yin Wan approached, but her ire was directed at Luo Qingyuan. "Get out of the car. I command you to get out." Yet, before she could reach Luo Qingyuan, Duan Ye seized her by the arm. "Yin Wan, have I not made myself clear enough?" Yin Wan seemed to have lost her mind, only wanting to rush forward and force Luo Qingyuan out of the passenger seat. "Who is she? What right does she have to occupy my place? Make her get out. Get out." Duan Ye firmly grasped her wrist, dragging her away from Luo Qingyuan's line of sight. Yin Wan struggled in vain, her face twisted with resentment and curses. When Luo Qingyuan opened her eyes, Yin Wan and Duan Ye were no longer in view. With a resigned shake of her head, she resumed her rest. deeming the matter too trivial to vex her. Meanwhile, Duan Ye and Yinwan stood face to face, both eyes ablaze with evident fury. Yinwan, what on earth are you trying to achieve? Yinwan's tears flowed instantaneously. Am I making a scene? Am I? She forced a bitter smile. Duan Ye, am I the one causing trouble? How long has it been since our breakup? Are you so eager to find someone new? Are you even human? Yinwan's voice rose in accusation, and in her frenzy, she struck Duan Ye with her canvas bag. Duan Ye's patience wore thin. He seized both of Yinwan's hands, locking eyes with her. Yinwan, you were the one who wanted to break up. On the day of our separation, I came to see you to explain, but did you listen? You were adamant about ending things, even if I initiated the breakup. You cannot flaunt a new woman in front of me so soon. Yinwan retorted. Do you not understand that the period following a breakup deserves basic respect towards the ex? Duan Ye intended to respond, but Yinwan interrupted him once more. I cannot accept this. Your behavior is nothing short of that of scoundrel. You professed your love for me, yet look at your actions. Seamlessly connecting with someone else. Can you still call yourself a man? Thus, Duan Ye swallowed his words, his gaze growing cold as he regarded her. You always react this way. The moment something arises, you first distrust, then slander, and then resort to theatrics. Yinwan, everyone grows weary. Yinwan appeared taken aback. Duan Ye sighed and stepped back, creating distance between them. Yinwan, she is not my girlfriend. At these words, Yinwan's heart leapt. Could it be that she had misjudged Duan Ye? Was he merely trying to provoke her? However, in the next moment, Duan Ye continued, she is my lawful wife. The smile on Yinwan's face froze, her expression shattered. Duan Ye spoke the truth. Yet Yinwan scoffed repeatedly. Is this your pitiful excuse to rid yourself of me? Duan Ye, do you not realize how repulsive your lies are? Just like when you claim to have no feelings for Sister Nanqing, I believe not a word. Duan Ye seemed to predict her response, his face etched with profound weariness. The culmination of emotions is not swearing or venting, but silence. He found himself at a loss for words with Yinwan. Perhaps it was the coldness in Duan Ye's eyes that unnerved Yinwan. She had not come here to quarrel. That woman, after all, had only been by Duan Ye's side for a few days, while they had endured a tumultuous 2-year entanglement. Thus, Yinwan suppressed her surging emotions, stepped forward to grasp Duan Ye's hand, only for him to evade her touch. Looking at her empty palm, her heart ached slightly, but she still managed a gentle smile. I acknowledge my emotional outburst, but Duan Ye, I have erred, and so have you. Let us consider this a draw, shall we? A draw? Duan Ye laughed, a smile that dripped with sarcasm. Yinwan, it cannot be settled. Yinwan frowned. What do you mean? Duan Ye repeated. I once believed that my failure to provide you with sufficient security was the cause, leading me to repeatedly yield, hoping you might become a tad more rational, a bit more stable in your emotions. However, when one hopes for too long, even the desire to wish fades away. Duan Ye, I know what you want to say, but Yinwan, what is past. Consider my wrongdoing. You are young, beautiful, and have a promising future ahead. You need not cling to me any longer. With that, Duan Ye turned and walked away, leaving no room for lingering. It is futile for those on divergent paths to walk together for long. Duan Ye was a man who cherished simplicity. He had benevolent parents and a caring brother. His life had been smooth sailing, save for the tumultuous journey of love, from unrequited teenage infatuations to the endless compromises with Yinwan, which had exhausted him completely. He could no longer withstand the oscillations of emotion. When sorrow outweighed joy, any relationship must come to a timely halt. Now, whoever came to his side, he would love. Yinwan stood there, dazed, watching Duan Ye's figure gradually recede. This was not how it was meant to be. The outcome should not have been this way. She had entirely forgotten his words that day beneath the dormitory building. Yinwan, if you let go of me one more time, I will never look back. I mean what I say. Chapter 23. Yinwan's family. Duan Ye felt a sense of indebtedness towards Yinwan, as the fervor of his affection from years past had been devoted entirely to Nanqing. Consequently, he remembered every word Yinwan uttered and attended to her every need. However, Yinwan was oblivious to this. She only recalled those words that cast shadows upon her heart. She had never grasped the truth that in this world, Crows do not utter sweet nothings, and iron trees do not bloom. Evergreen trees do not exist, and they depart as they please. Only when Duan Ye's car passed by her did Yinwan snap back to reality, her emotions unraveling as she screamed, "Duan Ye, you scoundrel!" Duan Ye did not even glance back, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Luo Qingyuan glanced at the rearview mirror and remarked with a smile, "So ruthless?" Duan Ye remained silent. Luo Qingyuan did not mind, softly suggesting, "Let us start anew, Duan Ye." She knew Duan Ye intimately and understood his current state of mind, yet one can never truly empathize with another's feelings. At her words, Duan Ye managed to smile and nodded, "Yes, let's begin again." However, Luo Qingyuan shook her head with a smile. "No, what I meant was to start from the heart, not to begin again. Duan Ye pose it in contemplation. Take your time. There's no rush," she added. Duan Ye inquired, "Aren't you my wife? Why do I feel like you are more composed about this X showing up than I am?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "What do you mean by composed? This is called complete trust in you, okay?" Duan Ye chuckled, "That's a stretch." Seeing him smile lifted Luo Qingyuan's spirits significantly. "I just want to tell you that encountering the wrong person can drain you, while the right one can heal you. The best self-discipline for adults is to cut losses in a timely manner. Everyone has their obsessions, but one must not be stubbornly ignorant." Duan Ye, intrigued, asked, "So, Miss Luo, are you the right person or the wrong one?" Luo Qingyuan's dark eyes twinkled as she replied, "Well, I can't give you a definitive answer on that." "You are quite honest," Duan Ye remarked. "I would never lie," she affirmed. "Is that true?" He countered. "No," she replied playfully. Duan Ye burst into laughter, the earlier gloom dissipating. "Forget it. I shouldn't expect you to say anything kind. It's late. Let us just go eat." "What do you want?" "Western cuisine," she responded. "Do you have a recommended place?" He asked. "There's one nearby. Let us just eat and head back home. We are both tired today, no need to go out. The workers will lock up properly after finishing," she explained. Duan Ye nodded in agreement and turned the car towards home. Meanwhile, Yinwan remained frozen in place, her face pale and somewhat frightening. A passing driver, unable to bear the sight, returned to her side, asking, "Miss, would you like a ride home?" Regaining her senses, Yinwan climbed into the car without a glance. "When Sheen Garden, Youth Road, thank you." The driver acknowledged and drove off. As the sky darkened, countless neon lights flashed across Yinwan's face, and the scenery outside rapidly retreated. The driver glanced at her, offering some comfort. "Young lady, in this world, everyone can survive without someone else. Since he doesn't cherish you, just close your eyes and move on. One must look forward." Yinwan turned to the window and softly replied, "But he said he would love me forever. How can people go back on their word?" The driver chuckled gently. "Young lady, you are still too young. Words spoken in love may be sincere, but once parted, they are meaningless." Tears streamed down Yinwan's cheeks, and the driver's smile faded. "Please don't cry. It's not the end of the world, is it? Yet." Yinwan sobbed uncontrollably, and despite the driver's attempts to console her, he eventually sighed and fell silent. Yinwan trembled as she took out her phone, repeatedly calling Duan Ye, "Pick up. I beg you." But Duan Ye had already blocked her, and her calls went unanswered. By 8 o'clock that evening, Duan Ye and Luo Qingyuan arrived at a romantic Western restaurant, while Yinwan returned home. Wenxin Garden 101 was an old community, lacking an elevator but equipped with a surveillance camera at the entrance. As soon as Yinwan entered, Mrs. Chan emerged, momentarily startled, then puzzled. "Wan, why are you home? ISNT today, Wednesday. Don't you have classes tomorrow?" Yinwan, focused on changing her shoes, replied, "I don't have classes tomorrow. I just wanted to come home." Mrs. Chun found it odd. "You usually don't come home on weekends. Are you really okay?" "I'm fine," Yinwan insisted. Mrs. Chun continued, "If that's the case, you can take your brother to school tomorrow morning." Yinwan hesitated at the doorway to her room. "Mom, I'm feeling down. I want to sleep in tomorrow." Mrs. Chen rolled her eyes. "What could possibly be bothering you at your age?" Yinwan, weary of the argument, simply desired to retreat to her room. Just as she was about to close the door, Mrs. Chen asked, "Have you eaten?" Yinwan's heart warmed slightly. Despite her mother's somewhat antiquated views, she still cared. Finally smiling, she replied, "Not yet. There's food in the kitchen. Go help yourself. I need to go play mahjong with Aunt Wong." Mrs. Chun said. Yinwan's smile froze as she watched her mother prepare to leave. Anger surged within her. Mom, can you please stop gambling? Yinwan exclaimed. Mrs. Chun's expression darkened. It's just a game of mahjong, not gambling. I'll be back soon. Mom, my brother and I have school. Can you think about us? Yinwan pleaded. Mrs. Chen's patience waned. Yinwan, don't think just because you're in college now. You can dictate things to me, just like your worthless father. Mom, can you please not mention my dad? Yinwan retorted. Mrs. Chun scoffed. He married to another woman, and you're still defending him? Yinwan, you're truly ungrateful. Have you ever considered who raised you and paid for your education all these years? Yinwan took a deep breath. Mom, we're discussing your issues, not my dad's. Can you please stay on topic? Ugh, you're so annoying. Just go back to sleep. Mrs. Chun snapped, slamming the door behind her. Yinwan's heart ached once more, and the carefully curated emotions crumbled, compelling her to close the door and weep loudly in her room. Uncertain how long she cried, Yinwan heard someone cautiously open her bedroom door. She looked up to see her 10-year-old brother, Yi Xiaotian, peeking in. Sister, are you hungry? I made instant noodles for you. Can you come out to eat? Chapter 24. Coral. Yinwan harbored resentment towards her younger brother. Had it not been for their mother's favoritism towards him, her plight would not have been so dire. Yet, upon witnessing Yi Xiaotian's obedient and considerate demeanor, she found it difficult to truly blame him. With a gentle wipe of her tears, Yinwan approached her brother, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Xiaotian. Yi Xiaotian extended his hand to her. Sister, let me take you to eat instant noodles. Tears welled up in Yinwan's eyes once more as she stepped forward and grasped his hand. The siblings made their way to the kitchen, where a bowl of prepared instant noodles awaited them. Yi Xiaotian dutifully pulled out a chair for Yinwan, filling her heart with warmth. As Yinwan began to eat, Yi Xiaotian sat across from her and softly said, Sister, please do not cry. This place is quite close to school. Tomorrow, you can rest well, and I can go to school by myself. Yinwan was momentarily taken aback, and upon looking up, she saw Yi Xiaotian smile, complete with adorable dimples. Her tears fell freely. Yi Xiaotian hurriedly jumped off his chair and rushed over. Sister. In response, Yinwan turned and enveloped him in her arms, weeping openly. Yi Xiaotian patted her gently, waiting until she had calmed down before flashing her a sweet smile. Yinwan couldn't help but chuckle, playfully pinching his cheek. Go wash up and get ready for bed. I'll wake you up in the morning. Yi Xiaotian nodded obediently. Okay. After he left, Yinwan found herself alone in the kitchen, bathed in the warm glow of the light. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Yi Xiaotian was using his phone watch to call Duan Ye. Hello, is this Brother Duan? Duan Ye started, responded, Xiaotian. What is the matter? Unaware that Duan Ye and Yinwan had broken up, Yi Xiaotian recalled Duan Ye's previous words. If his sister came home crying, he should call. Thus, he did just that. Brother Duan, my sister quarreled with our mother after coming home and cried very sadly. Duan Ye paused for a moment. Did you comfort her, Xiaotian? With pride, Yi Xiaotian replied, yes. I made her instant noodles. However, his tone shifted to one of concern, but it seemed she didn't finish it. Duan Ye felt a pang of sadness, fully aware of the family circumstances Yinwan faced. He had always been more accommodating during their time together. But now, Xiaotian, you must take good care of your sister. Yi Xiaotian nodded earnestly. Brother Duan, you will comfort her like before, right? After a brief silence, Duan Ye affirmed, I will. Yi Xiaotian's face brightened. Thank you, brother. Good night. Good night. After hanging up, Duan Ye sighed, feeling helpless. At that moment, he believed that doing nothing was the best way to support Yinwan. After washing the dishes, Yinwan returned to her room to sleep, but she lay in bed, restless and turning over repeatedly. Over the past 2 years, whenever she quarreled with her mother, it was Duan Ye who comforted her. He would take her to amusement parks, treat her to delicious food, even though he was still a student himself, spending all his pocket money on her. She could not seek someone else to make him jealous. Hadn't she already made a mistake? The following morning, Yinwan rose early to accompany Yi Xiaotian to school. By the time they arrived, it was already past 7 o'clock. The streets were bustling with people, mostly parents dropping off their children, while vendors called out from the sidewalks. Yinwan bought Yi Xiaotian some steam buns and soy milk before dropping him off at the school gate. Xiaotian, make sure to study hard at school, okay? Yi Xiaotian nodded obediently. Don't worry, sister. All right, go to class now. Yi Xiaotian waved goodbye. Goodbye, sister. Yinwan waved back, watching him head towards the school gate before turning to leave. At that moment, Yi Xiaotian was suddenly grabbed by someone. He turned around, instantly elated. Brother Duan. Duan Ye swiftly placed a finger to his lips. Can Brother Duan share a secret with you? Yi Xiaotian eagerly nodded. Duan Ye led him to a quieter spot and crouched down, just as Yi Xiaotian's eyes brightened upon seeing his sister approaching. Duan Ye's heart sank as he turned to see Yinwan standing a short distance away, observing him. Yinwan approached and took Yi Xiaotian's hand. Xiaotian, you'll be late for class. Go ahead, and I'll pick you up after school. Yi Xiaotian glanced between Duan Ye and Yinwan before nodding. Goodbye, brother and sister. Both Duan Ye and Yinwan replied in unison. Goodbye. They watched as Yi Xiaotian entered the school, the surroundings gradually quieting down. Yinwan did not look at Duan Ye, but calmly asked, What brings you here? Duan Ye hesitated to respond. Or perhaps you came to see my brother for a reason. Duan Ye remained silent for a long moment before finally saying, Last night, Xiaotian called me. Yinwan's heart fluttered, and her eyes stung. So, you came to mock me? Duan Ye was taken aback by her words, but did not wish to escalate the argument. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. This is a colleague of mine. His child is in the second year of middle school and needs tutoring in math and English. The fee is $200 per class. You have always excelled academically and are studying education. It's a perfect fit. Having said that, Duan Ye turned to leave. Yinwan suddenly called out, What is this? Your charity? Duan Ye closed his eyes, anticipating her reaction. He had intended to avoid confrontation with her, to deceive Yi Xiaotian into informing her, but he had been caught. Yinwan stepped in front of him and threw the car back at him. Duan Ye, I will not allow you to insult me like this. I have my dignity. Duan Ye gritted his teeth, anger rising. Maintaining dignity while ensuring one's basic needs are met is what true dignity is. What are you doing, Yinwan? You are an adult. Can you not think before you speak or act? With reddened eyes, Yinwan shouted, You look down on me. You think I can't live without you. I, Yinwan, am not so useless that I need your handouts. Duan Ye surrendered, closing his eyes. Fine, think whatever you want. Consider today as if I never came, as if I were meddling in your affairs. Is that all right? With that, he turned to leave, but Yinwan refused to let go. She dashed forward and embraced his waist from behind. Duan Ye, let us stop arguing. Can we be good together again? I cannot live without you. Yinwan's voice quivered with emotion. Chapter 25 Invitation. Duan Ye inhaled deeply several times before finally prying open Yinwan's hand. Yinwan, he stated, my willingness to assist you stems from the bond we have forged over these past 2 years, not for any other reason. Seeing Duan Ye repeatedly rejecting her, Yinwan felt her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Is it really because of what my roommates said? Duan Ye, is this truly necessary? Over such trivial matters, you insist on prolonging this dispute, disturbing everyone's peace. When did you become so petty? Duan Ye, exasperated, looked at Yinwan with a mocking smile. You are simply beyond redemption. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away. Yinwan attempted to pursue him, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not keep up. Duan Ye moved swiftly, not pausing for her. By the time she reached where he had parked, he had already pressed the accelerator and departed. Once Yinwan returned home, she discovered the door ajar. Rushing inside, she found the furniture had been overturned, and the house was in complete disarray. Panic surged within her. Mom? Mom! She hurried into the bedroom to find Chun-Li cowering in the corner of the bed, her hair disheveled, and her face bearing the marks of a slap. Thankfully, her clothing remained intact, though it was marred by numerous shoe prints. Yinwan felt a mix of anger and heartbreak. Mom, did you borrow money again? Chun-Li finally came to her senses, scrambling to embrace Yinwan. Wan called Duan Ye. Haven't come help. Those brutes hurt me. It hurts so much. You must call Xiao Yi quickly. Yinwan frowned, steadying her mother. Mom, what on earth happened? We should call the police. As she reached for her phone, Chun-Li swatted it away, causing it to fall to the ground. Mom, what are you doing? Chun-Li, filled with fury, shouted, We cannot call the police. We cannot. As Yin bent to retrieve her phone, Chun-Li rushed over and snatched it from her hands. Call Duan Ye. He has money. Let him. Yin emotions surged again, nearing a breaking point. Mom, I broke up with Duan Ye. The room fell silent, and Chun-Li regarded Yin with suspicion. What did you say? Yin repeated, I said I broke up with Duan Ye. A resounding slap echoed through the air, sending Yin face to the side, a fiery pain igniting on her left cheek. Accompanying this was Chun-Li's vitriolic tirade. You ungrateful girl. What was wrong with Xiao Yi? You chose to break up with him? Go ahead, continue your folly, and in the end, no one will love you. Yin felt numb, her voice hollow and desperate. Mom, I'm the one who lost a relationship. Why can't you just talk to me calmly? What? Chun-Li shot her a fierce glare before collapsing to the floor in tears. Now look what you've done. You've broken up with Duan Ye. And what will we do when those debt collectors come knocking? Woe is me. Chun-Li's cries were heart-wrenching, and Yin heart ached with sympathy. Time passed, and Chun-Li remained unable to calm her emotions, while Yin hurriedly tidied up the chaos in the living room and bedroom, even preparing 2 bowls of noodles in the kitchen. After placing the bowls on the table, Yin returned to her mother. Mom, please eat something. Chun-Li remained immobile, her gaze vacant. With no other choice, Yin knelt beside her, gently embracing her. Mom, everything will be all right. Finally, Chun-Li sighed, pushing Yin away as she stood and walked toward the kitchen. Yin followed closely. Sitting face to face, they quietly finished a bowl of noodles. Once Chun-Li set her chopsticks down, she remarked, previously, your living expenses were covered by Duan Ye. I haven't been able to give you much each month, and you see the state of our household. I can't support both of you alone. I don't expect you to help pay off her debts. I only hope you can support yourself and occasionally assist the family. Yin remainit silent, quietly consuming her noodles. Chun-Li cast a glance at her. Your father's monthly alimony is barely enough for your brother. With that, she turned away and left. Mom, just how much do you owe out there? Chun-Li's expression changed abruptly, and she snapped, focus on your studies. Don't meddle in adult matters. Yin could only eat her noodles, tears mingling with the food, her hands trembling slightly as she held the chopsticks. In a moment of painful clarity, she recognized that Duan Ye had been right all along. Wiping a tear from her face, a sorrowful smile crept onto Yin lips as she bitterly stated, Indeed, if even my own mother doesn't love me, who can I expect to love me? After finishing her meal, Yin returned to school, while Duan Ye resumed his work. Before his shift began, he stopped by a CAF to check in, discovering that despite not overseeing the work yesterday, everything had proceeded smoothly, thanks to Luo Qingyuan's reliable contacts. Following a noon meeting, Duan Ye received a call from Luo Qingyuan. What's up? He inquired. ISNT tomorrow the weekend? Luo Qingyuan replied. Since there's no work, why don't we go shopping or catch a movie after work? Duan Ye glanced around, seeking a quiet spot before responding. Miss Luo, are you inviting me to dinner? Luo Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Yes, I wonder if Mr. Duan would grace me with his presence. Duan Ye's mood brightened considerably. Since Miss Luo has extended such a warm invitation, I would be remiss to decline. You're quite the charmer. I'll pick you up after work. Luo Qingyuan said before ending the call. After putting down the phone, Duan Ye belatedly realized he should have been the one to pick up Luo Qingyuan. However, his supervisor called out Xiao Duan. Duan Ye quickly tucked his phone away. Coming. Time passed, and as the clock struck 6 in the evening, Duan Ye was still working late. Luo Qingyuan arrived first at the CF, where a stranger was overseeing the renovations. Luo Qingyuan approached, puzzled. Hello, who are you? The girl, sporting adorable pigtails, beamed at Luo Qingyuan and stood up, extending her hand. Hello, I'm Sun Xiaoyin, Lin Feng's girlfriend. Lin Feng. Luo Qingyuan immediately recalled him, smiling as she shook Sun Xiaoyin's hand. Hello, I'm Luo Qingyuan. Sun Xiaoyin was quite sociable. Upon noticing Luo Qingyuan's beauty, grace, and friendliness, she felt an instant connection. Stepping closer to link arms with Luo Qingyuan and whispering, Sister Luo, are you and Duan Ye together? Luo Qingyuan nodded. Sun Xiaoyin exclaimed, that is more like it. Duan Ye is such a fool for having ever liked that neurotic Yin. You're far better. I like you at first sight. Luo Qingyuan, unsure of how to respond, could only smile helplessly. Just then, Lin Feng returned with milk tea in hand. Xiaoyin, Chapter 26. Here in Kyoto, Sun Xiaoyin turned around in surprise, waving at Lin Feng. I'm over here. Lin Feng hurried towards her, carrying a stack of milk teas. He handed a cup to Sun Xiaoyin before turning to Luo Qingyuan, saying, Hello, you must be Duan Ye's partner, right? Here, little sister-in-law, enjoy some milk tea. Luo Qingyuan accepted it gracefully. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled. You're welcome. Everyone has worked hard with the renovations, so I thought I'd treat you all to some milk tea, helping out Brother Duan in the process. Luo Qingyuan replied with a faint smile. Duan Ye will be very happy to hear that. Please take a seat. I'll distribute the milk teas to the workers, Lin Feng said. Luo Qingyuan nodded as he busied himself, leaving only her and Sun Xiaoyin at the front desk. Sun Xiaoyin's gaze followed Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with affection. Luo Qingyuan smiled and asked, Do you like him? Sun Xiaoyin's cheeks flushed, but she nodded eagerly. Yes, very much. Curiously, she then inquired, What about you, sister? Why are you with Duan Ye? Do you also like him? This question caught Luo Qingyuan off guard. She didn't particularly like him. She merely didn't mind being around him. Before she could respond, Duan Ye entered through the door, and at the moment their eyes met, both felt their hearts skip a beat. Brother Duan, you're here? Lin Feng's voice snapped Duan Ye back to reality. Duan Ye averted his gaze. Yes, I came to pick up my sister-in-law. Lin Feng and Sun Xiaoyin exchanged sly glances, grinning mischievously. Oh, just a sister-in-law already? You're settling into your role quite quickly, Lin Feng teased. Duan Ye scratched his head awkwardly before dropping a bombshell. Well, this is your genuine sister-in-law now. Lin Feng immediately sensed something was amiss. What do you mean? Duan Ye replied. We've registered our marriage. A silence enveloped the air for 3 seconds. Lin Feng and Sun Xiaoyin's voices broke in unison. What? Lin Feng stepped closer, fixing an intense gaze on Duan Ye. Is that for real? Sun Xiaoyin quickly turned to Luo Qingyuan, her eyes wide with concern. Sister, is that true? Both Luo Qingyuan and Duan Ye nodded. Lin Feng's expression shattered into disbelief. No way. Dude, you're full of surprises. Sun Xiaoyin exclaimed. Is this what they call flash marriage? You two are moving too fast. Lin Feng asked. Does Lu Jie know? Or am I the last to find out? Duan Ye placed a reassuring hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. You were the first to know. I initially wanted to find a moment for all of us to celebrate this news together. Lin Feng seized Duan Ye and dragged him outside. Not forgetting to call back to Luo Qingyuan, sister-in-law, I'm borrowing your husband for a bit. As soon as Lin Feng's voice faded, he whisked Duan Ye away. Sun Xiaoyin's heart ached. Sister, you're so beautiful. How could you let that brat take you so quickly? It's such a waste. Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh at Sun Xiaoyin's impressive act. Duan Ye's friends were indeed quite amusing. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was questioning Duan Ye. Are you really married? Don't joke about that. It's no laughing matter. Duan Ye produced his phone and displayed the marriage certificate. It's true, we really did it. We just haven't held the wedding ceremony yet. Lin Feng scrutinized the phone, still incredulous. But how could you make such a monumental decision without a word? And you just broke up with Yin-Wan not long ago. If she finds out you're married, I can't imagine how she'll react. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on at the thought of Yin-Wan's obsession. Despite her seemingly innocent appearance, she could be quite volatile, and everyone was wary of her. Duan Ye looked at his longtime friend earnestly. I genuinely married Luo Qingyuan, and I'm not getting back together with Yin-Wan. Lin Feng stepped closer and felt Duan Ye's forehead, muttering, no fever. Duan Ye swatted Lin Feng's hand away. This time, I'm serious. After a long silence, Lin Feng finally asked why the rush to marry. There must be a reason. Tell me. Duan Ye remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge the embarrassing circumstances that led to this marriage. After much prodding, Lin Feng finally relented, but his curiosity remained piqued. You didn't get someone pregnant, did you? Duan Ye's face darkened. Are you trying to get me killed? Lin Feng chuckled nervously. No. Duan Ye sighed. All right, let us head back. Lin Feng grabbed him again. Do you want me to help with Yin-Wan? Given her family background, we all know it's complicated. I can help her find a job and improve her situation. Lin Feng's parents were both university professors and had connections. Duan Ye considered it. If she is truly talented, she'll shine in time. As long as she works hard, she can stand on her own. Lin Feng sighed. Yinwan excels academically. She might indeed be a gem. But he gestured towards the brightly lit office buildings outside. This is Kyoto, the capital of Huagua, where opportunities abound. However, a mere piece of fabric can easily obscure a gem's brilliance. Yinwan's family background will undoubtedly complicate her path ahead, and her sensitive, suspicious nature is tied to her upbringing. Lin Feng sighed again. If you need help, just let me know. Duan Ye replied with a resigned sigh. Thank you. He wanted to help, but it had to be Yinwan's choice as well. From Lin Feng's perspective, Yinwan and Duan Ye's breakup was a blessing. The male party could afford to overlook the female party's family, as long as it wasn't a bottomless pit demanding constant attention. Upon meeting Luo Qingyuan for the first time, Lin Feng instantly understood that she and Yinwan were completely different. Yinwan was stunning and captivating, but Kyoto was replete with beautiful women. Duan Ye's future was long, and what Luo Qingyuan could offer, Yinwan might not be able to match. However, having known each other for 2 years, they would still offer assistance where possible. As Duan Ye was about to leave, Lin Feng asked, "What about Nanxing?" Duan Ye replied, "What now?" Lin Feng donned his mischievous grin again. "Well, as a friend, I have to make sure you're all right, right?" Duan Ye shot him a look. "Stop bringing up Nanxing. That's in the past. You wouldn't dare tell Sun Xiaoyin about my previous relationships, would you?" Lin Feng's expression changed immediately. "No way. You can't do that." Chapter 27. Prophecy. As the two conversed, they had already returned to the shop. Duan Ye remarked, "Qin Yuan and I shall take our leave now. We will treat you to dinner next time." Lin Feng chuckled mischievously. Go on. Unable to resist, Duan Ye playfully punched Lin Feng, who nimbly dodged with a smile. Sun Xiaoyin, with a curious expression, chimed in, "It seems like sister wants to enjoy some time alone with Duan Ye." Duan Ye, unable to bear their teasing, pulled the unsuspecting Luo Qingyuan aside. "All right, we are leaving now. Thank you all. The delicious food I order will arrive shortly." With that, Duan Ye did not linger, taking Luo Qingyuan with him. Lin Feng clicked his tongue and asked, "Do you think they resemble a couple?" Sun Xiaoyin replied, "Not really. Sister Luo is far too rational. The gaze of someone in love is never like that." Lin Feng, intrigued, countered, "Then do you think they might end up separating?" After a sip of her milk tea, Sun Xiaoyin responded, "I don't believe so." Lin Feng, increasingly curious, pressed on, "How do you know?" Sun Xiaoyin explained, "The more rational a person is, the more it stirs their emotional side when they truly like someone. Once desire and possessiveness emerge, it can be overwhelming." Lin Feng was skeptical. "You mean those two?" "I find that hard to believe. Duan Ye is exceptionally stable emotionally, and Luo Qingyuan seems indifferent. They are merely respectful towards each other." Sun Xiaoyin, with a smile, insisted, "You shouldn't dismiss it. There exists an inverse law in romance. The more rational one is, the more intense their feelings become, and the clearer their awareness, the deeper their entanglement." Observing Sun Xiaoyin's conviction, Lin Feng felt a flicker of anticipation. Could it be true? Someone like Duan Ye, who appeared so calm. At that moment, Lin Feng remained unaware of the perils of a conscious descent into affection. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyin eagerly anticipated the prospect of Luo Qingyuan's passionate side. After all, the aura surrounding Luo Qingyuan was formidable. What would love from someone in a position of power look like? Suddenly, Lin Feng inquired, "I wonder how Nanxing would react to the news of Duan Ye's marriage?" Sun Xiaoyin replied, "Hasn't Nanxing always claimed she doesn't like Duan Ye? So, who he marries shouldn't concern her." Lin Feng sighed, "I grew up with them all. Everyone thinks Nanxing dislikes Duan Ye, but I suspect the truth may not be as apparent." Sun Xiaoyin, dismissive, said, "You needn't worry unnecessarily. If someone truly loves another, they wouldn't push them away. Isn't Duan Ye with Yinwan because she connected them? Who would be that magnanimous?" Lin Feng murmured, "What if Nanxing is oblivious to her feelings for Duan Ye?" Sun Xiaoyin blinked. "Is that possible? Nanxing is so intelligent. She can't be as foolish as you suggest." Lin Feng shrugged. "It's quite possible. Nanxing has always been exceptionally smart, yet emotionally inept. Sun Xiao Yin waved her hand dismissively. That may be too late now. Lin Feng, gazing at Sun Xiao Yin's charming demeanor, couldn't help but ruffle her hair. True, that's their affair. As for us, let us focus on enjoying our lives. Sun Xiaoyin giggled in agreement. Indeed. Suddenly, a hurried voice called from the door, "Delivery for Mr. Duan." "Is anyone here?" Lin Feng immediately stood and stepped outside. Here. At that moment, Duan Ye was already driving Luo Qing Yuan to dinner. Luo Qing Yuan mentioned, "I bought 2 movie tickets for an 8 o'clock showing. We can stroll home afterward." Duan Ye nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Aren't you curious about what I was doing this morning?" Luo Qing Yuan seemed surprised by his question, but replied, "That is your personal choice." Duan Ye was slightly taken aback by Luo Qing Yuan's response and remarked, "How generous of you." She calmly responded, "I'm always generous, as long as it is not a matter of principle. I can understand." Just as Duan Ye was about to speak, Luo Qing Yuan continued, "Moreover, I trust your character." Little did Luo Qing Yuan realize that her words would come back to haunt her in the future. Duan Ye inquired, "What do you mean?" Luo Qing Yuan replied, "You are quite a bit younger than I am. Why do you insist on calling me Qing Yuan?" Duan Ye retorted, "You are only a few years older than me. Besides, you are my wife. What is wrong with calling you Qing Yuan?" Luo Qing Yuan laughed lightly. "I'll give you 2 options, wife or sister." Duan Ye's face flushed crimson, incredulously looking at Luo Qing Yuan. "How can you be so brazen?" Luo Qing Yuan, with unwavering composure, replied, "I can be even bolder." Duan Ye fell silent, and Luo Qing Yuan glanced at him, both lapsing into quietude. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Luo Qing Yuan remained seated in the passenger seat, reluctant to move. After Duan Ye parked the car, he opened the door for her. "Get out." Luo Qing Yuan, preoccupied with her nails, ignored him. Duan Ye's face reddened. "Luo Qing Yuan, don't push your luck." She smiled sweetly at him, but remained silent. Duan Ye recognized her playful antics, but could not ignore her entirely. So he relented. "All right, Sister Luo." Luo Qing Yuan felt satisfied and promptly exited the vehicle, playfully patting Duan Ye's cheek. "That is more like it." Duan Ye scowled, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. Luo Qing Yuan quickly closed the car door and intertwined her arm with his. Duan Ye instinctively tried to pull away, but Luo Qing Yuan reminded him, "Don't forget, we are legally married." Duan Ye protested, "Being a legal couple doesn't mean we should rush." Luo Qing Yuan tilted her head slightly, whispering in his ear, "We are already close to the bedroom. Do you still think we should take it slow?" Duan Ye's ears turned crimson, his mind involuntarily recalling the intensity of that night. However, Luo Qing Yuan had already led him into the dining hall. Upon entering, a waiter approached them. "Miss Luo, your reserved private room is ready. Would you like us to serve the dishes now?" Luo Qing Yuan replied, "Yes, please." The waiter bowed respectfully, "Certainly." Once they were seated in the private room, Duan Ye remarked, "The service here is quite commendable." Luo Qing Yuan, with a knowing smile, replied, "Of course." This Kyoto branch was owned by her close friend, Xin Yin Yin. How could it be anything less? Duan Ye examined the opulent decor and couldn't help but say, "We could have chosen a more affordable restaurant. Although it's not in the city center, this place seems quite costly." Luo Qing Yuan shot him a glance, questioning, "Are you trying to save money for me?" Duan Ye replied, "Now that we are married, what is yours is mine, so of course I need to be frugal." Luo Qing Yuan found his concern amusing and concocted a little excuse, whispering, "I have a voucher." Duan Ye inquired, "How much is it worth?" Luo Qing Yuan replied, "My superior, the lovely Ms. Wu Yu, gave it to me." Duan Ye swallowed hard. "How much can it discount?" Luo Qing Yuan whispered, 50%. Duan Ye was taken aback. "Is it really that good?" Chapter 28. Teasing Luo, Qing Yuan blinked playfully. "Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't dare to come." Duan Ye hurriedly opened the menu. "Then please order quickly. I shall cover the bill." Luo Qingyan nearly laughed out loud, but managed to suppress it. How delightful it was to tease Duan Ye. Previously, she had always resisted the idea of marriage, yet now that she was genuinely married, she couldn't help but reflect on the blandness of her former days. The time spent with Duan Ye was far more enjoyable. Thus, Luo Qingyan earnestly declared, "I had already ordered online before coming. It should arrive shortly." No sooner had she spoken than the door to their private room was knocked upon. and 5 waiters entered, promptly laying out an array of exquisite dishes on the table. Duan Ye gazed at the sumptuous feast and remarked, "If we can't finish it, we might as well pack it up." Luo Qingyuan wholeheartedly agreed. "This way, we won't have to cook tomorrow." The two shared laughter over their meal, eventually packing away what they could not finish. As they exited the restaurant, Luo Qingyuan still clung to Duan Ye's arm, oblivious to the fact that another set of eyes was observing their every move from across the street. In the new Rongji restaurant, a man clad in a tailored suit was thoughtfully watching the departing figures of Luo Qingyuan and Duan Ye. President Jiang, regarding the collaboration. Someone called to him. Witnessing his long-lost fiancée, laughing and holding hands with another man, it was impossible for Jiang Jingchuan to maintain a cheerful disposition. He swiftly snatched the contract from the table and signed his name with a flourish, tossing it aside. "All right, let's go." The others exchanged glances, then stood in unison. Then, "President Jiang, we won't keep you any longer." The guests quickly vacated the room, leaving the untouched dishes behind. Assistant Bo Chao had also caught sight of Luo Qingyuan and could not help but inquire, "President Jiang, should I investigate?" After all, Jiang Jingchuan had just returned to Kyoto today, not only to negotiate a partnership, but also to meet his fiancée. He had not anticipated such a surprising revelation. Jiang Jingchuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I wish to hear Luo Qingyuan's explanation." Bo Chao glanced at Jiang Jingchuan several times, wanting to protest that there was no point in hearing an explanation at this juncture, but ultimately refrained. After a moment, Jiang Jingchuan decided to call Luo Qingyuan. At that moment, she was waiting outside a cinema for Duan Ye, who had stepped away to the restroom. Upon seeing the incoming call, a flicker of impatience crossed Luo Qingyuan's eyes, yet she answered the phone. Before Jiang Jingchuan could utter a word, Luo Qingyuan coldly interrupted, "President Jiang, I have clearly rejected the union. Is it that the Jiang family cannot comprehend this?" Jiang Jingchuan maintained a stoic expression. "Qingyuan, since ancient times, marriage has been a matter of parental arrangement." Luo Qingyuan retorted sharply, "What era are we living in? Jiang Jingchuan, must you hold such feudal views?" Frowning, Jiang Jingchuan pressed on, "Qingyuan, where are you? Provide me with your address so we can discuss this in person." Despite her impassive demeanor, her words were anything but polite. "Keep your distance and do not come near." With that, Luo Qingyuan hung up the phone. Fury coursed through Jiang Jingchuan, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he forced himself to remain calm. The alliance between the Jiang and Luo families was imperative, and regardless of who Luo Qingyuan was with, she must yield. "Investigate. I want all information on that man," he commanded. "President Jiang, this might alarm those around Miss Luo." Bo Chao cautioned. While Jiang Jingchuan wielded considerable influence, the Luo family was well established in Kyoto. Any meddling in Luo Qingyuan's affairs could lead to severe repercussions before they even gathered sufficient information. After all, everyone knew of Luo Qingyuan's temper. Should she be provoked, the very heavens of Kyoto could be turned upside down. Let them be alarmed. Proceed with the investigation. The sooner, the better. Jiang Jingchuan insisted. "Understood," Bo Chao replied promptly. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan had already entered the cinema, entwined with Duan Ye's arm. The dim lights enveloped them. As she leaned against his shoulder, their heartbeats in sync. The phone call from Jiang Jingchuan had instilled a sense of urgency within her. She felt that her impulsive marriage was justified, yet she wondered if involving Duan Ye in this world was truly wise. Duan Ye was engrossed in the film, accidentally brushing against Luo Qingyuan's cool fingers. In the next moment, he enveloped her hands in his warm palms. Without a word, he silently conveyed a warmth that ignited a flutter in her heart. They had already crossed the threshold of intimacy. So was separation truly an option? Luo Qingyuan, determined and resolute, felt that whoever had taken her first should remain with her. At 11 o'clock that night, the two returned home after the movie. Luo Qingyuan said, "Change your clothes. I'll toss them in the washing machine for you." Duan Ye, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It's just a small matter. I can manage." Luo Qingyuan shot him a glance. "No need. It's fine." With that, she turned and entered the bedroom. "No, I just thought I wouldn't want to trouble you." Duan Ye stammered, but with no response from her, he He scratched his head and headed to the bathroom to shower. As he emerged, freshly bathed and holding his dirty clothes, he encountered Luo Qingyan, who had also just come out, her hair wrapped in a towel and wearing a spaghetti strap top. The outfit accentuated her alluring figure, causing Duan Ye to feel a rush of heat, unable to meet her gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Qingyuan cast him a knowing smile. It's not as if you haven't seen it before. Why are you blushing? Duan Ye felt even more flustered. Before he could respond, Luo Qingyuan stepped forward and took the clothes from his hands. Go to bed. I'll take care of the laundry, she instructed. Duan Ye hesitated, but Luo Qingyuan suddenly turned. Or are you suggesting you want to sleep with me tonight? Duan Ye's heart raced wildly at her teasing. Luo Qingyuan tossed the clothes into the washing machine and approached him, her cool fingers brushing against his chest. Duan Ye, feeling parched, instinctively grasped her hand. Sister Luo, if I breach our agreement, please don't hold it against me. Luo Qingyuan chuckled lightly, withdrawing her finger. A young man indeed cannot withstand provocation. Duan Ye remained silent, but Luo Qingyuan leaned closer, her breath caressing his ear. Sister hasn't even done anything yet, and you're already overwhelmed. Just imagine if I truly did. With that, she attempted to escape, but Duan Ye swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, their closeness intensifying. Luo Qingyuan's eyes widened in surprise as she met his gaze. Duan Ye gently caressed her cheek. I believe you may not quite understand that, in matters such as these. It is not I who would be at a disadvantage. Chapter 29. The unexpected visit from my mother Luo Qingyuan was genuinely taken aback. Duan Ye, who appeared so obedient and honest, actually dared to respond. Her surprise was fleeting, and she soon wrapped her arms around Duan Ye's neck, her eyes glimmering with allure. Sister feels no loss. Duan Ye was engulfed in warmth. As Luo Qingyuan had noted, at such a vigorous age, one could hardly resist temptation. With Luo Qingyuan presenting herself, how could he possibly refrain? He grasped her neck with one hand and leaned down to kiss her. The surveillance cameras in the room were utterly inconsequential at that moment. Unable to wait to reach the bedroom, Duan Ye pressed Luo Qingyuan against the sofa. The hairpin at the back of her head was removed, her flowing black hair cascading over the couch, her eyes sultry, as their kisses grew increasingly fervent. Duan Ye's hands were restless, soon exploring her curves. However, just then, Luo Qingyuan's phone rang insistently. Without a glance, she hung up, one hand clutching her phone while the other continued to embrace Duan Ye's neck, their kiss becoming more passionate. The phone rang again, more urgently this time. Duan Ye released Luo Qingyuan, gasping, "Answer it." Luo Qingyuan shot him a glance, and then frowned as she answered the call. You'd better have an emergency, otherwise, don't show up tomorrow. Meanwhile, Duan Ye nestled against her neck, igniting the fire within. Chung Sui-Sui's anxious voice emerged. President Luo, your mother is currently en route to your residence. Luo Qingyuan's previously dazed expression sharpened instantly. What did you say? Chung Sui-Sui repeated. Ms. Zhaowashi departed for your location half an hour ago. Luo Qingyuan abruptly pushed Duan Ye away and sat up. When did she return to the country? Why was there no news? Chung Sui-Sui explained. The exact reasons are unclear, but she is heading to Xinglong Garden, not the Sihiwan in Kyoto, which likely concerns Mr. Duan. Luo Qingyuan concluded, understood. Quickly find a way to intercept her. She immediately hung up, leaving Duan Ye bewildered. What's wrong? Luo Qingyuan hastily pinned her hair back up. My mother is coming. Duan Ye's eyes widened in shock. Your mother? Luo Qingyuan replied. I can't explain now, but if my mother discovers that I'm living with you, it would be disastrous for both of us. Duan Ye immediately jumped to his feet. So, I'm leaving now. At that moment, he failed to remember that they were legally married and that living together was entirely appropriate. Duan Ye asked, how long until she arrives? Luo Qingyuan estimated about 10 minutes. After all, we are quite close to the airport. Duan Ye nodded. Just as he prepared to leave, Luo Qingyuan pulled aback. Kiss me again. Duan Ye, eyes wide with terror, stammered, what time is it? Before he could finish, Luo Qingyuan silenced him with a kiss. It was only when Duan Ye was slightly breathless that she finally released him. Go. Use the stairs. Duan Ye quickly donned his coat, grabbed his phone, and followed Luo Qingyuan out. They were on the 7th floor, and as they reached the stairwell, Luo Qingyuan received a WeChat message from Cheng Sui Sui. President Luo, they have entered. Luo Qingyuan glanced at the elevator, which had already reached the 6th floor. Duan Ye noticed as well. Going now would lead to an inescapable dead end. Thus, Luo Qingyuan pulled Duan Ye back into the apartment. Duan Ye, frantic, exclaimed, "It's your fault. Why did you kiss me at such a crucial moment? Now we're doomed." Before Luo Qingyuan could respond, the doorbell rang. They exchanged anxious glances, their composure evaporating. Luo Qingyuan quickly dragged Duan Ye into his bedroom, shoving him into the wardrobe. "I want to close the door or turn off the lights, but I'll do my best to keep her from coming in. Just be silent, especially with your phone. Remember to mute it." Duan Ye hurriedly silenced his phone, while Luo Qingyuan deftly stuffed his clothes, shoes, and bag into the wardrobe before tidying the bed. She ensured there were no signs of a man's presence before turning to check the living room. Outside the door, the person was growing impatient. "Luo Qingyuan, I know you're in there. Open the door." Luo Qingyuan dashed to grab Duan Ye's shoes and tossed them into her bathroom. The knocking grew louder. Ms. Zhao was clearly furious. "Luo Qingyuan, are you forcing me to break down the door?" Luo Qingyuan swiftly opened the doors to the other rooms, turned off the lights, and tousled her hair to create a disheveled look before feigning sleepiness as she approached the door. When she opened it, her brows furrowed in feigned surprise. "Mother, what brings you here?" Zhao Ruoxi, impeccably made up and flanked by 2 bodyguards, entered, the guards bowing their heads, wary of stepping into Luo Qingyuan's domain. Zhao Ruoxi, with a cold glare, pushed past her. "What? Is it wrong for a mother to visit?" Luo Qingyuan closed the door behind her and followed Zhao Ruoxi inside. "Of course not. It's just late," she smiled. "Oh, I forgot it's still daytime abroad." Zhao Ruoxi surveyed the living room before entering the only lit room, then headed toward the remaining 3 rooms. Luo Qingyuan trailed closely. "Mother, are you inspecting me?" Zhao Ruoxi ignored her. "I received word that you've been restless in Kyoto, so naturally, I had to come and see for myself." A flicker of light ignited in Luo Qingyuan's eyes. "Restless? In what way?" "Mother, this is slander." As Zhao Ruoxi finished inspecting 2 rooms, only Duan Ye's bedroom remained. The doors being open, she had no intention of searching thoroughly. She merely paused at the entrance to turn on the light. Zhao Ruoxi inquired, "What is your reason for living here?" Seeing Zhao Ruoxi about to switch on the light in Duan Ye's room, Luo Qingyuan hurriedly stepped in front of her. "This is my property. I can live here if I wish, can I?" Blocked from turning on the light. Zhao Ruoxi nonetheless scanned the room with the light from the living area, her gaze eventually settling on Luo Qingyuan. Zhao Ruoxi remarked, "That may be true, but Qingyuan, I hope you will engage more with Jing Chuan and refrain from mingling with unsavory characters." At this, Luo Qingyuan's expression darkened. "Mother, is Jiang Jing Chuan spreading rumors?" Noticing her anger, Zhao Ruoxi abandoned her intent to inspect the room further and took Luo Qingyuan's hand. "Come with me. I need to have a word with you." Meanwhile, hidden in the wardrobe, Duan Ye dared not breathe, waiting until the sound of their voices faded before he finally exhaled softly. Chapter 30. Confrontation in the living room. 2 individuals sat opposite each other on the sofa. Mrs. Zhao remarked, "My dear, it is not my intention to doubt you. However, Qingyuan, in our family, marriage is not a matter we could decide for ourselves. A few years ago, you mentioned that you were not yet ready to settle down. Very well. You chose to pursue further studies abroad. Now that you have returned, and with Han Luan's proposal, shouldn't you consider your own marriage?" Luo Qingyuan was disinclined to entertain this conversation and deliberately wished to keep Duan Ye in the dark. In a huff, she stood and retreated to her bedroom. "Mother, I do not wish to hear this." Zhao Ruoxi sighed and followed her into the room. "Qingyuan, you are not a child any longer. You will soon be 28. At your age, I was already expecting you, and your brother was 3 years old." The soundproofing in the room was effective, allowing Luo Qingyuan to speak without reservation. "Mother, the Luo family is already leading the entire Huagua and even the world. Must I sacrifice my own marriage?" Zhao Ruoxi replied, "As the daughter of the Luo family, enjoying the opulence it affords you, you ought to consider a strategic union." Luo Qingyuan met her mother's gaze coolly. "But I do not wish for that. You and father were in love. Why can't I seek a love match as well? Zhao Ruoxi countered, it is not impossible to cultivate feelings after marriage. Lo Qingyuan had grown weary of the debate. Seeing this, Zhao Ruoxi sighed again, stating, Qingyuan, I can only tolerate your single status until 30. If you are still unmarried by then, your father and I will take decisive action. Zhao Ruoxi's words failed to intimidate Lo Qingyuan, who remained silent. Zhao Ruoxi, grasping her designer handbag, stood and added, your sister-in-law is about to give birth. Once the child is born, your brother will return with her to recuperate. You should visit them often. Only then did Lo Qingyuan respond, understood. Zhao Ruoxi scrutinized her daughter for a moment before saying, Jing Chuan did not mean to spread rumors. He is merely concerned for you. Please do not trouble him. Lo Qingyuan chuckled suddenly. Mother, we are both adults. If one makes a mistake, one must learn to bear the consequences. Zhao Ruoxi sighed in resignation. We still have business dealings with the Jiang family. Do not overstep your bounds. Lo Qingyuan remained silent. Was it she who was overstepping? In just one afternoon, Jiang Jingchuan had intruded into her life. She detested the act of someone covertly reporting on her. Enough. You should rest. I need to fly to New York to sign a contract, Zhao Ruoxi declared. Lo Qingyuan immediately stood. Allow me to take you to the airport. No need, Zhao Ruoxi replied. Suddenly recalling something, she surveyed the surroundings with disdain. You could reside in a spacious courtyard within the second ring. Yet you choose this cramped place. It seems you have grown accustomed to a life of comfort. Luyin Yuan Saif. Mother, that courtyard is too large for one person. It feels empty. Besides, don't you see how much Grandma prefers living in a villa? Zhao Ruoxi could not bear to linger any longer. Very well, do as you wish. Take care of yourself. Lo Qingyuan hurriedly accompanied her mother downstairs, watching as she entered the vehicle before returning home. As soon as she stepped in, Duan Ye emerged. How did it go? Did your mother leave? Luyin Yuan Nadif. She has left. Duan Ye sighed in relief. You scared me. Luyin Yuan left. Duan Ye added. You find this amusing? If this continues, my heart won't withstand it. By the way, how did you know your mother wouldn't investigate thoroughly? Luyin Yuan replied. She has a severe cleanliness obsession. After a moment's thought, she addressed another of Duan Ye's concerns. As long as I bear the Duan family's child, my mother would hardly object. Lo Qingyuan quickly fetched 2 glasses of water, handing one to Duan Ye. He accepted it, saying, Is it as simple as just becoming pregnant? I am not prepared to be a father. Lo Qingyuan shrugged. I am not prepared to be a mother either. Though it was Duan Ye who had initially declined, her words felt oddly misplaced to him. A sense of discomfort stirred within him. Lo Qingyuan chose not to elaborate further, finishing her water and stating, It's time for bed. She then retreated to her bedroom. The earlier excitement had waned due to this interruption. After Lo Qingyuan left, Duan Ye returned to his room, though sleep eluded him. For the first time, he pondered whether this marriage with Lo Qingyuan truly posed no issues. He had always felt that their union had been rushed. Yet the undeniable attraction he felt towards her was equally real. As he silently contemplated, he heard the sound of a door opening next door. Listening intently, he soon heard it close again. Assuming Lo Qingyuan had merely stepped out for a glass of water, he was surprised to hear the faint sound of another door opening and closing. Duan Ye quickly realized that Lo Qingyuan was leaving the house in the middle of the night. He threw off the covers and hurried next door to check, discovering she had indeed departed. Concerned, he glanced at the clock. It was 1 a.m. Where could you be going? He sent her a message. Where are you going? Lo Qingyuan responded promptly. There's an urgent matter at the company that I must attend to. You should sleep. Reading her message, Duan Ye felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Meanwhile, a Maybach sped along an elevated highway, flanked by 2 expensive SUVs, traveling at a brisk pace. Lo Qingyuan arrived at a narrow alley in the city center. The 3 luxury vehicles came to a smooth stop. Lo Qingyuan exited the Maybach, the driver being Lu Yan. The bodyguard from the previous encounter with the elderly lady disembarked from the 2 following vehicles, 6 towering figures in total. Lu Yan jogged ahead to knock on a door. Moments later, the door swung open. Who are you looking for at this hour? Before the question was fully asked, one of the bodyguards surged forward, swiftly subduing the individual. Lo Qingyuan remained unfazed, leading the way into the courtyard, while Lu Yan secured the gate behind them. Jiang Jingchuan, sound asleep. was jolted awake as the door was kicked in. Who? The lights were switched on, revealing Lo Qingyuan standing at the entrance, her expression fierce. Startled, Jiang Jingchuan took in her countenance. Lo Qingyuan was not known for her gentleness. Her striking features were particularly formidable when imbued with such intensity, and her face was now cloaked in frost. Lo Qingyuan was not one to tolerate disrespect. Having finally embraced her desires after much effort, the frustration of unfulfilled longing was a dangerous thing. Jiang Jingchuan rose from his bed and approached her, attempting to diffuse the tension. Qingyuan, let us talk this out. There is no need for such a late visit. Before he could finish, a cold smile graced Lo Qingyuan's lips, and she swiftly raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap to Jiang Jingchuan's face. The resounding crack echoed through the room. Lu Yin averted his gaze, aware that Lo Qingyuan would not relent without teaching a lesson. Jiang Jingchuan's expression darkened, his cheeks stinging from the blow. Lo Qingyuan's voice was icy as she warned. Jiang Jingchuan, do you truly underestimate me? Dare to disturb my family, and I assure you, I can dominate the domestic market just as easily as I can ensure you are expelled from Kyoto like a stray dog. Jiang Jingchuan chuckled, a shadow passing through his eyes. Lo Qingyuan, are you prepared to go down with me? Do you really think you can achieve that? Lo Qingyuan remained unyielding, their gazes locked in a silent battle. Confrontational and defiant, Luo Qingyuan declared, I dare to risk my life. Jiang Jingchuan, do you have the courage to do the same? Chapter 31. The fire. Jiang Jingchuan's gaze lingered on Luo Qingyuan, the atmosphere charged with tension, as if at any moment they might erupt into conflict. Yet ultimately, Jiang Jingchuan averted his eyes first, brushed his face, and smiled, declaring, indeed, she is the woman I, Jiang Jingchuan, have set my sights on. She possesses a remarkable spirit. Luo Qingyuan scoffed. One may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak carelessly. Jiang Jingchuan, consider this my first warning, and I hope it remains the last. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what actions I might take next. Jiang Jingchuan's smile was insincerely sweet. Of course, everything shall be according to Miss Luo's commands. Only then did Luo Qingyuan cast him a detached glance before turning to leave. Jiang Jingchuan's gaze followed her until her figure completely vanished from sight. Bo Chao rushed over, startled by the evident bruise on Jiang Jingchuan's face. President Jiang, Bo Chao exclaimed, Miss Luo is being excessively unreasonable. I shall summon help immediately. Come back, Jiang Jingchuan commanded. As Bo Chao paused at the threshold, confusion etched on his face. President Jiang? Jiang Jingchuan touched his face, feeling the burn, a testament to Luo Qingyuan's strength. Yet, this was simply her nature. Were she gentle, he would find it far more disconcerting. Just fetch some ice for me to apply, Jiang Jingchuan instructed. Bo Chao looked incredulous. With Luo Qingyuan being so aggressive, why was President Jiang still so restrained? Although the Jiang family could not compete with the Luo family, they were still a prestigious clan, with countless young ladies in the capital vying for marriage. Why was Jiang Jingchuan so fixated on Luo Qingyuan? Yet, seeing the calm demeanor of Jiang Jingchuan, Bo Chao could only comply and fetch the ice pack. Before long, Jiang Jingchuan had the ice pack applied. He regarded Bo Chao, asking, Are you not curious why I endured despite Luo Qingyuan's confrontation? Jiang Jingchuan's inquiry prompted Bo Chao to voice his thoughts. President Jiang, no matter how formidable the Luo family is, Luo Qingyuan is still a woman. What kind of storm can she truly create? Leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, Jiang Jingchuan replied, What kind of storm? Aren't you the self-proclaimed top informant in the industry? With her accompanying that pretty boy, how is it that you still cannot ascertain the nature of their relationship? Bo Chao was momentarily left speechless. Do not underestimate her merely because she bears the Luo surname, Jiang Jingchuan cautioned. But ultimately, she is still a woman. Surely, the Luo family would not offend you over her. Business and profit outweigh a woman, do they not? Jiang Jingchuan sighed. Bo Chao, your ambition is commendable, yet your perspective remains woefully myopic. Bo Chao truly could not comprehend why Jiang Jingchuan, with so many options available, would cling to one solitary path. Jiang Jingchuan's voice, cool and composed, broke the silence, Today's events at least demonstrate that the pretty boy holds profound significance for Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan, Miss Luo, I shall have her. Bo Chao was even more perplexed, given Luo Qingyuan's evident disdain for Jiang Jingchuan. How could he hope to win her over? At 5 in the morning, in Xinglongwen community, a Maybach halted not far away. Luo Qingyuan emerged with breakfast in hand, making her way into the complex. Upon returning home, she discovered the living room lights still on, and there lay Duan Ye sprawled on the sofa, 2 cups of water placed atop the table. Luo Qingyuan's previously gloomy mood lifted instantly. She tiptoed over, placing the breakfast on the coffee table, before retreating to her bedroom to change into sleepwear. Grabbing a light blanket, she returned, first turning off the living room light, then quietly covering Duan Ye. Duan Ye, half awake, sensed something on him and instinctively reached out. Luo Qingyuan paused, taken aback by his hand grasping her wrist. Lowering her gaze, she found Duan Ye struggling to open his eyes. Why aren't you back in bed? Luo Qingyuan softly inquired. Duan Ye's mind gradually cleared. I was waiting for you. Don't leave so late again. My sleep is quite sound. If I weren't on the sofa, I wouldn't have known you returned. Luo Qingyuan felt warmth spread through her heart, her voice softening considerably. Then go back to the room and get some good rest. After all, it's Saturday. Duan Ye glanced at the clock on the wall, then closed his eyes again, pulling the blanket over himself. I'll just sleep here. I'm too lazy to move. The sofa is quite comfortable. Seeing this, Luo Qingyuan nudged Duan Ye, but he remained motionless, truly exhausted. Thus, she slipped off her shoes, lifted the blanket, and nestled beside him. Duan Ye startled awake again, retreating further into the sofa. Luo Qingyuan, what are you doing? Luo Qingyuan chuckled, wrapping her arms around his waist and snuggling closer. Nothing, just sleeping. Duan Ye, exasperated yet too drowsy to resist, pushed her away gently. You should go back to sleep. The sofa is too small for 2. Luo Qingyuan took his hand and placed it on her shoulder. Just sleep. Duan Ye, resigned yet weary, surrendered to sleep, his breath gently brushing against the crown of Luo Qingyuan's head. In the darkness, Luo Qingyuan, triumphant in her scheme, felt delight surge within her, comfortably drifting into slumber. The two slept soundly until 2 in the afternoon, awoken only by the ringing of Luo Qingyuan's phone. Luo Qingyuan grabbed her phone. Hello. Lu Yan's voice came through. President Luo, there's been an incident at Xinguang Entertainment. Luo Qingyuan sat up, her eyes wide. Xinguang Entertainment? What happened? Duan Ye, alerted by the mention, was now fully awake. This was where Nanxing worked. Lu Yan continued. Today, the crew was filming a fire safety scenario, and unexpectedly, a fire broke out. Many artists and managers are trapped inside. Luo Qingyuan asked urgently, Is the fire serious? Lu Yan replied, The situation is dire, but I've already called the police. The fire department is on their way. Luo Qingyuan instructed, Remember, safety comes first. Those materials and equipment are inconsequential. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Duan Ye quickly said, I'll go with you. Luo Qingyuan nodded in affirmation. All right. They swiftly returned to their room. 10 minutes later, both were dressed and ready, keys and bags in hand, as they prepared to leave. As Luo Qingyuan put on her shoes at the door, Duan Ye suddenly recalled something and dashed back to retrieve the cold buns from the coffee table. Let us eat something first, he suggested. Luo Qingyuan accepted without hesitation. All right. Together, they hurried out the door, making their way to the parking lot, where Duan Ye drove them swiftly toward Xinguang Entertainment. Is Xinguang Entertainment under your purview? Duan Ye inquired. Without a moment's thought, Luo Qingyuan nodded. Yes, I personally took the contract to the boss for signing. Duan Ye felt an instinctive sense of unease, but unable to articulate it, he simply nodded in response. Chapter 32. News not far from the Stellar Entertainment filming location. When Duan Ye and Luo Qingyuan arrived, the scene was already engulfed in thick smoke. Fire trucks and ambulances had arrived, and a cordon had been established, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Luo Qingyuan furrowed her brows as she called Lu Yan, who rushed over in haste. Miss Luo, the firefighters have entered to rescue people. Luo Qingyuan's heart raced with anxiety. How many people are trapped inside? Lu Yan replied. It is currently impossible to estimate, but both film crews are present today. Which 2 crews? What is the approximate number? Luo Qingyuan pressed. My firefighter boyfriend is with one crew, and the other is Yun Shangchuan. We are still tallying the exact numbers. Yun Shangchuan. Duan Ye suddenly recalled that his childhood friend Nanxing had posted about the opening ceremony on social media, and it was indeed Yun Shangchuan. He turned to Luo Qingyuan. Qingyuan, my childhood friend Nanxing is inside. I must go in and find her. Luo Qingyuan nodded. Go ahead, but be careful. Duan Ye nodded and dashed toward the scene, continuously attempting to call Nanxing. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan looked at Lu Yin. What are you waiting for? Quickly organize a rescue. Right away, Lu Yin replied, hurrying to make arrangements. Luo Qingyuan followed closely behind. At that moment, Duan Ye finally managed to connect with Nanxing. Nanxing, where are you? He inquired urgently. Trapped in a room, Nanxing was overwhelmed by the smoke that had surged in from all directions. Her vision blurred as she coughed violently. I cough in the makeup room. 1201. How many people are with you? Duan Ye asked. There are 3. Cough. Duan Ye forced himself to remain calm. Listen to me, Nanxing. Find a towel and wet it with water to cover your mouth and nose until we arrive. Do you understand? When he received no response, he glanced at his phone to see the call had ended. Clutching his phone, he rushed toward the firefighters. Comrades, there are 3 people trapped in a makeup room, 1201. Where is that? Do you know the location? A firefighter asked. I know. I'll lead you. Duan Ye repeated. Quickly, 2 of you follow him to rescue. The fire chief commanded. Duan Ye immediately led the firefighters toward the makeup room. At that moment, Nanxing was struggling to breathe. If this continued, they would surely perish in this room. She could not afford to wait idly. Lowering herself, she crawled to the curtains and tore off several strips of fabric, then returned to the makeup table in search of water, but found none. Desperate, Nanxing found some makeup remover, pouring whatever liquid she could onto the cloth. After soaking the strips, she hurried to her unconscious colleagues, placing the damp cloths over their faces. After completing this, her strength waned, and she collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, on the verge of losing consciousness. Just as she was about to close her eyes, there was a loud crash. The door of the makeup room was kicked open. Firefighters rushed in. Ma'am, can you hear us? Nanxing felt herself being lifted. Duan Ye, Nanxing, are you all right? With great effort, Nanxing opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Duan Ye's collar. Save them first. And then she succumbed to unconsciousness. 2 firefighters each carried one of her colleagues, while Duan Ye cradled Nanxing and followed closely behind. The fire had not spread to their location, yet the smoke was suffocating. Outside the makeup room, debris from equipment blocked their exit. Soon, Nanxing was placed onto an ambulance. All individuals were finally rescued. Duan Ye, panting heavily, sat on the roadside to call Nanxing's father. Uncle Nan, there was a fire in Nanxing's film crew, but she has been rescued and is being taken to the hospital. Please hurry over to check on her. From the other end, Uncle Nan's anxious voice came through. Oh no, how could this happen? Thank you, Duan Ye. I'm heading to the hospital now. After quickly hanging up, Duan Ye brushed the dust from his head. After resting for a moment, he prepared to find Luo Qingyuan when she approached him, offering a bottle of water. Duan Ye accepted it and gulped down the entire bottle. Have they been rescued? Luo Qingyuan asked. Yes, they've been taken to the ambulance. Duan Ye replied. Is she all right? Luo Qingyuan inquired. It's still unclear. Why don't you go with them? I've already called her parents. Besides, shouldn't you be here? Where else would I go? For a rare moment, Luo Qingyuan's heart raced, but she quickly regained her composure. I cannot leave today. I must remain on site to assist in investigating the cause of the fire. Is it serious? Duan Ye asked. At present, there have been no reports of fatalities, and most people have been sent to the hospital. Luo Qingyuan reassured him. That's somewhat encouraging news, Duan Ye acknowledged. Luo Qingyuan nodded and added, You should go see Nanxing. Her parents will take some time to arrive, and if she needs any examinations, it would be best if someone is with her. Duan Ye pondered for a moment and asked, Are you sure you'll be all right alone? I'm fine, don't worry, she replied confidently. Duan Ye glanced at the time. I'll come to pick you up once her parents arrive. Luo Qingyuan nodded, understood, hurry along. In the face of life and death, minor matters could be set aside. and Luo Qingyuan felt no qualms about Duan Ye's actions. Thus, he hurriedly drove to the hospital while Luo Qingyuan began her own preparations. News of the fire quickly surged to the top of the trending topics, and videos from the scene circulated online. After taking a shower, Yinwan emerged to find Lu Linlin calling her, "Nuan, come quickly. Your ex-boyfriend is on the news." Dazed, Yinwan walked over to see the footage of Duan Ye carrying Nanxing out of the burning site. Though it was only a few seconds long, anyone familiar could recognize Duan Ye in Nanxing. How heroic! Look at how anxious he is. And yet they claimed nothing was amiss, Lu Linlin remarked. Yang Lele added, a fire broke out on set. How could Duan Ye be there? And he just happened to save senior sister. Lu Linlin continued, Nuan, I see that senior sister Nanxing is quite the manipulator. While she speaks kindly to you, she flirts with Duan Ye on the side. Such cunning tactics. Yang Lele chimed in. Indeed, otherwise how do you explain Duan Ye's presence at the fire? It's absurd. Only you would naively believe in their innocence. Are they not playing you for a fool? Yinwan's face paled slightly as she silently gathered her belongings and left the dormitory. Hey, where are you going? Lu Linlin asked. I'm going to hospital. Yinwan repeated. Lu Linlin and Yang Lele exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, muttering, There's no saving her now. Chapter 33. Yinwan causes a stir at the hospital at the First People's Hospital of Jing City. As Duan Ye arrived at the emergency room, he heard the nurse urgently calling out, Family of Nanxing. Who is the family of Nanxing? Duan Ye rushed over. Exclaiming here, the nurse approached swiftly, holding a clipboard. Hurry to the payment counter. Nanxing urgently needs a full-body examination and x-rays. Duan Ye nodded immediately. I will go right away. In haste, he queued at the payment counter, and by the time he returned, Nanxing was already undergoing her full examination. Shortly after, he received a call from Nanxing's father. Xiaoyi, I'm still on the way. There's heavy traffic. I can't make it in time. How is Nanxing? Glancing at the emergency room, Duan Ye reassured him. Uncle, Nanxing is being examined. Don't worry. Take your time. I'm here at the hospital. Nanhao expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Your uncle and aunt can rest easy knowing you are there. Duan Ye said nothing further and continued to wait at the door, observing the comings and goings in the emergency room. After about half an hour, a nurse emerged. Family of Nanxing? Duan Ye stepped forward. Hello, nurse. The nurse replied, Nanxing is no longer in critical condition. She is still unconscious. But her condition includes a certain degree of lung infection and severe carbon monoxide poisoning. She will need to stay for observation for at least a week. You may go in to see her now. Once she wakes up, she can be transferred to a regular ward. Duan Ye responded gratefully. All right, thank you, nurse. As the nurse called for the next family member, Duan Ye hurried into the emergency room. At that moment, Nanxing was receiving oxygen, her complexion remarkably pale, while the two individuals who had accompanied her had already been moved to a regular ward. Duan Ye ordered some food for Nanxing and then waited nearby. After her four had finished, he even called the nurse for assistance. Before long, the food arrived, and as Duan Ye stood to retrieve it, Nanxing gradually opened her eyes. Preoccupied with placing the food on the bedside table, he momentarily overlooked her awakening. Cough, cough. Nanxing couldn't suppress a couple of coughs. Duan Ye turned to her, quickly calling out, Doctor, Doctor, Bed 3's patient is awake. The doctor promptly came to examine Nanxing, while Duan Ye waited attentively. Shortly after, the doctor reassured them, It's good that she's awake. There are no major concerns now. She should rest well, and we will transfer her to a regular ward shortly. Duan Ye replied, Thank you, doctor. Once the doctor left, Nanxing inquired, Are my assistant and makeup artist all right? Duan Ye reassured her. The doctor said they have already been moved to a regular ward, and their families have also arrived, so you need not worry. With a sigh of relief, Nanxing looked at Duan Ye and smiled. Thank you for saving me. Duan Ye returned her smile, handing her a cup of warm water. As neighbors and childhood friends, there's no need for such formalities. He added, By the way, I've called Uncle Nan. They're on their way, but stuck in traffic, so they might arrive a bit late. Nanxing nodded, still feeling a bit dizzy, and closed her eyes momentarily, sighing, I almost died today. I owe you a favor. Let me treat you to a meal later. Duan Ye chuckled, Don't mention it, just rest for now. The porridge has just arrived and is still very hot. Let it cool for a moment. Nanxing nodded weakly. Duan Ye moved closer, assisting her in lying down. As she inadvertently opened her eyes, she noticed Yin standing at the doorway. Surprised, Nanxing exclaimed, Wan? Duan Ye paused slightly in his actions before urging. You should lie down. Yinwan's gaze was frigid, making Nanxing feel uncomfortable all over. She quickly responded, It's fine. I'll sit for a while. With Duan Ye's support, she managed to sit up again, struggling against her weakness. At that moment, Yinwan entered the room, and Nanxing couldn't help but cough several times. Sister Nanxing, are you all right? Yinwan asked. Nanxing shook her head. I'm fine, Wan. What brings you here? I saw it on the news, Yinwan replied. Nanxing glanced at Yinwan's expression and realized that she had misunderstood the situation between her and Duan Ye. Thus, Nanxing attempted to clarify, Wan, please don't misunderstand. Duan Ye is. Yinwan interrupted her. Sister Nanxing means to say that Duan Ye happened to be at your set today and coincidentally saved you, kindly bringing you to the hospital, right? Nanxing found